All right. Pirate Captain is here. Whoop, Capitan. El Capitano. And we are live. And we are navigating those patterns. I've noticed a lot of weird things today and over the past week. I know I wasn't around last week. So why weren't you around last week? What was going on with navigating patterns? Well, I had a visitor. So so that in-person experience with Father Eric sort of overrode the need to do live streams. But I'm here now. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna see how many people join. People are gonna be welcome to join. I'll open it up here in a bit. But yeah, it's been a strange time. It's there's a lot of weird stuff going on. Uh, so there's a lot of talk about Gnosticism lately, all at once from different places. There's a lot of Gnosticism going on. There's a lot of political intrigue. Popped into Vanderclay's little Q&A late, right at the end. I listened to the beginning and the end. In the middle, I had to shop. Food. No Vanderclown. Too hungry. But yeah, I mean, it's been a weird time. There's been a lot of zeitgeist going on, and that's sort of what I want to touch on is the Gnosticism. So Manuel and I did a stream with Nick from the Discord, who we haven't talked to in forever. We don't talk to him that much. He used to hang out in the Discord all the time, and now he doesn't. It was a great talk on this Gnosticism and the cults and the patterns. And I keep seeing people talking about these patterns and then saying, "Well, there's this long line through history. It's just a pattern, guy. You don't need the history. It'll happen again anyway. You don't need this connection, right?" So a lot of people are getting confused. Like, where's the source, the beginning? Once we understand the beginning, we can fix the thing. And no, you can't. It's not necessary either. It's not necessary. You don't need to know the beginning. There might not even be a beginning. It might have popped out of whole cloth. It might be emergent, because maybe not all emergence is good. Maybe some emergence is bad. That could be. And this is where the problem comes in. These people are materialists. They like emergence. They think emergence is good. And that's a problem, because emergence is not good. Emergence is a neutral thing that happens. And emergence is only good when it happens near an emanation, not just in a random place at a random time for a random amount of time. That's not how it works. And people are deeply confused about this, it seems. And they're confusing the two things because they're materialists. They're like, "Oh, emergence, then I have power and control over emergence because I am above emergence," which is technically true. You are above all emergences in some fashion. That is true. Right. But you're below emanation, right? Because you're between the two. You're the thing between emanation and emergence that knits those two things together to form reality. And when we get confused, when we don't know when we want to have control, when we get confused, when we want to be stuck in propositions, right? When we get stuck with this so-called propositional tyranny, we run into problems. And one of the interesting sorts of things that happened. Well, Father Eric, first of all, gave me this lovely book, which I'm really enjoying. I haven't finished it yet by any means, and I don't understand most of the language because it's Catholic talking Christian-y stuff, and I don't know. But the stuff I do understand is all meaning crisis, like all of it. All of it's materialism turns into meaning crisis, and therefore, so everything's converging. It's coming together. These patterns are coming together, right? And James Lindsay did this great video, basically called "The Negation of Reality," which is a talk that he gave not too long ago, and he really puts some of this stuff together. Now, I think he goes too far. Again, he's trying to, this comes from here and that comes from there, and this is the original tradition, right? And all this sort of talk. And the problem that I have with that sort of talk is that, again, you don't need the history to explain it. Honestly, if you have an IQ of 110, you'll get to Hegel if you're solipsistic. Like, if you're not already in a religious tradition, and you become solipsistic, or you go to the Neoplatonist route, or whatever they're calling it this week, because now it's third wave Neoplatonism. It'll be fourth wave Neoplatonism before you know it. Don't worry. Um, that's what happens when you identify something that doesn't have an identity. It keeps changing. Um, when you go down that path, when you go down the path of solipsism, you're going to get to Hegel by yourself. You don't need to read Hegel. Now, what's going to happen is later on, you're going to find Hegel and go, aha, Hegel. And he was really smart. So I must be really smart. And maybe Hegel and I are the only two people that ever figured this out. And so you're not doing yourself any favors, you know. And that's the problem, right? Or they find Marx. Yeah, Karl Marx was right because I came to the same guy. But unfortunately, to reproduce Marx, you probably only need IQ about 85, maybe. That's about it. Marx is nothing Marx said was particularly intelligent, honestly. I don't know why people even go. I'm like, really? Like, did you read his stuff? Because just the quotes alone will tell you he's an idiot. He's just an idiot. He's an actual idiot, though. Like, really stupid. Like, everybody, his family thought so. Like, everybody thought he was an idiot. They thought he could have applied himself and been better. But that's true for all of us. That's Jordan Peterson's message, right? You're not who all you could be. You could be better. So yeah, I mean, and let me know about the hat, because I thought it was a good addition, but maybe it's not. I am a pirate captain navigating live patterns, so definitely put something in the comments about that so that I know if I'm on track or not with my hat. Yeah, I mean, this Gnosticism, this thing that we come into where we're just rejecting everything, and you see it everywhere. People are just rejecting everything. Right? They're rejecting. I'm going to reject every proposition that I don't come up with. I'm going to reject your idea. I'm going to tell you you're wrong. It's like, okay, except I just restated somebody else's position. So you're arguing with them, not me. And I do that to people all the time. I'm like, yeah, you're arguing with somebody else. These aren't my ideas. I'm not claiming them. It's like, no, you're not playing that game. And that's really important to know that there's a method out there of getting around the postmodern so-called deconstruction, which it's not, it's destruction, ethos. And that method really is to just say, no, you're not doing that. No, I don't identify with that. No, these aren't my ideas. Because if you don't own the ideas, they can't attack you anymore. And look, I'm not claiming big new ideas. That's not my claim. I'm claiming you can come to the same ideas as people in the past, and maybe you can, but not all of them. And that's where the problem is. People want to be able to come to all of them and then synthesize them all, which was a bigger problem, and then come to an ultimate answer, which is a bigger problem because there isn't an ultimate answer. Not on your time scale anyway. You're just a little tiny flea on the back of a huge timeline that's already 100,000 years old or so, of evolution. If you want to go that route, and you're never going to be that smart. Sorry, you're not going to be smarter than the sum total of the people who've come before you. Just kind of like a limitation, one of many. And that's what people are rallying against, is limitation itself. Like, I don't want a limitation. I got into one argument on the Discord server recently with this kid who basically decided that axioms were no good and you couldn't use them, and it was all mere propositions. And I pointed out to him, well, if it's all mere propositions, you can't make any statements, because you can always have a proposition against the proposition, and then you have no way to adjudicate it. And he agreed in principle that, and this wasn't even my argument, this is somebody else's arguing with him. So he agreed in principle that the concept of axioms could exist, but he still didn't like it because there wasn't any way to test the axiom. It's like, well, there is a way to test an axiom, but he would have none of it. He just didn't want to acquiesce. He didn't want to give in. He didn't want to submit to a starting point, right? Which is the denial of creation. I don't want to submit to a starting point. I don't want to submit that I was born into something that predates me and that constrains me. I don't want to submit. That's all they're saying. That's the Neoplatonic trap. That's the occult trap. That's the Gnostic trap. It's all the same thing, right? They all lead sort of in and out of one another, right? Hegelian dialectic is this ridiculous thing. And like, all this stuff is insane. It's just insane. And it's crazy talk. Like, the good news is it's crazy talk. You could ignore it all and still live your life. How do I know this? Because most people never read Hegel and they're fine. Like, it's not that hard. And Vervaeke did this talk that I just finished with this Orthodox bishop. What a talk. I mean, amazing. He just absolutely slaughtered Neoplatonism. I mean, just took it out to the woodshed, and that was the end of Neoplatonism. And John was starting to see that, he said this in the conversation, like, oh, the Eastern Orthodox tradition has a bunch of tools to address the meaning crisis that the Western traditions don't have. Yeah. And it has a way out of the, out of the propositional tyranny. Yeah, it does. And the bishop was pointing to all sorts of stuff like, no, that argument's been settled. And this is another, this is the problem. Even John Vervaeke, who's brilliant and super well read, hadn't read that argument, didn't know that that had been solved. This is the problem of philosophy. There's so much philosophy out there. You don't know what things have been solved. A lot of the things you think are like open-ended questions have been resolved, actually. And you just don't know it because you haven't read all the stuff, and you're probably not able to read all the stuff. Well, read and comprehend, right? And understand the inferences in. And it's too much. It's unnecessary. You can live without any of it. I promise you, you can live without any of it. And that's the funny part to me, is that, people don't realize that. They have they have no idea. But yeah, you don't need it. You just don't need this philosophical stuff. So yeah, anybody who wants to join, you don't have to talk about that. We can talk about whatever comes to mind, assuming that I can help you. Maybe I can't talk about it because I don't know anything about it. That happens. But yeah, I'm your pirate capitan. So El Capitano. You hopefully by now you all realize that I love to mix metaphors and play with different ideas. And learn to draw live on my stupid whiteboard. And you can watch my drawing get worse over time because it's not going to get any better. Yeah, I mean, there's so much. There's so much here. There's so much here in this Gnosticism. But I do think people rediscover it. I don't think it's new. And I think it is a perennial problem of solipsism. When you start to think you can do it all yourself, you're going to end up a Gnostic. You're going to end up trapped in your own self-referencing circular arguments, in your own sort of godlike, I can be God. And that's one of the things about Platonism that I think is so dangerous, is that it does tell you that you can be godlike. And and yeah, the argument is, well, you can't in Christianity, man. And it's like, I don't think we're talking about the same thing. Like the way Neoplatonism, or at least alleged Neoplatonism, seems to talk about these things is in terms of something that you yourself can do as a state that you can acquire through practice. Okay? And I think the Christian story is that godliness or godhood or oneness with God or whatever is something that you acquire through participation with the world, with yourself, and with others, right? Whereas Neoplatonism is just you and yourself, or you and a small group of elite initiates, or whatever. And I think that's a fundamental difference. And so it looks like the community aspect is there, but actually you're doing it kind of by yourself. Whereas with Christianity, and I know works and deeds and all that nonsense, but your mode of participation in the world with people who aren't Christians matters. Right. And so it's not this personal you and 6 other people in the magical grove of philosophy or whatever, helping each other attain enlightenment. It's not that. Right. It's all about this participation in the general world. And what you do in nature matters. How you slaughter your animals to eat matter. Like all this stuff makes a difference. And maybe the Jewish people have it right when they're like, oh, we're going to bless our food and the factories and all that, and then we're going to eat kosher. Maybe the Christians need to do the same thing. Maybe all the food that gets slaughtered needs to be preyed upon first, right? And the sacrifice needs to be given up. And then maybe eating Christian meat would be a thing, right? Or Christian eggs or whatever. That would be hysterically funny. That would get us out of the Gnosticism. Because Gnosticism is ultimately just you cooperating with yourself, by yourself. And then you're doing that with the help of others. Uh-oh. Ah, here's some trouble. All right, Niram, good to see you. How's it going?
It's going great.
Oh,
Just
I
got off
can't
work.
hear you, man. Is that me? Why can't I hear you?
Beep, bop, boop. Can you hear me
There we
now?
go. Now I
Yeah.
can hear you. Sorry.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I just saw you get on randomly. I was building the Enterprise. I'm building this like replica of the Enterprise on this like little weird Minecraft game. But this
Oh,
seemed like more
cool.
fun. So hi.
How you doing? Wait, that's great. How you doing with the? How long have you been working on the replica? Like, is it
Oh,
almost done or
years. No.
years?
Yeah. Just a little like I'm doing each room of the Enterprise and I'm just like doing all the crew quarters. I already did the sick bay. I did transporter room. I made my own spin on it. I did the warp core. That took me like a year to do the engineering section. I'm doing a Wrath of Khan Enterprise, like with the blue deflector dish, because that's my
Yeah,
favorite.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the
So
Wrath of Khan's the best movie, so that makes
yeah.
sense.
Oh, dude,
By far.
I got some really cool news. Since you're a fan of that, I'm gonna meet Captain Kirk next week. Yeah, and
Cool.
he's doing this thing where he's going on tour just by himself, I guess, with his family, and he's gonna watch the Wrath of Khan with us and answer questions and stuff. So that's pretty wild. He's coming to West Virginia, of all places.
Yeah, I
That
saw that.
shocked me. You did? Ah,
I
cool.
follow him on Facebook, so I saw that he was doing a tour and doing that, going to
Yeah,
places and answering questions thing. That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah. I'm psyched. I'm glad I got a ticket. It's like all sold out now. So yeah,
Oh,
very.
great. Good for you. I'm jealous. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
dude.
go to something like that anyway, but it sounds cool.
I
I'm
gotta
too
go.
if I had someone to go with, I might go, but I'm not gonna go by myself.
Yeah. I got my girlfriend coming and then my best friend's probably coming too. So
Oh,
that'll
that's
be
great.
yeah,
That's fantastic. Good.
excellent.
Good for you.
Yeah. Well, other than that, how are you doing? Well, I caught your Gnosticism talk. It was really cool. I
Yeah,
caught
you
on my
like
lunch.
that one?
Yeah, I did. It was good.
Yeah, I thought well, Nick is interesting. And
Yeah.
yeah, we
Yeah.
used to talk to
So
him every day. Every
right.
day we'd have hours of conversation with him every day.
Ah, cool, man. I've talked to him, I think maybe once or twice. I crossed paths with him before, I think. Yeah, he's a cool dude. I'm glad to see everybody kind of coming over here and talking and doing some podcasts from the old days. Everybody used to get in there and talk and have all
Yeah.
kinds of stuff. And I hope they come back. But hey, they're over here now. You're doing it, man.
Well, yeah, there's linchpins, and when you take out the linchpins because you don't value them correctly, then things fall over. But don't tell
Yeah.
them that because they're convinced that they know how the world works and that there's no
Okay.
linchpins.
Yeah, well, there's certain people that people like to be around. Like you say, linchpins.
Yep.
You
Yep.
take all that out, everything. It's kind of
People
like if
run
you take out a
things.
rock in the side of the hill,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
hill's going to be gone by the end of the
Well,
year. It's
they don't want it, right? They want to believe that they're just like things just floating out there and that they just emerge magically. It's like, no, none of that actually happens. You're not paying attention to the world.
Is that what you guys were kind of talking about yesterday? Like this emergent stuff I was hearing you go on.
And today, earlier on Vanderclay's stream, I keep trying to explain. Listen to what people are saying, and then that Peter Peterson guy. What I like him, but he just kept said emergence. I'm like, dude, you're talking about emergence. You can't. The world is. And then I go, these people keep talking about emergence. They're not talking about emanation at all. And they go,
Yeah.
you can't just talk about emanation without talking about emergence, Mark. And I'm like, yeah, but I didn't. So
Did that come from the Daniel Schmachtenberger guy? Because I heard him go on and on about emergent order like 4 years ago.
They're all Gnostics. They all arrive at emergence differently, but it's an old word. It's an old term. Like it's not,
Yeah.
this is the thing. None of this is new. This talk that Vervaeke did with the Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox bishop. Vervaeke was like, well, yeah, there's this problem. And I forget the formulation for the stupid problem. It's asinine. It's not even a problem, but whatever. He's like, there's a problem. And the bishop's like, yeah, that was answered by this guy in this book. Like in the, whenever, the way back. And it's like, yeah, you just haven't read the book, dude. That's all. Like you think this is an unsolved problem because you don't know all the things. That's all. It's not an unsolved problem. So yeah, it's the same thing over and over. Oh, I've never heard emergence before. It must be brand new. No, egregore. No, all old stuff. You're
Yeah.
just resurrecting old stuff.
So all the people talking about like the Big Bang coming out of absolutely nothing are Gnostics. Is that what you're saying?
No, because so guess where the Big Bang theory comes from? It comes from a monk.
Oh yeah.
It's
Was
not
the
even
observatory guy? Was it the guy that had the
yeah.
observatory? I can't
Right, but
remember his name.
he's trying to explain ex nihilo, and it's just
Yeah.
like look, it's you cannot use language to explain the thing that created language. It's really that's like you're just trying to break out of a container that you can't break out of. You know, you're a fish in an aquarium, and you're bumping up
Yeah.
against the walls of the aquarium, going, "Aha! I know the whole aquarium." No, you don't. You don't know the bottom. You don't know how far off the bottom of whatever the aquarium's in you are, right? You don't know, or the bottom is. You don't know how high the water is. You might be able to guess, but that's assuming it's not moving and the height is consistent. You know, there's all these assumptions, and then you can't know the whole aquarium all at once from outside the aquarium when you're stuck inside the aquarium, and maybe you
Yeah.
can jump out of the aquarium, but that doesn't give you the whole aquarium. Like everybody goes, I can see a piece and therefore I can see the whole thing, and it's like, no, you cannot.
Yeah.
Then they don't like that answer.
It's like the petals of a flower aren't supposed to know about the roots in the ground.
Exactly.
It's not their thing. You know, we're like the petals. We're sprouted out of something.
And they can't. But they can't. It's not an option that's available to you. You know, bad news, you can't do that. Good news, you don't need to. You can just live your life like an idiot and everything will be fine. Why? Because idiots live their lives. It's not,
be the flower.
It's not hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down, man. Yeah, that does seem to be a big problem with people. They just can't let it go. You know, they want to slice and dice
in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The indivisible thing, you know, the Greeks argued about that in the atom. Like, you need to quit worrying about cutting up everything into smaller and smaller things.
Yeah.
There's a point where it stops, and they called it the atom, and they're like, this is it. But now we got all this quantum mechanics at the same time of all this cultural stuff and multiverse things. Have you noticed that in a lot of your comic books and your kind of shows? Like, I was watching Star Trek Discovery, and it's this multiverse sort of future path. I'm like, dude, like, what is the story you're trying to tell here? Like,
well, and that's the pattern, right? The first thing they did was break down time, and then you had all the time paradoxes and time travel and time, right? And then you find out that, oh, well, that doesn't fix anything. You need to split the dimensions off, otherwise it doesn't work rationally. And so then you get the multiverse, right? And so now it's all about the multiverse and what I would have done in the multiverse and how this would have been different. And can I swap my, you know, that's even in Rick and Morty and stuff, right? Like this whole multiverse theme. And it's just like, you guys are all crazy Gnostics going through the Gnostic pattern. You're just going through a very well understood, easy to grasp pattern that's very common in history. And Hegel went through it too. Big deal. Marx went through it too. Big deal. They, you know, so what? Other people also went through the same pattern that anybody with a moderately not too low IQ can go through, right? And it's the same pattern that you see in a 3-year-old. That's what's so funny to me. It's like you're literally recreating a 3-year-old argumentation. The argumentation of a 3-year-old child right in front of me. Fantastic. I'm very happy for you. Maybe you can graduate and get to school someday, but right at the moment, you just sound like a 3-year-old. And they're in rebellion. They're just in rebellion.
Yeah, it used to be like a fun little motif to, you know, like I'm watching the old school Star Trek because, you know, I'm thinking, what questions should I ask Captain Kirk? I want to ask him something about the original series. Or even I was thinking maybe Tech War, because nobody gives that enough love now that everybody's addicted to opioids. That's a great book series to get into. But I digress. So I was watching Mirror Mirror, you know, when they do the transporter thing and there's a storm and somehow they're in another dimension where Spock has a beard and everybody is hailing Hitler on the Enterprise. Like, what? So that was like kind of a fun little multiverse sort of thing. But then they didn't talk about it anymore until, you know, Deep Space Nine, or I think that was the only other one they really talked about. So it was just like kind of a one-off, kind of fun. Oh, what if Hitler won World War II? The Enterprise would be evil. And I was like, okay, cool. But now it's become this like super hyper obsession of, oh dude, like what if this and that, and what if we were blue and upside down and our eyes were oranges or something? I don't know. I was watching Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, and there's all this wacky sort of shit in there. Gnosticism. I talked to somebody. Was it T4? I was talking to him about it, and he went deep into it. But anyway, it's become a crazy thing, just totally off the rails. We used to have stories, you know, centered around something, moral stories. I forget what he called them. Like, there's a name for it that Gene Roddenberry was like, yeah, these are like moral plays. These are
the moral plays.
Yeah. Okay. That's what it is. This has a point at the end there. Captain Kirk's in the bridge of the Enterprise, like giving you a recap and like, so I guess we learned that we're evil and good, ha 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 ha, and then the credits roll, and you're like, huh.
Well, and that's the thing. It wasn't unconstrained.
Right.
They only swapped one aspect of the personality, and that was done. And this is, you know, I still make this argument. I make this argument forever. Modern science fiction is ancient Greek philosophy. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
They're using an absurdity, an obvious absurdity. Okay.
Yeah.
Like even classic Star Trek is totally absurd, and it's stated as absurd. They're axiomatically stating we don't have money because we don't need money, and we don't need energy or food.
Yeah. Yeah. Antimatter and replicators.
Energy,
right.
We've got They just explain it away with what would now you would call a MacGuffin or something, which is ridiculous, right? Which is fine. Those are absurd axioms used for the purpose of highlighting a philosophical point. That's what they are. That's what they're for, right? That's the purpose of them. And if you don't know that, you get confused. And then when you engage in that way, that's the point at which, you know, you realize, oh, they're doing this to give you a moral valence or to engage you in some thought experiment that isn't related to reality, but reveals something about reality.
Yeah. When I watch the old Star Trek, you know, and the new one, but now that I'm older, you know, I really look at it like they're portraying angels up in the Enterprise. Like, what would heaven be if not antimatter reactors, replicators? You never get cold. I mean, it's like a dream of like, hey, we're positing if we could take care of this, this, and this, humans would be a lot more like angels, and this is what our stories would be like. They'd be different stories. And about overcoming that animal part, or however they, you know, Gene Roddenberry wanted to coin it, like the savage side of humanity is satiated when we figure out the antimatter. The warp drive seems to be the crux of the whole magical portal into this other world where we're better people. Hey, what's up, Andrew? We got a new dude going on in here. But I lost my train of thought. I'll let Andrew say some stuff.
Hey, Andrew. You're on mute.
Better?
That's better.
Better. Okay. This would help also, I imagine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now we can hear you more clearly. Yeah. Well done.
Okay. Well, let me enlarge my screen so I can see you. Oh, this is cool. Wow. I've never done this before, as you might imagine.
Oh, well, welcome.
You're rocking, bro.
Not surprising to you, Mark. I'm doing a lot of listening.
Oh, that's good.
So continue, Boom Shroom.
Okay. All right. So yeah, Star Trek, antimatter, angels, angels and demons. Where was I going with all this? I don't know. Oh yeah, moral plays. That's kind of some fun stuff to play with. You know, I can't recall like older stories sort of being like, hey, what if humanity had this? What would we be like? This kind of, I don't know, what if thing. And then that dovetails into the multiverse stuff, I think, is what I'm trying to connect here. That's what I'm trying to say. The dream world of possibilities of great, wonderful things that we should strive for, compared to like mental masturbation that results in nothing. No future is resulting in the positing of all of these multiversal musings. It's just kind of pointless.
Right.
You guys picking up what I'm putting down? I know I'm saying a lot of crazy
Yeah,
shit.
it's not. It doesn't have a direction or a point or a purpose. It's more to exemplify this idea of total freedom from all constraint.
Yeah. And that sucks, and it's not entertaining at all. And people might,
it doesn't match reality. It doesn't help you in reality. You know, like classic Star Trek, man. It really helps you in reality. And I've been watching Andromeda again for like the 40th.
Well, yeah. I've been wanting to rewatch that myself too. It's a good show.
It's great. Meaning crisis. I'm just sitting there going, meaning crisis, philosophical conundrum, paradox, resolution, right? Because they show you. The thing about the show is they're not hiding the ball. Every episode begins with a quote, with a philosophical sounding quote. But some of them are fake, or I think almost all of them are fake, right? And then there's a race called the Nietzscheans.
I know, I was going to say the Nietzscheans, bro.
They're not hiding the ball. Right. And the Magog eat themselves, literally eat themselves to be born. It's so awesome. It's like, that's the bad guys. How do you know? They're parasitic. Yes. It's not hard.
They're evil.
And the way things get resolved is in action.
Yes.
Right? The questions come up. The propositions are there. The resolution is in the action. And it's often not explained. It's like, I'm glad you made the right decision.
Yeah.
What decision? He didn't say anything. He took an action. Or she. Yeah. It's fantastic. It's got that right mix too, right? It's got strong female characters, but they're not, overpowering.
Right. They're they're nurturing, they're supportive, and that's what, what's her name? Becca, the blonde girl?
Becca Valentine, Lisa Ryder.
She gets with the program eventually. She quits being such a hard ass all the time and integrates into a community better, is more like a woman by the end of the series, So you're totally right on all that, man.
Yeah.
And even the ship, becomes less cold and calculated and warmer. There's a lot of character development. And then that little purple chick, she turns into like some transcendent monk. She goes from the scarecrow.
She turns gold. Yeah. And then she
turns gold and gets kind of like hotter and not as like a, I don't know.
She looks like a child. Well, they say it. She's a child, and then she's an adult.
Yeah, then she's an adult, and she's got a more stoic demeanor, and has everything figured out. So I thought that was a very interesting inversion there too, because that's like the scarecrow finding his brain.
And I don't, and see, this is one of those problems. Not to throw shade on you, sir, because I love you, but this is the problem. It's not an inversion. It's a development from childhood out into adulthood, and people want to cast it as it's not. These are normal processes that you're supposed to go. You're supposed to start out as a baby, and then you're with no agency, and then you're supposed to gain agency slowly over time, and then as you get older, you're supposed to lose some of your agency again. Like, this is a normal. Yeah. It's not an inversion. I mean, there is an inversion.
Well, they're just opposites. And then they go into the thing, and then they're adult. You're right. Yeah. Right. Bad choice of words. But you know what I was talking about.
No, I got it exactly. But I think, and that was one of the things John was talking about with this Orthodox bishop. The Orthodox bishop was saying the language is not helping us here. The language is really screwing us up. That's one of those words that screws up. But we go, it's an inversion. No, it's a regular process of development.
It's a it's a development, as you said. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it reminds me of the Wizard of Oz, kind of.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful. They were leaning hard into that in Andromeda. Yeah.
That whole theme is there. The theme of development. Yeah, the Wizard of Oz is great, right? Because everybody lacks something, and they're looking for that one piece to make them whole. It's very Neoplatonic, even though Neoplatonism doesn't exist. Yeah, it's they got that flavor of the parts versus the whole.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What do you think, Andrew? Do you have favorite science fiction or favorite movie or show that you really like?
I really liked Andromeda. And now that you're talking about it, I don't remember much. detail, but I really liked what's his name, the captain.
Dylan Hunt.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I
Sorbo.
go ahead.
Sorbo. Kevin Sorbo.
I
Yeah.
got it right. I'd seen him as what, Atlas? Hercules, right? Hercules, and I thought it was really interesting that he took on that role.
He's a Christian.
Well, that doesn't really surprise me a whole lot.
No. He talks about being conservative in Hollywood and how hard that is and stuff. Yeah, it's really interesting.
Right. And he, even as Hercules, he was clearly doing different things with power and strength, and exercising them in a non-dominating way. So it's really interesting to see him in the role as captain, which is kind of absolute authority, and still conveying these messages of how strength and power does not necessarily equate with dominance.
Yeah.
And he had long hair.
Yeah, right.
More importantly, says the long-haired hippie freak in the woods.
Yeah.
Right.
He's the long-haired captain.
Babylon 5 was also one of my favorites.
Love that one.
Yeah,
One
right.
of my favorites too.
I love the spinny ships where they got to spin to get gravity, centrifugal force. That was so cool.
In Babylon 5?
Yeah, the Omega destroyers and the Babylon 5 itself, it spun around to keep gravity. I thought that was so cool.
It's our last best hope for peace.
Oh yeah, for peace, right.
Right. And it turned out to be the central battle station in the Shadow War. Like,
well, I like the last best hope thing. I like that.
Sure, right.
That's a cool. Right, it's like the end of the line. I love that.
Line. Yeah. And I didn't know for a while because I was a kid at the time that Babylon 5 was first and DS9 totally ripped them off. Tried to take that thing fully.
I didn't know that, but I really did like DS9 because they took the same problem in different directions.
They did.
The Ferengi were really a hoot. And,
they were. That was fun.
And the security officer who was a shapeshifter. Now there is an irony. There is an irony. You would never expect a shapeshifter to be a person of integrity.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's right. He kind of reminded me of Data, like with his journey to be like more like people, but not quite.
Yep.
That's
right. Yeah.
You got a point there. Yeah, right. And of course, Goldukat. Oh wow, he was pretty.
He's a good villain.
Yeah, right. And I could, he was a person who could really take on an aggressively, almost cruel, apparently cruel delight in doing what he did.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he had these moments of what I thought was magnanimous generosity. And I found myself wondering, well, is this magnanimous generosity without an underlying agenda? Or is it what it looks like? So, and of course, without doubt, Captain what? Cisco, right? Cisco,
Commander, right. I think. Yeah,
Commander Cisco was great, and one of my favorite chapters in that was, well, I think it was actually a series of episodes in which he was dreaming about being in an insane asylum, writing a book on the walls, and the book that he was writing was DS9.
Yeah.
And of course, the in the dream, he was in the 1950s when science fiction was just getting off the ground as a genre in its own right.
Mm-hmm.
And the publication that he was working for thought he was crazy.
Yeah.
And that's how he got himself into the institution.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But it's a tremendous multi-leveled commentary on how the science fiction that started off in the 50s, contemporaneous with the civil rights movement,
Yeah.
has been a major change influence among us.
Right. Yeah.
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 Thinking
And
outside
I
the
think,
box.
yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. And I think it's important. And that's why I like what they did with the, with
Right.
that whole thing. I
Right.
think that's what he was reflecting. And that, reflects sort of the, if you want to go all Tom Holland Dominion about it, reflects the Christian ethos, as it matures through time, right? Where we're grasping for that equality within the religious substructure to sort of leak into the legal system, right? And when does that go too far, right? All that stuff. But yeah, that's really the issue. Is that whole problem? Is what do we do about about incorporating our religious values into our political system, and how do we do that? How do we get the law changed? And how do we right injustices? Because that's part of the issue. And there's always new injustices, and that's the issue. There's always a new problem to sort of fix.
The interesting thing about that whole stream of influence and events is basically people could put up all kinds of frightful resistance against the political expression of civil rights. But it was a lot more difficult to resist the influence of science fiction.
Yeah, well, and storytelling is the way you change people's minds, because they can
Right.
see the connection to
Exactly.
themselves, because they can be characters in the story and play out all those different characters, or some of those different characters.
Yeah.
For sure.
I have an interesting story on that. That's really cool. You talk about that, Andrew. So I've been recently watching all the old Star Trek episodes, and I learned that when it got canceled, it had 3 seasons and it got canceled because some new executive came in there and he's like, Star Trek, what's that? Let's get it out of here. Let's get, Dragnet in here or something. And so everybody got really livid and they wrote all these letters, tried to get it back going. And then they started having Star Trek conventions to try to
Is that what got it going again?
That's what started conventions altogether, sci-fi conventions, and then comic book conventions. Was Star Trek got canceled, and they tried to be like, well, we love it, and they made their own uniforms, they made their own little phasers, they made their own models, and then AMT had some models, and they kit bash. Kit bashing came from Star Trek AMT models because people wanted this version and that version, and like make their perfect Enterprise, so they got super obsessed with getting this AMT version and that one and bashing them together. And so a lot of stuff came out of that desire that you're talking about there, Andrew, that it won over. Like sci-fi came through and it exploded. This idea, as I was saying earlier, these moral plays, creating this situation where humanity could possibly be close to angels, close to being the best that we could be. Whoa, that's what grabbed everybody. I don't know what it's turned into today, but back then it had a really good, solid message that was trying to communicate that this path forward. And
They missed the message,
what was incredible about it is not only did they dream up these technologies, they literally created the cell phone. That idea came from Star Trek.
A lot of those ideas did. Yeah.
And now you have teleporters, like quantum teleporters that can teleport particles, groups of particles, like that Star Trek shit, man. And the warp drive.
But science fiction always led the way, Nero.
Yeah.
Always. All science actually comes out of science fiction. The science fiction club on Clubhouse that I used to attend that got shut down, that we would talk about this all the time. And Hollis, who ran it, would regularly ask, what do you think, which drives which? And I'm like, no, it's very clear the stories drive the scientists, not the other way around. And this is Peterson's point with Vervaeke. Narrative comes first, science comes second. But I think they missed the point in Star Trek. All the human problems were there, despite free energy and free food.
Yes, absolutely.
And people miss that. Like, that is not going to solve your problems. You are
Captain Kirk talks about it all the time, because one of the starship captains goes crazy and starts like using his phasers to become a god on a primitive world. Like, so they talk about it constantly, and I love how they talk about it. They're like, we have all these great wonders and starships, but we're still savages inside if we don't try to do something to take it over. And I think that was the point of Spock. He really was a bridge with a lot of that type of thinking, because he was half human and half Vulcan, and he had to struggle with this whole conundrum constantly of, you're savages, but when he has to bang, when he needs to go see his girlfriend, then he's that savage again. And Amok Time, or that was the name of it, the beginning of season 2. That was a really good exploration of that whole philosophy and mindset.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, that's really important. But I think people miss these messages.
Yeah.
And they misread some of this stuff. They're not really getting it. Like The Matrix is a terrible story in some sense.
The Matrix,
Yeah. Look, we want to be free. We want to be misfits. Totally free misfits in a grubby, dirty, slimy tube that runs through not the dead city, the sewers of a dead city. And we want to eat food that tastes like snot.
Yeah, right.
To be free.
It's like cyber roots.
That's just to be free. It's like, plug me in. I'll be a battery. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'll eat the steak and be a battery. I love steak. That's all you have to say to me is steak, and I'm whatever you need. It's done. It's done.
Well, you know how that movie Roots, moved a lot of people. I think The Matrix is all races of humanity's roots. It's like the thing that tried to get to all of us at the same time, if that makes sense.
That's really astute. Yeah, I like that observation. That's a good observation.
Oh, thanks, man. It just popped in my head. I don't know. I wanted to say it.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Among the theme songs for the Star Trek world, I think the DS9 theme was my favorite, and second to that was the Voyager theme. Voyager was the one that got lost in
Homer's
another
Odyssey.
quadrant.
Homer's Odyssey, but a woman.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, precisely. Right.
Yeah, world's worst actress, though. I didn't like that show at all.
She really had some problems with the other cast members.
I did not know that. Voyager's the only Star Trek show I have not seen all the episodes. I've seen all of DS9, all of TNG, and TOS. I even watched all of Enterprise. I liked Enterprise.
Voyager was terrible. I couldn't deal with it. I watched a couple episodes and I was like, I can't do it.
I met Chakotay in Redstone Arsenal, Alabama at a Waffle House during a Star Trek convention. That's all I remember. I was a kid. I was like 7 or 8. And I think Harry Kim was with him and a few other people. They were like hanging out, going to the different restaurants where all the convention goers were the Trekkies and Trekkers, and they
That's
just popped in with their
hysterical.
uniform and phasers. But like, they said something like, you know, I'm picking up strong signs of waffles here, Lieutenant, and everybody laughed.
Yeah.
It was great.
That's awesome.
But that's all I know about Voyager is they like waffles.
That was the highlight of my visit when Father Eric came down. At one point, we went to Waffle House. I'm like, I haven't been to Waffle House in like a year and a half. This is great. Let's do it. Let's eat some waffles, baby.
Yeah.
The highlight of my transition from high school to college was 2001.
Let's do it. Let's eat some waffles, baby.
Yeah.
Good evening. The highlight Second Law and Tower House. High school to college was 2001.
She's playing the YouTube while she's on, so we're hearing the echo.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
The highlight Second Law.
I like your porch though. That's a really cool porch.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous.
Still here. What are you hearing? Oh, sorry.
Your YouTube is playing, I think.
How can my YouTube be playing?
I like your porch. Oh, I don't know.
In another tab. Oh, it's gorgeous.
Still here.
It might be. You might need a headset. Maybe it's making an echo. Your YouTube is playing, I think.
What do you mean my YouTube playing?
Oh, I don't know.
In another tab.
This is so bizarre.
This is weird. I feel like we're in a house of mirrors, but with sound.
Okay. Does your browser have several tabs open?
Yeah, it's running in another tab somewhere on your browser.
Hmm.
I do that all the time. Did you fix it?
Browser have several tabs open.
Nope, she did not fix it.
Oh my goodness.
That's too funny. Yeah, YouTube's just open somewhere and it's running. I have to go in and play it. She's on an iPad. Oh, it's running in one of the tabs in the iPad then.
Help me because I have no idea how to do anything ever.
Open somewhere.
You.
Okay, all right. We'll help you. Hold on. Is it shout out Redstone? Yeah, I don't have an iPad, so I don't. Well, no, I have a. Where's my? Oh, my little iPad's not here. I do have an iPad, but it's in the other room. What? I don't have an iPad. There's me saying I don't have an iPad again.
But I'm not on an iPad.
Yeah.
What do you want? A computer?
It's like it's slow, like it's in the past 5 seconds.
I'm on my computer.
Huh? That's very strange.
There's a browser tab that's running YouTube.
It's like it's slow, like it's. Do you have satellite internet? Maybe that's
no. That's the delay from YouTube to stream from StreamYard to YouTube. It's about 5 seconds. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Ethan was wrong. Ethan lied to us, Elizabeth. So if you think he's your friend, you're wrong. He's just misleading us on purpose. I called him brilliant earlier today, so now I can make fun of him the rest of the day. That's the rule. Let's see if she fixed it yet. No, she looks like she's got this confused look on her face. The browsers have tabs. You've got a tab open that's playing YouTube. What tab were you looking at when you were watching the stream? That's what you have to close. It looks like she got this confused look on her face. The browsers have tabs. You've got a tab open. That's too funny.
Whoa. It's like a sound mirror. That's really strange.
It is. It is. We used to play with that all the time. I had a roommate who did oh, she's gone. She left us.
See,
man, she'll fix it.
I hope she gets it figured out.
Yeah.
So yeah, Andrew, you were talking about the theme of Voyager. So what? Yeah, you said that was your favorite. You mean like?
That was my second favorite. My first favorite was DS9.
DS9. Well, what were the highlights for you in Voyager? What was it about that made it your second favorite?
Hold on. I just want to make one quick statement.
Yeah.
I'm glad that Voyager wasn't your favorite, because then you get kicked off the stream, because I'm not putting up with those types of things. Anyway, yeah, Denarium's point. What's your highlights of Voyager that you like?
Yeah, I want to hear it. Yeah.
My highlight, Ron, different streams here because our short visitor kind of messed our minds in terms of continuity. But just before she was coming on, I was saying the highlight, the transitional highlight for me, between high school and college was 2001, A Space
Ooh,
Odyssey.
it's Kubrick.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
Yeah.
what you meant. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. For
I see.
one
I
thing,
see.
the scene with the shuttle approaching the space station with the background music of the Blue Danube Waltz was a mind blower for me.
Yeah.
I mean, that just had so many mind blowers, it's hard to keep track of.
Yeah.
Just before that scene, there's this battle between
The monkeys.
ape
apes.
troops, and
Yeah.
they're going at it, and one ape picks up could have, I think, a thigh bone, a thigh bone.
Yeah, he throws up a bone and it turns into a spaceship.
And it turns into that. Yeah, it turns into the shuttle. Wow.
Yeah, I know.
That just communicates so much on so many levels.
It does.
Yeah.
It does, especially when you're on acid. You're like, whoa, that's exactly what happened.
Really.
What's with the drugs? Druggies are not like click. Get rid of the drug
it's great.
Well, I can understand what he's talking about, but truth is, I did not need acid or anything to get really blown away by a number of the scenes, and of course, the transition going through the monolith in space outside of Jupiter, in orbit around Jupiter. Away by a number of the scenes, and that corridor scene was really great.
When you click on that link, it opens another tab, and it's the tab you were on before that you need to close. That's the problem.
Yeah, there's a little line of tabs at the top, and you close them out. No dice.
She's
Hold on, let me try one of mine.
Muted.
I muted her on purpose.
Oh,
yeah, because it sound echoes.
Yeah, right.
No, you don't see tabs. I'm trying to find a way to show you.
I don't ever use this computer.
Because it sound echoes.
Hold on. No, you don't see. Okay, see this? So when you
I don't ever use this computer. I never use a computer, so I don't know. And I'm on my computer.
See how it has tabs at the top?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one you have open, there's one probably over here that's running.
I never use a computer, so I don't know.
That's running the copy of.
Where do I go? Okay, just tell me.
He's got a little picture up there. He's showing you.
Okay, just let me look. Okay, I'm going to focus.
Yeah. Look at the little bitty.
The glasses might help.
Okay, just tell me.
He's got a little picture up there. He's showing you. Oh
You
God!
go to the other one and close it. Just click it closed. Bang.
Look at the little bitty.
The glasses might help.
It says.
When it says YouTube.
No.
Go to the other one and close it. Click it closed.
There's nothing that says YouTube. It says.
Doesn't say navigating.
StreamYard.
Doesn't say this. Navigating, live navigating patterns, open mic.
Oh. There's nothing that says YouTube. Hang on. Wait.
Oh no!
Yeah, she clicked the wrong one.
Oh no!
We'll get her back. She'll figure it out.
Has she been on before and the sound's good?
Yeah, she was on before. She's on a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
How in the world? That's weird.
She was on the 7-hour stream, the ridiculous one.
Okay.
They asked me about that too. I was like, yeah, I did a 7-hour stream. He's like, how did you do that? I'm like, no, it was other people helping me.
Yeah, just rocking and rolling, talking.
That's the issue. That's the problem is Gnosticism causes browser lag and YouTube not to close.
That's a good.
Yeah, they got too much
good
Gnostic
diagnosis.
code.
Yeah, right.
I think it's sound. I think it's a sound diagnosis. Oh man, this
It's all
thing-
circular logic.
So, what is that you're wearing over your right eye?
That's
It's
my
a monocle to the future.
You know, my,
A
you know,
monocle,
like my,
huh?
you know, like my cyberpunk monocle that moves and
Yeah,
everything.
right. Wow.
So-
Does it actually do something?
Yes, it looks
Yes.
cool as fuck.
Yeah, it
Right.
looks cooler than
Yeah.
you.
All right.
Hey,
There we
is it
go.
doing things? Can you talk?
I'm
Say
afraid
something.
to.
Okay.
It's
No, it's
working.
perfect.
It's working.
No
Yes.
echo.
I
Fantastic.
don't know what I did. I never know what I did. I could care less because technology.
You did it.
It's all going to disappear soon anyway. They're going to shut us all down, and what will it matter? So that's
No,
what I
they're
think.
not. I'm not going to let that
No.
happen.
No, I'll tell you the story. So Father Eric comes
Seriously.
here.
Water,
And we-
water. So
We're using his rental car to go around town. So I pair up my phone with the car, and I was telling him like, yeah, it doesn't work in my car anymore. I don't know why. They changed something. And he's like, oh, it's working in my car. I'm like, that's great. You know, doing the thing. We're going around. And then like 3 days before he leaves, it just stops working. It just stops working. And I was like, I told you the software is all going to stop working. Nothing changed. No one did anything different. Just stopped working. Would not pair with the car. I mean, it paired with the car, but it wouldn't do maps. It would just do it. And it kept saying on the screen, it's like Android Auto, use it on the screen. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not on the screen. It just stopped working. I'm like, yep, software's all going to stop working. That's what's going to happen.
well,
Yeah, they didn't have these problems on the Enterprise. They didn't have to update their warp core to make sure that it would work right. It's bullshit.
you guys, are you still talking about your Star Trek? Is that what you're talking about?
We can talk about whatever. I'm
you're-
nerding out because I'm meeting Captain Kirk next week, and that's what
Bring up whatever you want, please.
Well, I just wanted to. Okay, did anybody listen to Martin Shaw talking to Nate about his storytelling? He think he lives in Ireland now, but he's a storyteller. He's been on I think he's been on what other channels has he been on? This Martin Shaw. Oh, he talked to Jonathan Pajot once actually.
Oh, did he? No, I don't.
Anyway,
I don't know who that
the
is.
point I wanted to make, it's very cool. He was talking about this character, Kundry, a feminine character who's highly disturbing because I heard you guys talking about women as supportive. And Martin Shaw was talking about this character I think in Celtic storytelling. And she's this strange, ugly, disturbing being. And anyway, I think we're missing that. I think we don't have that in our world anymore. And I think that's one of the problems that we have. I noticed when Peterson was talking to women recently, when he was talking to the autistic lady, Temple Grandin, and then he was talking to an educator, and she was British, a woman who works a lot with teachers. And I noticed that all of those women were really strong and he couldn't interrupt them. And it's the first time I've ever heard anybody not be able to, not letting Peterson interrupt them. So this is just my thing. I think the feminine voice, I know we talked about it last time, Mark, but I think the feminine voice is, and I don't mean the nice, sweet. I think there's lots of different expression, if you might say. So that's just my point. I think.
Well, what do you think about Candace Owen in light of what you've said?
No, that's not what I'm talking more about, like an ancient kind of character. Did anybody see the Banshee of Inisherin, the new movie? Martin McDonagh, who did In Bruges. Did you see In Bruges?
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah. Well, the Banshee of Inisherin, there's a Banshee, right? And the Banshee's this strange feminine character who foresees death coming, and she's sort of she's very, very peculiar. It's the Banshee's always in Irish storytelling. Anyway, it's that kind of idea of this strange feminine, you might say, because as I was saying to Mark last time, I've had it with Peterson and this overly compassionate, all-devouring mother. Because if I hear that one more time, I won't be able to manage. It's just ridiculous. Like that, it's much more complex than that. So this is what I want.
Chad.
Oh, Chad.
What's up, Chad?
What up?
Well, you guys had a great
from
conversation.
the chat I know?
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
How's it going, man?
Long time no see, dude.
Yeah, good to see you. I just thought I'd step out for a smoke break and navigate some patterns.
Right on.
Well, so it's a good question, right? Like the one that Niram asked, like, well, why not Candace Owens? Because it's not like there's a lack of women out there. So
I'm trying to tackle women. Yeah, I don't know.
Missing? And look, I agree. Peterson, and everybody makes this criticism. Peterson's not new. Peterson doesn't understand the feminine. He's just got this devouring mother, which is very similar to the devouring father. They just work differently. They're both overbearing archetypes.
Yeah, but he doesn't talk enough about the devouring father. I read it in a Jungian author years ago. It's called the Zeus energy. It's the male energy that eats the children. Mm-hmm. And why doesn't
Kronos?
Kronos, not Zeus.
So well, they called it.
You think that? Why do you?
I don't know why this Jungian lady referred to it as the Zeus energy. Blah, 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 who knows? But anyway, that's the idea.
Probably
that's the idea, and so and that needs to be talked about a lot more. This okay, what are we going to call it? She called it Zeus energy, and I don't like to contradict somebody who knows more than I do. What do you want me to call it?
Devouring father.
Well, but I like it. No, I like it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't like the word devouring either. Like, I think we should try to be a little bit sophisticated. Can't we call it Zeus energy, even though it's not right?
Well, no, it's because it's
Kronos
in the myth.
Energy. Kronos?
It's literally Kronos eating the children.
He eats his kids, and then one of his kids bursts out of him like a xenomorph, and then it was a girl too, I think.
Who was Kronos though? How was Kronos related to Zeus?
That's Zeus's dad.
Oh, Zeus's dad. Okay.
Yeah.
And Zeus fought that energy, which was his father, and Zeus is considered good energy. I don't know if good.
Okay.
Is it? I don't know. That's complicated.
Okay, Kronos. So we're talking about Kronos energy. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, because I think that's what we're missing the Kronos energy in a sense, and the whole role of the feminine is so gone in our culture. Maybe even more so than the masculine. Like but
it's not the role, right? You're pointing to some specific aspect, because there's more than one role for femininity, right? There's the old crone, right, who passes on the ancient wisdom, right? There's the new innocent virgin, right? There's the mother. There's different types of mothers. Like, there's lots of archetypes that are missing.
But
but I'm not just talking about an archetype. I might be mixing up all the language, but I'm talking about the energy, the feminine energy that you see much more. I know you're not going to perhaps.
I consider energy and archetype interchangeable in my warped mind. I kind of use the same thing.
Why is he stepping on the devouring mother?
Sorry?
There's a simple reason. Why is he only sticking to one part of the story?
Why, Chad? Tell me.
I think it's because that's the more pressing problem. It has been, and I think if the other part comes about, I think he addressed that too. But I think he kind of addresses that in saying, to clean up your room, get grounded somewhere, all that stuff. I think that is kind of addressing the Kronos problem.
Yeah, the wives are devouring the fathers to where the fathers can't even be a Kronos. That's not even a fear we need to have right now. The mothers are don't tell my son what to do. I will spoil him and devour him and make him useless and soft.
Right.
And the father is useless and soft. So I think you're right, Chad.
but he's also addressing at the level of, and he said it recently about, the universities are a place where the mothers that never became mothers are playing out their.
Yeah, I heard that.
So I think he knows. I mean, he's not stupid. He's just aiming very precisely at particular things. This is what happens, like when you read a book or something. Like, it's very sharply aimed at a particular topic, not a bunch of.
Could it be Peterson's shadow?
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Thank you.
I mean, we all have a shadow, and
that doesn't mean he's wrong. Like,
again, that's true. Well, let me
Chad's point.
Andrew? Let me put this out for you. I've done a little bit of Jungian reading over the decades, and one of the things that I noticed most conspicuously about Peterson's framework is it's all statistical. Now, there's nothing wrong with that in itself, and there's a lot of value in that in terms of establishing a firm basis in contemporary scientific controversy. I mean, what's real and what isn't among those guys is the big question. And so since nobody particularly disputes statistics, that's the field in which he's established a bulwark, as it were. But there's more to Jung than statistics. For instance, you've got the Peterson and the guys that he talks with talk about the big 5 personality groups, but Jung talked about 8 personality configurations, and they were there back in the 80s when I was particularly focusing on educational psychology. I was very impressed with the way understanding the 8 personality types that were being discussed among young scholars in Toronto in that decade. They were helpful for understanding divergent learning styles. And one of the big problems. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. One of the big problems with our current educational system is it's still
it's cookie cutter.
Cookie cutter, one size fits all kind of proposition. And if your learning style clashes with the prescribed cookie cutter orientation, you're out of luck. You may have an IQ of 150, but who cares?
But Andrew, I mean, you gotta be fair. Yeah, I can see the types, right, that are there, right? Extroverted thinking, introverted thinking, extroverted feeling, introverted feeling, right? Extroverted sensation, introverted sensation, extroverted and introverted intuition.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
you
can't have 8 training things in school. Like, you can't. It's not an option. It's like, well, you cookie cutter. It has to be. Like, there's no other way to do
that's not true, Mark, at all. A good teacher individualizes with each student. It's easy.
But that's not a school problem. That's not a school problem. That's a teacher problem. If you want to talk about teacher problems, that's fine. But
there you go. It's a teacher problem. It's a teacher skill to be able to look at a classroom and have some idea about the divergence of the.
Right, but to some extent. But then you have to make school less about training and more about education. And that's another problem that we've had. And I have a video about that, training versus education.
What is it? What's the video? What
It's
I
called
want
Training
to know
versus
what the
Education.
video is so that I can find it on your site and
Give
view
me
it.
a sec, and I'll post the link.
Okay.
I got three major things I want to say to what you said, Andrew. Number one, to you, I say to Mark, what about the Minbari and their caste system? Like
what?
All right. Number two, there is a solution being set forth by MIT. They're really doing a lot of stuff to like pick up the pieces of education and retrain people and find out where they fit best in a corporation, because they just can't keep people. So they're really hammering on a solution for that. And
Yeah,
number
sure.
three, Andrew, you were talking about Peterson's too statistical. I think that's because that's the only way people are going to listen.
Right.
I think he knows.
Well, I agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's turned all these statistics into a bludgeon. He's beating people's heads in with it, and it's kind of funny.
Yes, he is.
And I think you're on target with regard to that. That's the big thing that I like about Peterson, that he's able to take his statistically based science and beat some nonsense out of some people.
Here's this statistic. This is this interview I did. Therefore, gay people can't be the future of humanity.
All right. Let Chad back in. What you got, Chad?
I'm gonna hop off real quick, but the thing is he's doing, though, besides just the statistics are a tool he's using, but I think a more powerful tool he's using is the tool of story. And so what he does is what, like, you hear in AA meetings all the time. You sit there and you hear somebody tell their story or a story, and then the person sitting in the chair listening starts to identify with pieces of a story, and they start to see themselves. And this is very effective because you can't really lie with the identification that you have with somebody's story. So he's using these statistics and these cultural tropes and these very powerful, potent stories to do something very, very, very particular, which is sell the self-authoring program and sell the future authoring program and past authoring program and sell the know myself programs, as well as try to tear down something that he thinks is very pernicious and poison. So he's just using these statistics because that's his field, but he's doing this storytelling bit because he's spent years and years and years like, I don't know if you watched that recent video with his business partners, but it's fascinating. He just came out yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, where he's talking with the guys, Bob and Daniel, the guys who are his particular business partners. He spent 10 years, he and Bob spent 10 years, 15 years trying to go to corporations and sell this product that was supposed to make output a lot more efficient and get rid of bad production, and just it was going to technically make them far richer, these companies far richer, and nobody would listen.
Nobody cares.
So, right.
They're listening.
So in doing that, you get to see what is working and what is not working. Statistics don't do shit, but if you can sell a compelling story to somebody, if you can sell somebody their own story, that's how you get individuals to buy, 1 million units.
That's how good salesmen work. Right. Good salesmen don't work on facts. They work on stories. Everybody knows this. Take any sales training course. And that is the problem, is that, look, Peterson knows his audience. Peugeot said it and I said this earlier today in the Vanderclay Q&A live stream at the end when I hopped in. Peugeot says this clearly. Jordan Peterson has a way of talking to secularists, because you can't say God emanate from above, their eyes glaze over, but you have to rebuild their understanding step by step, that you have to. And the way you do that is, first you say, nothing, right? So you have to do that by the way he does it, pointing out things people don't know. The way I do it is that I find out where the flaw in their logic is, and I take a hammer to it, whack, right? And then we start over from there, right? Whatever, different strategies. Right. And then you build it back up. And the way and I have a video on this. In fact, I pasted the link in the chat earlier. I have a video on this. One of his tricks is that he adds the mythos in as the mystery. Right. He says, oh, look at this. Right. And then he brings you back historically, because it's history, man. You can't argue with history. And then he gets you forward. He goes all the way back to the Sumerians and gets you forward into Egypt. And then you're in the Bible. Because history and the Bible meet in Egypt. That's where they meet. And it's very deliberate. Like, and I don't know how conscious it is. It's very deliberate though, right? And because he does that and he uses these propositional tools, John was talking to that Orthodox bishop. He kept saying propositional tyranny. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not, right? It's not. But there's a point, like propositional tyranny is a good way to think about it. It's just not accurate, right? But it's close enough. There's a propositional tyranny. But you can break that by saying, look at all these coincidences. Look at all these predictions. Because you notice Peterson, when he talks about Nietzsche and Jung, and less with Jung, but almost entirely with Nietzsche, he doesn't talk about the philosophy at all. He talks about the prophecy. Most of what he talks about with Jung is not psychology. He does a little, but most of it's the prophecy. Carl Jung thought this was going to lead to that, and this had to have this through line, and blah, 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 right? It's all prophecy. He's not invoking philosophy. He's not invoking all that much psychology. And that's his PhD, man. That's what he knows. And that's the cleverness in what he's doing. That's how he's able to reach the group that he's reaching.
Yeah.
But if you're a Christian, you can't see any of that. You just misread it all as evangelical or better evangelicalism or new revivalism or something crazy. And I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's correct.
Well, I think what's really interesting to me about him is that he was compelling enough to do all of that, to break the frame, to bring you through, to kind of maybe offer you a name for what you're suffering with a little bit, because you start yourself in the story, and then he talks something like a solution. Again, there's no philosophy there, but I think he's like also he has some faith in your agency to, if you're compelled enough, you'll find something and you'll follow, right? And then so you do that. And what's happening is a lot of people have made their way into the church, including myself, somebody who was never going to go into a church, right? And so it's not going to work for everybody, but it starts to work on probably the most potential, those with most potential for willingness to change. And so it's just boom. All you need to do is push it over just a little bit, and then it start to go. And I think that's been really, really amazing to watch. And then, and while you're saying he's calling out different predictions, he's actually he actually made predictions himself in doing that. Because it's like, what? And then all of a sudden you're like, this guy, like, it's funny to me. People now are tripping over him. It's like, yeah, we've been hearing this shit for like 5-6 years, and he said this was all going to happen. And I don't know. It's really funny. I just watched a little clip, and this is a little unrelated, but I just watched a little clip recently. Bryan Cranston was on Bill Maher, and like one of the opening things where they were just shitting on the Catholics so bad. I just thought, you guys are still doing this?
Yeah.
Like it's
right.
beautiful. I mean, and it just sounds. It's not cool either. It sounds so cringy. Like, like. I don't know. It's just funny to me, but
no, that's a good point, Chad. But the point you just made, it's very true. It sounds cringy. Now, this is the new cool. Like Peterson's created the new cool, Christian cool. Seriously, it is. It does sound cringy. It sounds so passé, so 2000 to be making stupid comments about different religions. Like nobody who's thinking is there anymore, right?
Right.
Hopefully.
It's remarkable.
They think the new atheist movement is dead, right? But it's just turned into Gnosticism. And that's the danger we're fighting now. That's why we did the live stream.
Dude, I'm so glad you said that. I thought the same thing.
Right.
Explain.
They got hopeless. They got hopeless for long enough. They started looking for answers. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Whoever.
No, I think it's part of the path, though. There has to be, on my end of things, there has to be some faith that, because I think it's funny too when the Christians are all acting like if you just believe or you just say that these words, and I'm just like, and they're all worried that these Christians aren't gonna, or these people aren't Christians. Like, on whose timeline are you working here? Can you just clean up your own side of the street and keep your eyes on your own paper and do the faithful thing? Then maybe perhaps these people will go from atheist to Gnostic to some sort of acceptable believer. And let's face it, none of us are going to be absolutely acceptable believers in the eyes of the next acceptable believer. So it's like, it's weird.
But how do you go from? I'm really interested how you fellows think you go from atheism to Gnosticism. I'm just curious what you're seeing that I don't see.
You guys go first. I got a lot to say about it. You guys go first.
Well, let me first. Let me see a chat. So let me start with, you know, in an earlier video that I did on Peterson, because I got like 3 Peterson videos now, I pointed out that one of the tricks that Peterson uses when he's talking in his Maps of Meaning courses is he says, you know this. He doesn't say, I, PhD in psychology, know this. He says, you know this. You feel this. He says, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. I'm just telling you something that you've always felt and articulating it better effectively. It's not the words he uses, right? I'm paraphrasing, but that's another trick that he uses. And I point that out in my videos. This is why you need to watch Navigating Patterns, because I've already said all this stuff. It's all there, right? And maybe it takes a while, but like put comments in. I'll make it better if I can understand where I'm not clear, right? But the reason why it's turning into Gnosticism is because people are leaving atheism, and when they don't have a good framework, say they're with John Vervaeke, and we saw this on the server. Like this happened on the Vervaeke server. It's still unfolding. Vervaeke goes and does this after Socrates nonsense, totally misunderstanding Socrates. Sorry, John, you're misunderstanding Socrates completely. Casting fantasies on Socrates and his wonderfulness. He wasn't that wonderful. He was amazing, yeah, but he wasn't that wonderful. These people get into this solipsistic, oh, I can understand this. And they go after these practices, right? And it's all practices. And this is what we were talking about or in the live stream, in the Van de Clay live stream today, actually, right? It's all practices. And practices are all about you doing something by yourself to cause enlightenment, okay? That's a very Gnostic way of thinking. And it's going to lead down the path of Gnosticism. And that's the problem, is that these people like Vervaeke, who don't want to submit to the church, who just doesn't want to believe that the answers he seeks are already there in the church. He wants to believe he can create a better, more pure religion, the religion that's not a religion, right? Which basically he doesn't define it, right? But the implication is it has all the good parts of religion without any of the parts you don't want. And he doesn't define either set, right? And he's done this trick before. He said, oh, you know what it is? It's dogma. And now he doesn't think dogma is so bad, because of course it's not dogma, because we have scientific dogma. Can't be dogma. It's not just in the church, buddy.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
That's the problem. And then he does this thing, and I accused Peter Peterson on the live stream today with Paul of doing the same thing. So no. You can't use emergence only.
Right,
like you can't do that. You're ending up at steal the culture. You're ending up with everyone in their own church. And that's what the problem is.
May I ask you a question, though? How do you see, this is really interesting what you said about practices. So our practices, because I know people who are very loath to do yoga, Christian people who are loath to do yoga after the certain initial piece, because, and which I could never understand except for intuitively, right? Like I couldn't really articulate it, but there's something about practices in the sense you were using it, which is very much part of Gnosticism, right? It has to be, because what else do you have?
If you don't,
look, I don't know. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, well, look, here's what, and I have this clip ready. I haven't put it up on my channel yet, just because I lost track of what I was doing. But I have this clip ready of Jonathan Peugeot a year and a half ago, maybe, came on the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis Discord server to do a Q&A for us. Very generous of him. He doesn't remember it, by the way. I asked him at Thunder Bay. He's like, I don't remember. He said he had a lovely time, though. And Brett, the mod, asked him, like, what do you think of practices? And he had this great answer. It was a fantastic answer. And I got to paraphrase it, obviously.
Okay.
Joe's a little long and stumbly with his English. Fair enough. He's French.
He's French. Yeah.
But he basically said, the problem that I have with practices is that the reason you go to church is to do something that you sometimes don't want to do, right? With people you don't want to be with at that time. right? And I said, and I thought to myself when he said it, first of all, damn you, French Canadian traitor. I like, because practices is the big thing that Manuel and I do on the server. That's our thing. We're the practices guys. That's what we do, right? So I was like upset, and I'm still upset. I'm not going to never be upset about that.
I think Pat Joe is familiar with Piaget and, the
well,
freedom.
He is.
Yeah.
He is. Right. But so let me just finish up, Niram, right? So it occurred to me that is the description of the problem that we're having in the world today. Why can't we all get along? Because we're not getting up every Sunday to go do something that maybe we don't want to do with people we don't want to hang out with. That's what it means to live in the world. Right. Is you have to do things you don't want to do with people you don't want to hang out with, like Jesse. Oh no, wait, I like hanging out with Jesse. Like Niram. No, I like hanging out with Niram. No, and none of you people, unfortunately. But it's true. I mean, I don't do it anymore because we had a big blow up on the Awakening server. But that's what I would do on the Awakening server. You think I want to hang out there with those idiotic philosophical losers who know nothing? I hate philosophy. I have to know enough philosophy to fight all their Hegelian garbage or their Kantian nonsense or their postmodern ridiculousness. I hate it. I really do. But I did it because, these people needed help.
It's their Ubermensch project, Mark. Don't belittle it.
No, it is hard to do. Like, it's interesting too because people don't recognize it. Mark likes sitting there and do. I did not like that. I did it because I thought it had to be done. That's why I did it, because that's how I operate. But I did not enjoy that. I did it anyway, because that is how you do that. You have to exemplify. I'm going to be here suffering through your idiocy to help make you a better person, even though I don't want it. I could do better things. I could be off making some money. Like, no, I'm hanging out on the Discord server all day trying to help these people who half want help. Like they don't want to give up their worldview, but they need the help.
Well, I think, as you were saying earlier, what Tower? I'm going to call you Tower. That's my short name for you.
Wait, Tower. Okay, that's cool.
Tower. So, Tower, you're talking about, what is connection between atheists and Gnosticism?
Yeah, thank you.
I think it's their Ubermensch project. It's their thing. They're like, this is the way we can figure it out, and they're going all these wacky directions because they're trying to do that. They're trying to bring their will to power. That's the central thing of Gnosticism and Crowley is your will, and there's a lot of Nietzschean shit in there with what they're doing. Transcendence. I just did a big long podcast on this video game Scorn that has these themes of transcendence in it, and basically it's this world of people that they CRISPR virus themselves and mutate themselves to be telepathic beings, and they meld their mouths shut where they can't even speak, and their brain rebels against their body and snaps off their body and floats around, and their body dies. And they think this is the best thing since sliced bread, but it's not. It's a Gnostic hell.
That's Dante's hell. That's Dante's hell. But he describes exactly those kind of beings. I was just reading Hell today. It gives me great comfort. So that is hell. But anyway, what's the relationship then?
So they think it's heaven. They think it's progression. They think, our head is separate from our body. We're more advanced. We're telepathic. Right. We can see into the other dimension. We don't need our body. You're free. And so in this game Scorn, you're escaping the flesh in favor of spirit. And this is a theme in a lot of religion, Christianity particularly, I want to hammer on, because the spirit is more important than the body. Well, this game Scorn shows you how that's not really a great idea. We need both. We have to live in the center of the crucifix of suffering spirit, body, and flesh and mind and all these things. So what it looks like when you totally do abandon your flesh in favor of spirit, which I think at the core is this very Gnostic idea. You're just like blasted into another dimension, and your body is like rotting, and there's no babies left. So another element in this game was we don't need the childbirth anymore. Sex is for transcendence, not for reproduction. And so there's no babies. People are grown out of walls. They're being grown out of walls in these pods. And like I saw this Australian thing where they're growing babies in pods.
Nira, that's keeping the drug part of the sex without the danger and the growth part, the generative part. The Gnosticism comes from not recognizing emanation. Like if you don't think there's a guiding principle to the universe, right? Or you think the guiding principle is knowable through pure emanation. That's Gnosticism. It's always going to lead to Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, and occultism. All of it. James Lindsay's right about that. But what James Lindsay's wrong about is that it's some through line through history. It's not. You discover this on your own. You can have a 95 IQ and discover what Hegel's not bright. He's not that. I'm sorry. He's just. You guys think these modern philosophers are smart. They're actually stupid. Oh, you're too harsh. No, I'm not. They're not very bright. That's how they got stuck. They couldn't think about the transcendent, and they said there must not be a transcendent. There must be an answer from below that we can understand ourselves because we're above that which is below us, which is we knit heaven and earth together. Everything emergent is technically below us. And then you see things emerge and you're never looking up. And so you don't know that they're conforming or not conforming to an emanation. Emergences that don't conform to emanation don't last. Now, some of them may last 100 years. I don't know. Some of them may last 200 years. I have no idea. Some of them may last 6 days. Clubhouse lasted like a year and a half, but it died. It died.
You remember that flower analogy from earlier? It's kind of like the flower, the petals of the flower shouldn't worry about the roots in the ground. So what you're saying makes me think of the flower looking down into the ground and dying and not reaching the sky anymore. Yeah, it's very sad. That's exactly what it is.
That's parasitic.
Say that again, because that's.
Oh, I don't know if I can. I just say so.
Yeah, that's a Dante image too. It's actually in my lamp over there. That idea. No, I'm not kidding you.
The flower, right, can't see the roots, but if they're tilted down towards the emergence, because they emerge from the roots, they don't flourish because there's no sunlight and they fall off. That's Gnosticism.
But you guys, you have no idea. You'll never believe this because I bought a lamp that was made in Italy like 100 years ago, and I couldn't figure it out. And then I was reading Dante, and Dante has at the very beginning. There's this image. I don't know what your name is. Like Shroomy Boomy or whatever. But anyway, he has this image of the flowers turning towards the light, and I've actually got a light made 100 years ago. I'm sure it came from Dante's image, and he must have been thinking of you, Shroomy Boomy, because then it's got all these flowers opening up towards the light. I can't believe you said that. Like, what's the chance?
It's synchronicity.
You're like Dante.
These are patterns. We're navigating the patterns. That's why I'm a pirate capitan.
I'm gonna take I got to take a picture of my lamp though because I bought the lamp.
And please do. I'd love to see it.
And then I'm reading Paradise. I know it was because I'm reading it with Ethan, right? And Justine. We're reading Dante, and all of a sudden I realize I'm reading along and I'm going, oh my gosh, they got this lamp idea from Dante's, and it's right at the beginning of hell, right? But he has this hope. This is hope. Do you want to hear really? Oh, well, anyway, I won't. There's a new fellow down here, I think, but I can't see his name. I don't know who he is. Do you see somebody new?
Jesse or Daniel?
Oh, is that Daniel? I don't know who Daniel is. Hi, Daniel.
What's up, Daniel?
Hello. Nice to meet you.
What do you think about all our crazy shit?
It makes sense. I don't really have much to add to any of it.
Right on, man. Well, good seeing you. I've never seen you around.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Oh, Danny used to hang out on BOM all the time, but then he, I don't know, got a life or something, which is good. It's bridges of meaning. You're supposed to get off the bridge.
Yeah, but it's also good that I think the live streams are where it's at. This is my intuition. I think this is where it's at now. The YouTubes, it's because it's involving more people in the conversations, right? And I think
they blew up their Discord server without understanding how, so that's fine. I don't.
Sorry.
They blew up their Discord server without understanding what happened, so that's fine. Jesse, bring us some new thoughts.
Oh gosh, I can be spicy. How about I start how about I start with butter curry and we'll go from there. This, Van Gogh's Sunflowers, if we want to continue a thought. One of the last Christian artworks ever, really. I don't think there's ever been a Christian artist, and I actually hold firm that Van Gogh was a Christian. Even
Me too. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Want to distance that just because, you know, someone's questioning or got their ideas or out of sync with their era of dogma doesn't mean they're not a Christian, or fundamentally doesn't mean they don't represent the tradition of Christian thought. So, which
Christian didn't have a, you know, didn't struggle with their faith? Only the saints, right? Like, and maybe not even them. People are always
come on.
Jesse, can you just say a little? Oh, sorry. Can you just say? Have you? I mean, I've read a little bit of from his writings, but what is it that really made you see that? I guess you could say. I'm really interested.
Well, I guess. Wow. Okay.
In a nutshell, yeah.
In a nutshell, summarize Van Gogh, the most significant artist of. The old and most well-respected.
7 words or less.
Van Gogh is still significant because he's still respected even now.
Yeah.
No one is willing to critique Van Gogh or downplay Van Gogh's significance, and there's something to that. It's a higher order of beauty that he appeals to that even people that are materialists can't deny.
Right.
And that is a Christian artwork. That is like Tolkien. Everyone can try to criticize Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit, but they've got nothing on it. It's transcendent beauty, and that's probably a good way of understanding Van Gogh. Like I've got 21 prints in this house, and I don't have enough wall space to put them on. I actually got more. I've got little micro pins. Every time I go to an art gallery, I collect something.
Wow! So you have them all over.
I could show you how much. Yeah, well, this is my current place we're renting, so we can't put up everything everywhere. But when we have a new place, it'll be wall to wall.
They also don't critique Hieronymus Bosch, even though he has like really fucked up things.
Yeah.
But I do find people do critique Da Vinci, which is weird, right? Like the Mona Lisa, some of his like, I don't know. I've heard people critique him before, but but like Van Gogh, I've never heard anybody critique him, or Bosch, maybe some other people, but those are just the ones that popped in my head.
Rembrandt.
There was a big conversation today. It got lots of traction. Jonathan Peugeot on his Twitter. I don't know. It seemed to me there were way more comments than usual. And it's when he was critiquing, somebody posted this artwork, and I guess it was almost Rococo or Baroque. It was, but incredibly beautiful. Yeah. Sometimes it can be overdone, but this was just, and I don't like Rococo or Baroque, but this was just, I'm sorry, it was exquisitely beautiful. And then he then said all sorts of, things about what was wrong with it from his point of view. And then somebody asked him about Michelangelo, and he said, no, Michelangelo, he painted bottoms on the Sistine Chapel, and you know what I said? I said, well, he didn't get to destroy all his art that he did at Concordia, right? Do you know the reference? Jonathan Peugeot destroyed all his art that he did at university.
Oh,
so, yeah. Like Michelangelo was forced. He was going to be murdered if he didn't do the Sistine Chapel. I think he was getting even with the Pope constantly up there.
Oh, probably. And so here's the comment. The comment. I don't know the piece. But the comment that Peugeot made was the ridiculous joining of an illusionistic perspective with the misunderstood residues of an ancient cosmology of having coupled with floating naked babies, quote, angel upskirts, end quote, all of which confirms atheists who mock Christianity for believing in a sky god. I was just like, wow, that's that's
an argument.
That's harsh.
Yeah, and then he did the same thing with Michelangelo, and
it's this. Jesse. Maybe you know this, Jesse. I don't know if you know this.
Do you know where that is? That piece? I don't know.
It's in one of the chapels in Rome.
I don't know where it is, though. I've never seen. If anybody knows where it is,
Is that the Sagrada Familia?
Yeah,
that's not the Sistine Chapel. That's by
Ah.
somebody else.
No, it's in the other ones. In the other. I think
But
it's in
the
the
Is it
other.
the
Sistine
stained? Is it the
Chapel-
stained glass one with the pillars that look like trees?
Mm,
Yeah, it's the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona.
What is it?
I gotta go there one day. It's
Yeah,
a beautiful church.
If it's not in Eagle,
Anton Gaudi designed that, and I'm a big fan of his. He's made a lot of other architecture in Barcelona, and it looks like, you know, H.R. Giger's stuff. It looks like hell. Gaudi has that spin, but it looks like heaven.
Yeah.
It's got like this bioorganic spin, but it looks beautiful, not scary. Like, whoa, this is
interesting.
cool.
But the
Interesting
thing,
that you connect Giger to Leonardo da Vinci, like the opposite.
Anton Gaudi.
We're trying to bring back Gnosticism into the conversation. You couldn't get a better, more well-known Gnostic than Giger. Like Giger is the supreme. Maybe you could say Alan Watts, or like no, what's the other guy? Alan Moore, the Watchman guy. But
and he's pretty Gnostic.
Giger was very aware of Carl Jung's archetypes and exploring it. He said that he hated his paintings. He just painted them to get them out of his head. And I equate Giger and Lovecraft together a lot, because I think that's why Lovecraft wrote so much. He was tormented with nightmares. These night gaunts would come and visit him and take him away. And when he would write stuff, his nightmares would be alleviated. He wouldn't have them.
wow.
Stephen King used to say the same thing. His early novels were basically exorcisms on himself.
Yeah.
Well, after Carrie, too much fame exposed him to too many spirits. I love using that word, but that's just essentially what it did. He didn't have a way to control the energy mass on himself. Yeah, and because he was post-Christian, essentially.
And with Giger, I think he was seeing like the beginnings of Blade Runner, like we started to merge with technology. I think it was more of a warning. He was kind of like, you know, the Unabomber of paintings. He's like, look, guys, this is what's going to happen later. You better watch out. And he could see something in people, I think, because he had a girlfriend, or his wife, or his fiance. She was very depressed. And one day he painted a picture of her the way he saw her. And he thought it would help get it out of her, help her.
The
next, no, it was a picture of a woman with a weird looking horn hat and a snake around her forehead.
It's the reverse Leonardo da Vinci. It's the list.
Right, one of them. So anyway, he showed her this picture, and then I think the next day she killed herself. So that explains that guy a whole lot, because what he sees can kill people if you're not ready. Like they want to die with it. They don't want to see, and that deeply impacted the guy. This is when he was in his 20s, way before Alien, way before his Necronomicon, even, I think.
Wow. So what's that? What's that tell us about seeing and communicating? Right. Wow.
Well, it's signals.
I don't know.
It's all signals. Yeah, you got to start with signals. Otherwise, you get stuck in the propositional tyranny, right? It's all signals.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Mark?
Well, look, if you start boiling communication down to things just like body motion or body motion plus noises,
then you got red light, green light, yellow light.
Signals, right? There's all kinds of signals, and those signals are getting processed different ways. And when there's a mismatch in signals, so for example, the FBI people who go, "Oh yeah, Bill Clinton's lying," and you go, "Well, how do you know that?" Because really, what he said, right? And then it's like, the way I know people are lying is which words they use and how they use them. That method for me, is 100% effective. It's never been wrong, ever, right? But what I'm reading is the unconscious way people are talking. Because unconsciously, you're always honest.
Between the lines.
And with very few exceptions. There's one exception, met her years ago. She had multiple personality disorder, for real. DSM-3, don't use 4 and 5. They're garbage. DSM-3, look up multiple personality disorder. She had that. And I went and I spent a year, which is just, I've never studied anything for a year except this, not straight. I spent a year studying multiple personality disorder, like reading people who had recovered from it and all that stuff. I spent a year studying this exclusively. This is why I don't like psychology. I learned all psychology in like a week, and then I studied this one phenomena and tried to figure out what the hell was going on. And you know, it turned out that she had been abused as a baby. She didn't know. I knew before she did. I was like, oh, this person's been abused, you know. And she found out like 2 years later, and I was like, yeah, I already knew that. Like, I already knew that. She had no idea. So there are signals that are happening. And I mean, this is one of the ways that the stupid pedophiles get away with it. Well, they don't know anything. You can tell them later that it was all a dream or what. No, you can't. Those signals are affecting your brain, whether they're physical or their body language, right? Or they're just in the world. And, you know, I don't want to invoke, you know, super psychic, whatever, but there's a lot of stuff we don't sense consciously at all. Most of the, like when you know someone's lying and you're like, oh, I can't really tell, but I know that's you're getting some of these signals.
Right.
And are you just picking up on the language, or are you just picking up on the body language, or the mismatch between the two? I don't, maybe it's something else. Like there could be tons of signals going on, you know, and in sci-fi, it's big right now to say things like, well, I have super hearing and super sight, and I can tell your heart's beating faster, and so I know you're lying. You know, it's that online lie detector trick that they play in sci-fi, you know, and that works for some people, right? And it doesn't work against all people. There's all these signals that we can pick up on and then match them up or notice a mismatch and then sort of approximate where people are really at.
Yeah.
So that's why it's important. This is all my models are based on signal models, all of them, everything's based on signals. So it's signals into the perspectival, right? This is a knowledge engine model, right? And then from there, it goes to the 4 types of information, because the perspective informs the signal. It forms the signal information. That goes up to the 4 types, and then they battle with the perspective to jostle it at least a little bit, or maybe break it, because sometimes some pieces of information are just going to smash your perspective. Your perspective's going to, you know, have to be radically altered. And then that filters up. After that process, that's the cooperative process between the 4 types of knowing and the perspective. After that's done, then it gets to 1 of 2 types of knowledge, right? Or maybe both, right? Which is particular and particular and intuitive, right? And that's really important. And those, you know, because that's what leads to understanding, right?
Have you guys ever seen Hey Arnold?
No, what's that?
It's like a cartoon where everybody lives in a boarding house, and there's all these different characters. There's this Russian guy. There's these people from Europe. There's got all these different characters. Yeah. Okay, and this little boy lives there, and he learns all kinds of lessons by interacting and helping the people in his boarding house because his grandparents run it. So I think multiple personality disorder would be like if that boarding house had no walls.
No, well, no,
it'd be like they would just be bouncing
it's
off each
actually
other.
the opposite. It's heavy compartmentalization. So what?
Right.
But there's no
personality,
separation, you know, because say for instance, work me is different than the me being here. I can easily be like separate those things. But if I have multiple personality bullshit or whatever, I couldn't differentiate. There'd be
no. You separate it completely. Each of the personalities gets its own memory, so it's more like that show Seven. Right? Well, that's how she was able to lie to me. She's the only person I've ever met that could lie to me. The only one. It was amazing. I was fascinated. I'm like, how are you getting away with this? You're saying things. You're clearly not lying, and yet you're lying. And I know you're lying.
There's the lamp. Sorry.
Oh, beautiful.
I love that.
That's it.
So beautiful.
With the flowers. Yeah.
Murano glass, and then Dante said, as little flowers, bent and closed with chill of night. When the sun lights them, stand all open on their stems.
Yeah, dude, this is exactly what we're talking about.
Anyway, no, sorry. I just got excited. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I mean, that was my only point. Was like, you know, this separation of memory means that you can subconsciously lie to people, including yourself. Like, that's the thing. Like, you don't know what you did, and then your brain kind of adjusts, and it's in the literature. If you shoot, I can't remember the name of the book because I was like 17 when I read it.
Separation of memory. Now that's really interesting. Is that our problem nowadays?
Classic disassociation. It's disassociation all the way down. Turtles all the way down,
Right.
technically speaking. Like
Right.
if you're not aware that you're disassociating, you just disassociate. How to tell someone's depressed is like how much disassociation do they have from their reality.
Yeah.
That's a good
So depression is depression is dissociation.
high level dissociation. So they're not able to compartmentalize or compartment two different things together and say that's what I'm building my sense of reality on. Concretization or the concrete information builds up, and so you work on working memory. Sorry, that's a bad way of saying it, but you work on working memory. You don't follow a worksheet. You're already working from a previous worksheet that you have.
Right.
So that's the same thing with how you make sense of your everyday reality. You know that you've got to eat sometime in the morning. You know you might want to drink. You're not thinking about this. But when those other senses of reality, you start to disassociate from. I know I need to say hello to mom. Turns into I just ignore mom.
Right.
Because but because is it memory? Like that's really interesting though.
No, it's memory. It's memory. So the way it works is a book called.
Keep going.
There's a book called When Rabbit Howls. Okay. That's the sort of the original book. What they say here is dissociative identity disorder. No, it's called multiple personality DSM-3. Everything else is garbage. DSM-3 is correct, right? It's multiple personality disorder. You have actual personalities with their own memories that do not have memories of the other personalities.
Right.
And the way you fix it is to reintegrate those things. And I think to some extent, to your point, Elizabeth, right? Like the problem is that we are not dealing with the fact that as Niram said, right? I'm at work, I'm at home, I know about those things, and there's a conflict that I've accepted, right? Because sometimes work interferes with home, and sometimes home interferes with work, and sometimes me being a good friend interferes with both of them. And people don't want that. They're looking for this pure experience. So and this is where the Gnosticism and the practices come in. They're trying to get a pure experience.
Right.
Emergence is good instead of being is good. This is what Ethan was saying. It was so brilliant because he just summarized my thoughts down to emergence is good. And I'm like, that's the difference between the Christian ethos and the Gnostic ethos. The difference is Christians think being is good, and that's their starting axiom. And the Gnostics think that emergence is good. And so any practice, drugs, any sort of thing, any flow state, right? For Vicky talks about flow state, that's all good. Flow state's not good. People climb mountains in the flow state and fall off and die. No.
Yeah. So is that why people go to church so they won't dissociate? It's a memory, man. It's memory.
Well, it's part of having a stable common foundation for you.
But that's the same idea that Jesse was talking about, right? That's you're set. You're actually. I don't know, Jesse, what the difference between working memory and your perceptual system, because I don't really know anything about that. But it seems to me you're working. I know for a fact from my own experience and actually from teaching, I know a lot about attention and how your attention builds up, and I've seen it with children for decades. You're training children in attention is basically what you're doing, and that builds up the perceptual system, right? That builds. I think it becomes hardwired, but I don't really know, Mark.
You already have the answers. Sorry, you already have the answers. You already have the answers. You don't need me to explain more. I can tell you from my dyslexic sort of grabbing all the patterns and information that I have, but you already have most of the answers there in what you're saying.
But I wonder how memory, I'm just fascinated.
Attention is built off previous ways of building attention.
But where does memory, it's just really interesting about this woman that Mark, who
embodied memory.
Mark knew. So
and you embody your memories. There's a whole
right.
dissociation
That's
and
Piaget.
There's a great book called The Body Keeps the Score about how the body stores different traumatic memories.
Yep.
There's a great book that I've half read called The Brain That Changes Itself.
Oh yeah, Norman Deutsch.
Norman Deutsch, yeah.
Yep.
There's a couple other ones. There's one called How to Do the Work. She's, I think Michaela Peterson interviewed her. That's what I found out about her. It's so what's the question again?
The question is, I'm just really fascinated with this idea of dissociation and our modern times, because.
Well, what is Gnosticism?
Okay, but we can go back to that because I can always.
Dissociation.
It is.
Yeah, it is. You're you're attempting to dissociate from the constraints of reality by imagining a world where those constraints don't exist. Now, it might be different constraints for different people, because some people don't notice constraints, or they, you need constraints. And so these constraints are fine, but those constraints are not. But then you're not following a principle anymore, right? Because you're not willing to, you're either not willing or not able to accept a conflict, right? This is why I think it's all intimacy crisis, right? So instead of accepting the conflict with his principles cause conflicts all over the place, right? Instead of accepting the conflict, you're saying, no, there's a perfect world where this conflict doesn't exist.
Right,
right. Where all these other conflicts exist. And you're like, no, there's a perfect world where those other, but you're not living in both of them. And they're bouncing around gnostically from experience to experience to experience,
right?
So that they don't have to deal with the conflict. No, not only, and it, again, I think, I'm not sure. I think most conflicts cannot be resolved.
Right.
I think most conflicts have to be accepted as trade-offs. And that's just the way it is. And that's why I think it's the intimacy crisis, because intimacy talks about the quality of the connection. And if the quality of the connection is high enough, you can accept the conflict. And that's what I think love is. Part of love is ability to accept conflict.
Exactly.
I love Jesse. Sometimes he pisses me off and he asks hard questions that really rub me, right? But I like, that's good. It's not bad. There is a conflict. He doesn't understand me sometimes. And the other day he put a comment on my video. He said, "What's the summary of this video?" And I said, damn it, obviously I didn't summarize it, right? This is good. It's a conflict, but it's a good conflict. It's not bad. I accept that because Jesse's awesome. So why wouldn't I? It's a small thing to accept, to get, and there's no downs. It's a conflict with no downsides because it's cooperative and generative. Not all conflict is bad. This is the postmodern problem. All conflict is bad with those idiots.
That is so important. That is so important, that point.
We need to clip.
Sorry?
We need to clip that all.
Yeah, but seriously, that is so important. And I remember when I was listening to the biblical lectures here in Toronto, I remember when Peterson said that you can get to a point where things are so bad, you're in hell and you can't, there's no way out and you won't be able to handle it. And I thought to myself, no, actually, you can handle it. Because it's just exactly what you're talking about there, Mark. It's uber conflict, right? You can get yourself into a place that is so bad, but guess what? It's okay. You still can manage to head up, no reality is good. Know that you can create goodness and change your world again. I think your point about conflict is so critically important because that's the point I'm trying to make about the feminine. The feminine is meant to be, I feel, now many people would disagree with me, but I think that's why women are bitchy, because I think they're not able to actually, we're not able to articulate our essence in many ways. Why are women bitchy for? Well, I don't know. I seem to attract bitchy women, so it's kind of my pet peeve, but I feel very strongly that nice women we're too conditioned to be nice. We need We need to be more like the Irish. There's the ancient Irish women. They were like warriors, man. They used to go out. They were actually fighting. Like they used to fight. There was this wonderful woman, and she used to like basically just murder all the idiots around her, and she'd find it like just incredible people.
Or Joan of Arc, right?
No, Joan of Arc was not like a Celtic woman. She was
Catherine of Norwich.
Yeah.
Xena, the warrior princess.
No, Joan of Arc.
Not Xena.
Joan of Arc will do, but she didn't. Joan of Arc probably is a good example, but I think there's even more wildness. I think we need to go even further to the Celtic world. Like if you read the Irish tales, like if you've read J.M. Singh, the Playboy of the Western World, and those stories, man, that's where I think a lot is moving towards the West. Actually, I think we're going to see a lot of tales coming out of Ireland. That's what I think. Because they're harnessing they live with the wildness there. They live in a wild country. There's winds blowing all the time, and the
weather in that area.
You know what that reminds me of? Tower is I just got done watching 1883, and that main character, that chick in there, is a lot like what you're talking about. Like she's this wild girl, and she like hooks up with this Native American dude and rides horses, and then she starts like murdering people and protecting her family.
Yeah,
I think that's very interesting.
She's strong as hell, and I go to Italy tons because I love the women there, and they're just like so. They even look the way they act, like they're ugly in a beautiful way. They're so ugly because they are so intent on making sure that their families are well, and so they're they're like warrior women for their families, and I just love being with women who are like that. Like people, I don't know what it's like in America, but the Canadian women,
all the Southern women are like that.
Oh yeah, they are.
The ones in the mountain.
I should go down there.
They love you.
Sure.
Yeah,
you got a lot of kin in this area, I'd say, because I'm Irish, and I know a lot of other Irish people too. So definitely,
they're all Scots Irish. They're all Scots Irish in Appalachia.
And they are. We
Irish.
love whiskey and scotch.
Yeah, but the women are like that. They're just like feisty as hell, right?
The world used to be wild.
Canada's a disaster, though.
Let's get Ethan in here. Let's get Ethan in here.
Hey,
Ethan, what's going on?
This is all Ethan's fault anyway.
Yeah. Well, I gotta head off here. I gotta go call my buddy, but it's been real. It's been fun.
Thank you.
See you. I'll catch you later, Ethan.
Well, before you leave, I just wanted to call you a heretic for cutting your hair.
Heretic. Well, I'm letting it grow back out, bro. Yeah, it was. It's gone. But I'm growing it back out. I missed it. I was just like, I'm getting old. What does my face look like under here? I haven't seen it in 10 years, and I got it all off, and I was like, all right, okay, cool. Let's get the hair back on there.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
see you later.
I'll see you guys. Take it easy.
Peace, man.
Yeah.
What you got for us, Ethan?
Well,
talk to us.
I don't know. I'm not good at just starting from nothing, so.
Nothing. We didn't give you any fertile ground, Mr. Emergence is good.
What do the Gnostics start with? Nothing.
What's that?
What do the Gnostics start with as their predominant axiom? Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, that conversation. Sorry, Nathan.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say this conversation about Gnosticism is so important. I think it's key right now, right? Because of what's going on with Vervaeke.
Yeah.
And even Pajot's getting a little bit something. I don't know what's happening with Pajot, but something's moving there, and I can't put my finger on it. But I don't know.
He's talking about icons.
Hmm?
He's talking about icons.
I don't know if you saw my comment. It's like it's just all triangles. Sorry, I just think of the world in terms of triangles, and it's given me a lot of insight. But the bottom parts of the triangle, so you have the ideals at the top, and then they emanate down like Mark's right on that. It's all about emanating. The first principle, the first cause, comes from the top of the triangle. It comes down, and then the second the second causes are at the bottom. You know, we don't need to get into Aristotelian metaphysics to understand this. You know, it's a little bit dumbed down. But so like, so like I'm in this Orthodox class right now, and you know, the goal of the Orthodox class is, you know, to get people to think Orthodox, and people, like literally everyone, thinks Westernly. Unless we're like somewhere in the East where we don't speak English, then they probably have some other kind of class. I don't know what they do, but it's like, you know, the whole sola scriptura thing. It's like the priest is trying to communicate to people that the authority does not exist in the scripture alone. Like it has to be informed by. It's very simple. Like the church existed before the Bible, like before the Bible even existed. So
Ethan.
Like Christ came before the Bible. Like the Bible came second. Like they're secondary things, and we're taking secondary things as primary. That's what Gnosticism is. Knowledge, experience. Experience comes as a consequence as that first principle. What is it? Experience, knowledge. What are some of the other things that we confuse? Mushrooms, anything material, like literally anything. And like it's in Genesis 3. Like that's what Genesis 3 was. It's like at any time you take something, I don't know if you can see my hands. Anytime you take something, anytime you take something and separate it from where it came, remove its context, and take it to be good in and of itself, bad things are going to happen.
Right.
Like that's right there. It's at the very beginning of the Bible. Like that's one of the first things that we learn is anything taken outside of the what would you say? Anything that's taken that wasn't granted by God is not good. Like that's how everything. That's how we got here, you know. And when we get on here, like I think it happened last week, and some of these live streams, people. Well, I'm probably gonna. I don't know if I want to talk about it, but I mean, okay.
Go. Come on, Ethan.
But it's like people start asking these questions, like, was it good that Eve ate the fruit? Like, even asking that question is like very terrifying that we're asking that question. It's like it's doing the opposite of what God said good. It's like they were suggesting that it might have been, and it's like, whoa.
Well, they want a way out. They don't like the constraint. And look, Vanderklay really liked emergence is good. When I told it to him today, I don't know if you were watching, Ethan, but he really liked that. He's like, oh, so I think maybe he can put 2 and 2 together and figure out what I was telling him, because I gave him the staircase analogy too, right? What you think John's 2 stairs from the top and you're reaching your hand out to grab him, and he's at the bottom. And he's like, no, John, I asked John and he believes being is good. And I'm like, he doesn't talk like that because he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. Definitely doesn't.
The emergence is good is probably, that's a really good way to explain this flat world triangle thing.
No, it's brilliant. It's like, brilliant. It's not really good. It's brilliant. Sir.
I agree, Mark. I agree. Ethan's just boom.
No. We're not going to go there.
Every once in a while he does. He just drops it and it's dead on.
No, we're not going anywhere. We're just saying that was you know.
We're not opening the Church of Ethan tomorrow with buildings.
I mean, we don't think you're an Old Testament prophet yet, like Jonathan Peugeot. Don't worry.
Okay.
What does this say? All right. What does this say? Modernism, the lure of heresy.
Yeah, there we go. Well, modernism just tolerates heresy left and right. You know, we used to burn these people.
It's materialism.
I'm sorry for being so brash.
What did you say, Ethan?
I said
used to burn them. Is that what you said?
Well, he said What is it? Modernism, the age of heresy. It's like, yeah, this is crazy.
The lure of heresy.
Like we used to burn people alive. We used to burn people alive for saying things that are said so casually now.
Let's think about this.
From the mean. That's what we used to do. You don't even have to say burn them. They used to be pagans, people we'd push out from the center.
Yeah, I mean,
there's
people
plenty
today
of
are
Christians
being
that were
burned
heretics too.
For heresy too, you know. Like there's plenty that you can't say today, right? It's just we're in a different orthodoxy, right?
Well, right, because religion is inevitable.
Yeah.
The religious patterns are inevitable. That's why you need to learn to navigate religious patterns, whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew or a Buddhist. It doesn't. The patterns are actually identical. Everyone says like we need to synthesize Eastern and Western. Israel's not the same. If you can't see that, you're an idiot. Sorry, you just didn't read the texts or something. I see it. It's clear as day. But think about for a second. Think about modernism. That's just a total abuse of language. Anything modern is now. It can never refer to the past. It's already Gnostic. The whole idea of modernism is a Gnostic concept because it can't reference anything in the past because modern is now. Anything that is not now is not modern. And so you can't use it to reference anything in the past. So it's like there's no such thing as postmodernism because now you're talking about the future. And then if you take James Lindsay seriously, his talk that he did, negation of the real, it's such a great talk. The first 35 minutes are a pain in the ass, but after the 35 minutes, it gets really good. He talks about this, and I don't think he's made the connection. They always say, here's a bad thing about your system, and here's another bad thing about your system. Here's another bad thing about your system. So we need to use a new system. And when you go, okay, what's the new system? They don't mention it. They just say, here's the bad thing, so we can't do that anymore. So we're going to do something else. And you're like, okay, but how do I know that something else isn't worse? Well, you can't critique it because we haven't built it yet. So the postmoderns are just casting the problems or the solutions to the problems into the future where they can't be critiqued because they don't exist yet. And that's how they gain power because it's postmodern power from above narrative. That's their whole trick. They don't have any other tricks. They're not bright. Like everybody thinks they're geniuses or something. They're morons. They're 3-year-olds. That's all it is. And that's why modernism concept is corrupt. You can't use it to understand the world because it only refers to now. It's Gnostic and self-referential. It has no past and no future.
Yeah. So it's experiential. It's all experience.
It's experiential.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. No, but that's another key point you made there tonight, Mark. That's absolutely brilliant. The experiential nature of Gnosticism. That's big because that goes into all this yoga practice and whatever John was doing, whatever he's doing. Like, oh my God! Like, I felt sorry for the Abbey. I thought I nearly died in the Abbey with the practice. I'm sorry, but I had a visceral reaction. I'm not being nasty, or I just thought, oh my gosh. Oh my God! I
like the practices. I don't like that version of that practice. I like his original one from the Cultivating Wisdom course.
Yeah, but it's dangerous crap. It's dangerous.
I think you're right. I mean, I think it doesn't affect me at all because
there ain't no emanation, that's for sure. So I
was homeless. Like I survived a lot, so I don't need much help, right? But yeah, for a lot of people, it is dangerous. A lot of his practice. Look. The people on the server, the guy who runs the Awaken from Meaning Crisis server took away Manuel's moderation and my moderation abilities. And then he just did it, right? I mean, he messaged us and I didn't answer because it was another, did you say this? Did you say that? It's like, well, maybe, but who cares? Right. Who cares? It's not important. It's not a violation of server rules, right? It was another anonymous complaint. We've been through this with Brett before. I'm not answering anonymous complaints. I'm not going to do it. And so he takes away this stuff without warning, posts it in the announcement channel, makes up a bunch of lies, like actually just flat out lies, and then proceeds to try to defame me in the channel over an observation and says, you're not being charitable. And I was like, I'm not being charitable? You just took away my privileges without warning me, without telling me first. You took them away and then put an announcement in a channel, right? And you're telling, and I didn't violate any server rules. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't, and on an anonymous accusation that I said something in a voice chat, and you're sitting there accusing me, who just made an observation and said, this is what this person's doing, right? This is what they're doing. They're a troll. They're trying to get attention. That's all they're doing. That's why they don't make any sense, because they're just trying to get a rise out of you. He says, you're not being charitable. I'm like, oh, it's on. It's on. I'm being charitable. You're the one who's not charitable. How did he get that way? He wasn't like that way before. John's practices. Sorry. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, it just made him a worse person.
So there's two Gnostic axioms: is as above, so below. And I'm not sure if I'm going to say this correctly, but solva et coagulat, which means dissolve and coagulate. Something must be broken down before it can be built up.
Ooh.
Right.
Ooh.
Well, that's the one in the many.
Can you just say that again so I can write it down? The dissolve part?
So it's dissolve and coagulate. You can say it in Latin. So something must be broken down before it can be built up. That's one of the founding drivers or nodes of Gnosticism.
And that's postmodernism. Deconstruction, which is a nonsense word. It's clearly a contradiction. You can't deconstruct something. That doesn't, you can't use language that way. It's just ridiculous.
You can only break it.
Right. You can destroy. Right. And that's, I have a video on postmodernism, right? That's what I go into. And Dalamard, he had it, Peter, he had it on the BOM Discord. We don't see him very much. One day he came in, and I forget whether he was on Awakening or BOM, doesn't matter. And he just said, wow, deconstruction doesn't make any sense. And he broke down etymologically why. He's from Iceland. So like all the Europeans know our language better than we do. He broke down exactly why. And I was like, damn, I wish I had a recording of that, because he just did a fantastic job. But it doesn't make any sense to say deconstruction. Like you're not communicating data at that point. You're saying something and people think they know what you're saying, but that's not. And this is what I was telling people before. I've said it many times, but I'll say it again. People do not deconstruct out of Christianity. That never happened. Whenever I hear their stories, the story sounds very much like I'm doing 90 and I took the wheel and I ran into a wall. Oh, really? And then the car was broken apart and I didn't know what to do. And now I have to pick up the pieces. And then they say, I deconstructed. And I'm like, no, dude, you hit a wall and the car shattered. And now you need to know how to put it back together. I get that part. But you didn't take it apart. The wall took it apart, plus the speed, plus you jerking the wheel.
If you take it apart, it gets back to your first node, Markov solipsism. If you crash the car, you're accepting responsibility. And so you think you can pull it back together. And maybe that's not possible. Maybe.
Right.
It's not. You need other tools, other mechanisms, other groups, other people.
So
you rely on society to make you function. Society doesn't function for you. You rely on society to make you function. It's complete inverse.
But the practices are like a perverted church, right? That's how they work. They work because they're a false unity in a sense, right?
Well, they do, right. They do a lot of things, right? They get false community is actually good. That's a good observation. Yeah. One of the way they go, I'm meditating, he's meditating, and so we're together in community. Okay, let me tell you what didn't happen. You didn't get together in community at all. Now, the thing that Manuel and I stressed in the meditation hall was the after meditation chat, right? We didn't force anybody or anything like that, but having that chat was the thing that brought the chat together, right? So I'm a community builder, right? The way I got into this whole thing with the Discord servers was I was on John's meditation live stream when he first started it, and I only went there, literally only went there because I wanted to support his work, because I really liked Awakening. I saw every episode in order when it came out at the time. I thought it was wonderful. I wasn't going to pay him money, right? But I'm like, I'll support his, right? And then I jump into the stream and I find what is a wonderful his meditation series is wonderful. It's great. Like if you're going to do a meditation series, do his. It's really well thought out. It's really good. So I built a community in the live stream because that's what I do. I naturally build online communities. I've been doing it my whole life. I do it kind of subconsciously, right? It's not conscious. I'm saying hi to people, right? John, and you probably can't hear them because for some reason they're no longer available on his YouTube channel. Weird. the lessons are, but not all the steps. John himself said several times, Mark is here. I'm always happy to see Mark. He really makes the sits worthwhile for me. He's very flattered, right? He said a lot of flattering things about me back then, for sure. Very nice person. Love John. Met him at Thunder Bay. Loved him, right? Great human. Love him. But he didn't stress the communitas. He mentioned it, but he didn't stress it. That's what we built. We went over to the Discord server because Brett invited us. I brought all the people from the live stream over to the Discord server. But the after meditation chat was the part that we really got together on, that really helped people. And look, a lot of those people left and they went off and, got offline, which, I consider a victory, even though it's a sad loss for me, right? So that's important, but it's not stressed. But you think you're getting community, you're getting fake community. Right? What else are you doing? Like John's whole project is taking Christianity and carving it up into pieces and then fixing each of those pieces. And then he needs a ritnar, right? A religion that's not a religion to stitch back all together the pieces. But, he says this, like ritual is really important, right? He has a whole talk on ritual, right? His practice is really important. Okay. And those aren't the same thing to him, right? And then, you need these philosophical books because you need something to read and to, and then internalizing the sage. It's like, okay, yeah. But we need some place to gather. We've got to gather around these practices somehow, right? So, but I don't want to make it a church. Okay, John, whatever, right? But he's just reconstructing Christianity after having carved it up. That's really all that's happening. That's steal the culture, right?
What does
all
the word
that.
church mean? Gathering.
No, religion's inevitable. Those patterns are going to return.
Without a religion, what does that mean? Gnosticism.
That's what it means. I agree. It's explicit.
But it's hard though too, because John is such a wonderful human being. He's a lovely person. I don't know how to I don't know how to amplify that, but he truly is. He's very easy. I talked to him at Thunder Bay too, and he just, I felt, with lots of people, it's easy to feel intimidated. Like with Jordan Peterson, I don't know how to explain it, even with Jonathan, but to me, John is just, he's a very fine person somehow. And so that's, that's a problem kind of, right?
He emanates a warmth, right? And a kindness.
Yeah, he's
right?
Respectful. He is respectful.
Well, yeah, I mean, a little too respectful, and not all the time.
Right. Can I be spicy? Is the man and the message the same thing?
No, that's the point I'm making.
Right. Right.
That's exactly the point I'm making, Jesse.
Peterson is his message.
Right.
Peterson wants more Peterson in the world.
Right. Right. No, that's important. I mean, this is the point I made to Vanderklay earlier on the tail end of the Q&A when I jumped in there, right? Was I said, when you're looking at John, you're seeing him at a certain distance from you. And that is not the right distance. He's actually much further away from you than you realize. And the way you know that is with two different people on that awakening server actually say, oh, I've internalized John Vervaeke as the sage. Now, I am sure, I am 100,000% positive that if John heard that, and I actually did email him about it, then he's going to be terrified. Absolutely, legitimately terrified. Okay, but this is what you have wrought.
Well, how do you see Jordan Peterson then, Mark?
Look, I agree.
I'm being serious about that because recently I felt the same way. Yeah,
I'll answer it. I'll answer, Elizabeth. That's not a problem. The way I see him is the way that Paul Vanderklay sees him, which is he's leading people to a place and he stops and there's no one to catch them at that point. And Vanderklay's talked about this many times. You may have to listen real closely to hear it, but he said it explicitly in very clear terms. He thinks that he wants to be there to catch them, to fill that gap. And the last time he said it, it was only a few weeks ago. In fact, the last time he said it, he said it was a leadership gap. And I'm like, yes, it is a leadership gap. Who's going to fill it? Vervaeke, Peterson, Peugeot, none of them will. They've all said we're not going to do it. I'm like, oh, okay. But now we have a problem because you all know there's a leadership gap and none of you are willing to step up and do leadership, which is fine. Leadership is sacrifice. Paul said it today in his live stream. I was very proud and super happy. He said, leadership is a sacrifice. Yes, it is. And it's a big sacrifice. People think it's all upside because of postmodern retards. But I've led teams. I've led groups. I've led movements. It sucks. I don't want to do it anymore. But we're at where we're at, right? And there is some natural element of leadership. I mean, you're all here for a reason, right? And there is. I led the meditation stream. I mean, I did. Like I didn't want to, but I did, and it was a sacrifice. But there is sacrifice in leadership, and you need a certain amount of freedom to do it, right? You can't just do it, and it takes a lot of energy, and your attention is split. And you can never satisfy people. You can as a leader, you're never satisfying any single person. It's never going to happen. You're going to have a bunch of unsatisfied people, and like navigating that is just stressful. It's just stressful because you're not. All these people are going to be slightly unhappy. Whatever decision you make, whatever thing you do, some number of people are going to be pissed off, and then maybe it's not with this decision, but with a past decision. And, and all those decisions are connected. And so really, you can't ever make people happy. And if they're looking for a perfect world, because they're Gnostic and they're stuck in their head, everything you think works or can be fixed easily. Everything. You know what can't be fixed easily and work? Is the things that aren't in your head. Purple unicorns, right? That talk and make rainbows in my head. I have those in my head. They're wonderful. Okay, it doesn't work outside of me and my head. That's the conflict. That's the problem. That's where I have to accept that I'm not getting a talking purple unicorn with rainbows. I'm angry, damn it. I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore.
Well, there you go. That's a good place to be for the rest of us.
Well, that's the thing,
but I mean, Mark, I admire the fact that you're willing to do what you do. It's not easy. It's not easy to speak forthrightly, and I can see there's a cost, and I'm noticing how this works. Like none of us are perfect, right? So, yeah, I really admire you, and I think you've that's the other thing. I started reading St. Maximus, and are any of you Orthodox? Yeah, I started reading St. Maximus because I thought I would, start looking into it. I don't know. Yeah, I was surprised because I didn't realize that the Orthodox consider themselves. He literally says to be God. Like it's very different than what I imagined. So.
Oh, that talk. So Vervaeke, the one that Ethan pointed me at, Vervaeke talked to an Orthodox bishop, Eastern Orthodox bishop, just this week, I think. What an amazing talk. I just finished it. It's amazing. He rips Neoplatonism apart very neatly. It was beautiful.
That's the other point that I think you've got your finger on the pulse, Mark. I think you've absolutely got your finger on the pulse because this is the thing that has puzzled me. Since I went to L'Abri, where I studied under basically the works of Francis Schaeffer, and he was talking about all of these issues back in the 50s and 60s. And he made the same. Well, he was concerned about what he called Neoplatonism, and I talked to John Vervaeke about it, and he said that Francis Schaeffer didn't understand what Neoplatonism was, and that there was, like to your point that you made today, that there was a third. What's he called?
Third wave, baby.
Like what is Neoplatonism? What are we talking about? And
you're not talking about anything.
Well, why does Jonathan Peugeot consider himself a Neoplatonist? Does anybody understand that?
I think
it is important.
Jonathan wants to get along. So one of the things that came out in this talk with this bishop was John pulled out this thing and said it was Neoplatonic. And the bishop said, that's a Plato quote. That's from Plato. Okay, it's not from Plotinus. It's not even from Aristotle. That's actually a quote from Plato, which just supports my feeling that this Neoplatonism doesn't exist. I talked to Dr. Lantern Jack about it, right? He did a talk with Vervaeke. It's a very good one. AI, the Matrix in Plato's Cave, right? It's a great talk. If you haven't heard it, you got to hear it. John's at his best. Jack had help. Jack had my entire thesis on everything wrong with John's work up to the time that just before that, a few months before that talk, right? So Jack came armed to that talk, right? And when I talked to Jack about Neoplatonism, he said it was a bunch of small groups. None of them probably had more than a couple hundred people ever, and they didn't agree with one another. It's not a group of people. The thing they agree about, right? So it's an identification against. The thing they agree about was Plato.
The thing they agreed about, I didn't hear you.
Is Plato.
So, why does it get to be Neo? I don't understand.
Well, because it's the new Platonism. But, I hunted down Ethan, I think it was with Ethan. We hunted down some Plotinus. And Plotinus is anti-Platonic, actually. And I forget which axiom it was, but he did this axiom. I'm like, well, that's in direct violation of Plato's forms, overtly. And I was like, well, then he's not a Platonist. So what is this Neoplatonism? Oh, we rewrote Plato. Oh, you did, huh? And the other hint is third wave. You got a first wave, a second wave, and a third wave. Why would you need a wave? There's no waves of Platonism. There's just Plato, guy. Like
similar to modern and postmodern. That category distinction. Yeah,
it's the same trick. It's the same trick. We're going to move past Plato. Yeah. No, you're not. No one's gotten past Plato, guy. No one. 0 people have gotten past Plato. 0. Nietzsche knew it, even though he didn't admit it, right? Heidegger admitted it. He admitted it. Oh, I can't get past Plato. And so what does he do? He turns Plato into the villain. Oh, of course he did, because he wanted to win. And that Vervaeke and Peterson talked about that. Said, oh yeah, that's the Nazi spirit. That's how the Nazis got him, through ego. Yeah, okay. The Nazis were Gnostics. Anybody see a pattern here?
So who first coined the term?
I have no idea.
You go back to Anton LaVey in the 18th century if you want to. You could go back to, if you want me to be spicy, you could go back to the 18th century. Anton LaVey, that whole Gnostic. The school of thought that starts with TH.
1827.
Yeah.
So it's brand new.
Yeah.
Brand new.
It's pretty
new, young, and recent. That's what it means.
Theosophism.
Oh, is it connected
all that
to
sort of stuff? All that sort of Gnostic stuff happening around the 18th century, which leads on to the late 18th century, which leads into quote unquote the First and Second World Wars. All that sort of stuff starts to build up in different schools of thought, which are all trying to replace each other with bigger truth claims, essentially. And then that truth claim reached the highest point in Nazi Germany, essentially.
This is what I'm noticing too. There's a real interest in theosophy now, and Rudolf Steiner. Like, what's that about? Can somebody explain that one to me, Mark?
How do you make sense of reality if your starting axiom is 0?
Right.
Is it the same?
It's all Gnosticism.
Yeah,
I know. But what? Where all of a sudden, like,
well, they don't want to submit. They don't want to look up. Because why can't we cooperate? This came up in the live stream with Vanderklay earlier today. Peter Peterson was talking about this. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? He's saying, oh, these things emerge and these laws, and we can all kind of decide to follow them. And Vanderklay very wisely said, yeah, but we don't. And I think people missed that. He said, yeah, but we don't. We don't. Why? And I said, it's never going to, not it doesn't work, not it can't work. It's never going to work ever, right? Because in order for you and I, any 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or however many people to cooperate, we need to be looking in roughly the same direction. Right, it doesn't have to be exactly the same direction. It doesn't be exactly the same telos, but we need to have a similar enough telos to cooperate. Why? Because if you submit to the telos, you can accept the conflict that's going to come when we have to do something together that's bigger than the 2 of us. This is why when John talks about opponent processing, and I go, no, it's not opponent processing. That is a postmodern concept. It is, either this way or this way. It's flat, right? One opponent is winning and the other opponent is losing, and the ground is equal. It's cooperative processing. Why? Because when we cooperate, we can move up. And when we move up, we now have a triangle. And that's the whole key. I give up a little, you give up a little, and we both move above the plane of contention, the plane of opposition, to a higher plane, actually. That's why it's extremely important to call it cooperative processing and not opponent processing. It's not opponent processing. Your brain is not fighting itself. That's very Gnostic.
People are fighting themselves too. If you look at people in communities, is the fun. What makes a community is people want to get along. How many people are actually disagreeable? Like if you want on average, you couldn't have a world full of disagreeable people because it wouldn't be a world.
But you see how that works, right? Like, yeah, you can go into a community and say, oh, these people are fighting for resources. Of course they're not. They wouldn't have to be in a community to fight for resources. They'd be spread apart. The fact that they're together means they're there putting up with something to get something out of it. And that something is greater than they could get if they fought. And that's why this whole idea, it's all the same problem, right? It's all the postmodern power narrative. It's all the same thing. It's like, we're fighting for resources. We're opponents with one another. No, we're not. We can look up. And when you look up, you don't have to fight. Now you can cooperate. You can both benefit. Cooperation can benefit, but doesn't always, but it can benefit both people. And why is that bad? Is there no friction there? No, there's plenty of friction. There's plenty of conflict, but you're using it to move up instead of to fight for the same flat two-dimensional ground. That's why it's not opponent processing. It's cooperative processing. It makes both parties better. Everybody gets they don't get what they want. I'm not getting what I want, but I'm getting more than I get if I fought with you.
If you take Tolkien seriously too, so the Tolkien thesis is that it's the song of creation. Everyone wants to join in on the harmony. And the people that introduce disharmony are what create. Every time there's a song of disharmony, the narrative splits again, and it's a different cycle of essentially degeneration or
that's so
acceleration essentially. So that's the Silmarillion essentially. And if you read the Silmarillion, it's basically the Bible rephrased for like the first quarter. It's quite amazing. Like if you want to like give someone something how to understand the world, you're like, okay, just read this bit because it's going to break their postmodern modern narrative because it's a myth and because it's not attached to anything they think they know, and then you bring it to them and then like all of a sudden, okay, I like fantasy. It's like, no, you don't like fantasy. You like reality. That's what's going on there.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, McGilchrist makes a fabulous defines in a brilliant way the difference between fantasy, right, and imaginary. It's just brilliant, as you just did, Jesse. Just brilliant. So, yeah, and
it's a play for fantasy.
Yeah.
If you're getting my play on words, but yeah, it's a play for fantasy.
Yeah. But that's what Peterson. I wrote that today. I forget where I wrote it, but that's what Peterson's doing. He's telling a fairy tale, man. It's a fairy tale. It's a tale of himself, right? Like you don't call Jonathan Pajot an Old Testament prophet unless you're writing a fairy tale. And the way he constructed his whole being. The reason we're so attracted to him is because he literally, like, we want to know where this tale's going to end. He even gets to have this crazy, strange passage to these rehab places in the United States. Like, it's just full of great storytelling. And then his whole story, I don't know if you listened to his father talking to him, his story about the relative and the ship and everything, it's not true. His father just kind of looked at him and said, well, it wasn't a direct relative at all. And he didn't have the story straight even. Peterson's a storyteller. He's entertaining everybody.
you need that.
And right? He has the correct pattern. He has the pattern. So, but that's how he
maps a meaning, right? That's a book about patterns.
This is what people with charisma do, though. This is like the core pattern. Anyone that is a charismatic person or appealing to charisma, they use that tool. They're telling a narrative.
Absolutely.
They're being charismatic. They're giving you some version of.
But
you need both. And the problem with the postmoderns is that the postmodern so-called critique, which is not a critique, it's an observation, is that people took a perfectly good thing called Marxism and they screwed it up because a charismatic leader came along and corrupted the pure Marxism. That's their critique. That's literally their actual critique. It's wrong, by the way. That's not what happened. What happened was the charismatic leaders knew to take away religion, and they did. They hobbled religion, and religion is the thing that allows you to tell a good story from a bad story. And then they were able to tell a bad story, whether it's Stalin or Hitler or Mao or Pol Pot. It doesn't matter. Right. It makes no difference, right? Now you don't know how to tell the difference between a good story and a bad story because that's what religion gives you is ethics. And ethics is how to tell a good story from, among other things. It allows you to say, no, this story is bad. Why? Because in this story, being isn't good because you're killing people, right? And therefore, you're violating the core axiom of goodness, which is being is good. That's the core axiom of goodness. Being is good. And what does that mean? Well, we can't avoid the conflict of having to eat. So we have to do something about being. So we need to make a sacrifice, right? And treat it with reverence and right. And all this stuff comes together in that way. That's the pattern.
Paul, Mark, have you done a video on Neoplatonism? And the other thing I'm wondering, do you know how Paul defines it? Does Paul Vanderklay? It's really important because it's
none of them have a definition.
Elizabeth, did you watch the video yesterday with Vervaekian Bishop Maximus?
No, I'm afraid
you need to watch that. We just need to clip that, and that's it. You can't do it better than that. What are you doing? What did he do? He just put it in the grave and buried it.
But did he give a definition for what on earth anybody's talking about? I'm really serious about this. I think it's quite important.
Nobody has one. Zero people. I've asked at least a dozen experts. Zero of them could give me an answer. Zero.
And that's the problem.
What
is Gnosticism, Elizabeth?
Somebody's got to know, but somebody's got to know when it first. Because my understanding was the Renaissance had a Neoplatonic.
No. That's anachronistic. It's 1827, right? We just looked it up. It's like 1827 or something. And then what they're doing is they're going back in history and casting a narrative. But Jack told
you mean the whole idea was just invented as a concept, like
yes,
a construct.
Yes.
Well, the thing is it might have been a thing. Like somebody might have read it. You start
to understand the world wars when you do that. By the way,
sorry.
That's what it is. All the world wars are versions of that cycle. Mark is reinterpreting a meta narrative. Recreating a meta narrative of the past for your own.
Yeah, it's right there. Reinterpreting, recreating out of nothing.
So they're making it's an axiomatic claim. Then is that what you're saying, Jesse?
Yes,
an axiomatic claim, and it doesn't exist.
Right.
Well, then, Mark, will you please send this out to the world?
Okay. So the binary mind, ones and zeros. You can only have 0, and then you can only have -0, or you can have 1.
So here's the book that John used in the Cultivating Wisdom course. It's called The Wisdom of Hypatia. Okay?
Okay.
This is written by Bruce J. McLennan, PhD. His PhD is in computer science. That's what his PhD is in. Okay? This is for the first third of the book, third of the pages. It's the first 2/3 of the chapters. But for the first third of the pages, it is on Epicureanism, and that's step 1. And then it's on Stoicism. That's step 2. That section of this book is excellent. Excellent. Okay? What he does after that point is he's writing a fantasy novel. No word of a lie. In this book, he's telling a narrative of Hypatia. Okay? We have no writings from Hypatia. None. 0. He's writing stories in the last 2/3 of this book, page-wise, about Hypatia and her interaction with her students and little tales, which he doesn't do in Epicureanism and the Stoicism sections. He does it in the back section. It's an entirely fantastical story.
So it's a Gnostic. It's total Gnosticism. Then is what it is. Right?
Total Gnosticism. I agree.
Yeah, but this is so important. Like, it's incredibly important because it even feeds into Jonathan Pageau's thinking too. If I might be so bold.
It does. Well, Pageau defends postmodernism.
He also he considers himself a Neoplatonist, and I
mean, again, he's not wrong. Like, if you take John's sort of like everybody who believes in the one and the many is a Neoplatonist, roughly speaking, then yeah, but John also only recently, like within the past year, right, figured out that there were church fathers who were non-theists, and I was like, John, I could have told you that right off the top of my head. I haven't read any of them, but I could have told you that because any Catholic would know this. Like, I don't even understand. Like, I don't understand. He doesn't seem to have talked to a religious person ever. Like, I don't get it. Or he did, and he didn't hear any of the things they're saying. And some people are like this.
Yeah.
But but some people, and it's fundamentalist Protestant, which is rare, but
I wonder what it was, poor man.
Right, and that is a problem. But these people, like, they think fundamentalism is everywhere, and it's not. It's extremely rare, and they think that's the way people think, and they think like Catholics don't think like that. Catholics don't think that God is a bearded man in the sky. What are you, nuts? I've talked to dozens and dozens, probably hundreds and hundreds of Catholics.
I know.
None of them think about that. They don't think that way at all.
Well, sometimes people talk that way, but I don't even
they have to talk
that way. I don't even think they're
the
actually.
Language is limited.
Yeah.
The language is limited. Yeah. Did they talk that way, or is that what you heard? Because this happens to me all the time. I say something and somebody goes, "You said this," and I'm like, "I didn't use any of those words. Literally 0 of those words." And people are just like, "No, that's what I heard you say," and I'm like, "But that's not what I said, guy." That's why cooperation is important, because when you get into opponent processing, you get these people who, and we had a guy like this in the Awakening server. And it's so funny because I actually typed this out. This is his description of what he does. His description, right? Oh yeah. Whenever anybody says something to me, propositionally, whenever they make a statement, I'm skeptical. And then we asked him, well, are you ever skeptical of your own thoughts? And he said, no. And I was like, well, fair enough, but you can't have a conversation with a person like that. You can talk to them. You can try to communicate with. You're not going to have a productive conversation, because every time you make a statement they may not like, they're going to question it. And that's the problem. Like, you can't have a good faith conversation with somebody like that because they're not capable of good faith, because they're always opposing you. They never want to cooperate. They never want to give up anything on their side. They don't want to be skeptical of their own thoughts. They only want to be skeptical of everybody else's thoughts. And that's very Gnostic. But that's where the solipsism leads. That's why when you're not able to look up, you only have yourself to reference, you go insane. We outsource our sanity.
Yeah.
And
Gnosticism is insanity. Like, I mean, let's call it what it is. I don't know why we can't use stronger language sometimes, excuse me, but I don't know, to your point. I think, in fact, I listen to you and Jacob. I'm inspired by you and Jacob, Mark, because I think it's necessary. I think it's right. I mean, I'm just speaking as an old-fashioned retired teacher. Like, man, you speak the truth if you love children, right? You don't mess around with things about like in every little detail. You say this is the way it is. You model reality for them, man. What's that say?
Sorry. Immortality.
Oh, that Marescu.
The secret history of the religion with no name. This is another Gnostic meta-narrative of trying to pull together parts of history, parts of things we think we may know.
Yeah.
Archaeobotany. You're like, okay, when did this archaeobotany thing exist other than on Joe Rogan? Like, when did we find out about archaeobotany? We can trace back some possible wine seeds and things in this jar that we think could be used here. If it was used here, they may have been doing this, and if they may have been doing this, then the Orthodox were smoking heroin or whatever in their churches.
Yeah.
Like,
So I found the definition of Neoplatonism, and it goes right along with what Jesse was saying. Is pulling. We're going to take this here from there. We're going to take that here. We're going to put it all together and mix it all up. All right. I've got it here.
I haven't read that book, by the way, but I've got it.
That's funny, Jesse.
Nice. There's your Neoplatonism.
I don't know if you can see that.
Oh my God, where did you get this?
Make it bigger. Make it bigger. This is my favorite. Ethan has been on fire with the memes, baby.
Wow.
There it is. That's John's Neoplatonism right there.
Wait, where did you get this from?
It's just some.
Who did somebody post it
like
somewhere?
5 minutes.
You didn't make that, Ethan.
He made it.
I stole it. I plagiarized it.
No, tell me the truth. Did you really make it? It's brilliant. Wow.
Well, you superimposed John's head on top of a meme, didn't you? Is it?
Yeah, this is just what's he got on the internet that somebody uploaded, and I just
but what's in the middle there? All the light stuff.
Oh, it's just occultism. You know, it's drawing circles, lighting candles, and
emergence.
Yeah,
It is emergence. It is emergence.
Well, that's what an incantation is in occultism. And the way I got onto this is James Lindsay has a talk called WTF is SEL.
Yeah, he's got his finger on the pulse, James Lindsay, right now. I'm really impressed with him now. He's nailing the philosophical problems, right? That we shouldn't even be talking about. Like you said, Mark, they're so ridiculous.
Right. And that's the thing. Like Lindsay's, I mean, again, I think Lindsay goes too far with the historical connections and he's got them backwards, right? People are discovering the same thing that Hegel discovered, and then they're finding out Hegel discovered it, and then, Hegel's smart, so I must be even smarter, right? That's what's happening. But yeah.
No, but he's a clear thinker. He's a very clear thinker, James Lindsay. And he's rigorous with himself, right? So I think he's going to be very interesting to watch this year. Yeah.
And his negation of reality was excellent. That talk was really good.
I'm going to watch that. I just listened to him with Benjamin Boyce. So yeah, he's that's fascinating. So keep going. So this Neoplatonism thing, the term shouldn't really exist in a sense then. Right. That's why I keep saying it doesn't exist. And everybody pushes back and I go, well, give me a freaking definition if you think it exists, buddy. And they can't. I'm like, guy, if you think it exists and you don't have a definition, maybe you shouldn't be talking about it. That's all I'm saying. Maybe you should be talking about it. You know, did anybody notice in the
it's a veil. It's something you put in front of you to try and see the world through. So it does exist on a surface level. It's a veil. And you can't see things clearly.
It's just not the same for everybody. That's the problem. When they're saying Neoplatonism, they're not talking about a similar thing. That's what makes it Gnostic. Gnosticism is all about personalizing the world to yourself because you're solipsistic. Right.
That's exactly right. I think it is the same old. Like it's the same old pattern. Yeah, for sure.
Well,
it sounds so cool, like sophisticated, right? It sounds like
what's new? It's postmodernism. For the past. It's Neoplatonism, New Platonism, postmodernism, modernism. Now we have post, but it's the same pattern. You're saying the same thing. And John's always going on about we can't go back. We can't go back. We can't go back. And then he goes back to Neoplatonism. I'm like, dude, you're going back. And now he's like, you know what? We got to go back further. It's after Socrates, which is before Plato, technically. It's like, I thought we couldn't go back, John. Which is it? It's Gnostic. It's like, oh wait, I can't use Neoplatonism because there's too many holes. I'm gonna have to go back to Socrates instead. But we can't go back.
Isn't his whole thing too trying to get rid of narrative?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but he's going back to dig out a narrative that works with these theses.
And he's making it up too, right? I mean, again, it's overt. You are making it up. You are making it up. Like, stop making up stories about Porphyry and Plotinus and their big movement and how it got absorbed into Christianity. It's like, no, what got absorbed into Christianity was Plato. and Aristotle. That's what got absorbed in Christianity. Okay, and the fact that that resembles all the resembles enough of the people who also took their stuff from Plato and Aristotle is not a brilliant deduction. Okay, it's obvious. Of course, you grew up in the soup of Plato. Of course you ate the soup of Plato. No kidding, genius. Really? Like, what are you saying at that? Like, what are you going to tell me next? The sun rises in the east? Really? That's so genius of you. Like, honestly, I'm like, you guys are just like really stroking your ego here. And you didn't really say anything all that freaking groundbreaking that anybody couldn't have figured out on their own.
I know, but you know what? These academics, they're kind of stuck. I mean, think about them, right? These like Heidegger, like John Vervaeke, they're stuck. They've got this Hegel, they've got this thing going, and they're stuck. They have to think of something innovative. And if everybody's going to give attention to it, why wouldn't they just keep milking? I shouldn't say milking it because that's not very generous of me, but why wouldn't they? They feel like they're on a winning streak with this nonsense, and they get enough attention for it. So I think John Vervaeke's stuck. I think he's absolutely stuck in his gig. He can't get out of it now because that's his job. That's what he does.
Yeah. Well, no, and that's 20 years of work. I mean, people. Yeah. So people were like, even Jack said this when I talked to Jack on Clubhouse like a year ago about Vervaeke. He said, that was a brilliant breakdown of all his work, Mark. You should debate him. And I said, I'm never going to debate John. It's not going to happen. Because this is my thing. Like, you think postmoderns know how to break down ideas? They're all amateurs compared to me. I'm really good at it. I can break down anything. True or not, I can break it all down. I can put you crying in a corner with your stupid ideas. That's easy to do. Because it's easy to do. And it's a skill that I happen to have and have honed over many years. Multiple decades. I'm really good. You may have seen it with Claire Kaw came on one of my live streams and I just freaking took her apart. I'm like, no, you're not using these tricks. I invented some of these tricks on the internet. You're not using these tricks on me. It's not going to happen. I'm going to catch every mistake you make verbally and I'm going to beat you with all of them. Right? So it's not fair. It's not a fair fight. Also, John's got like 20, 25 years of work into this project. What good is any idiot can push down the tower? It's not fair. And it's not nice, and there's no reason to do it. There's no reason to do it. And maybe that will change. Like, maybe there'll come a day when there's some group around him, and I need to dismantle his whole thing and show them all that they're morons, that they're Gnostic cesspool morons. And, occasionally I did do that on the Awakening server, and that may happen, but there's no reason to do it now.
Yeah, I just saw Luke. Luke, is he around? He had this really interesting idea about the consciousness and the unconscious when he was, I think it was a live stream actually. Are there more live streams now, or is it? I don't know because I've never really been too involved in this whole corner. But are there more live streams happening?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I think with Jacob's project and Randos United is taken off, and some of these other people are sort of vying for attention. Yeah, I think there are more lives, and plus BOM kind of blew up. So I know they don't want to admit that, but that's okay. They did.
What do you mean it blew
up? There's more stuff out there.
Oh.
But nobody's on there anymore. Like Joey's gone, and nobody's on there. And occasionally they still get together, whatever. But they used to. There were before the summer. So last spring and last winter, people were on there all the time. There's 5 or 6 people on constantly all day, and that's not the case anymore. And like, fair enough. I don't care. It was never my project. I mean, Van Nuclei doesn't go there every Friday anymore. He used to.
So
right? He used to drop in. He doesn't do that. So
does Grail Country connected to this little corner?
Oh yeah.
Way back? Oh
yeah, that's Nate. That's Nate Heil stuff, right?
So does he go way back in this?
Oh yeah. Nate's an early. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Nate went after me today on the live stream, and I basically said, you're not attacking my ideas. You're attacking James Lindsay's ideas, and you just said you agreed with him. So do it. And I told him to do a video on it. They said, if you think I inverted Gnosticism, do a video on it. Because you're fighting with Lindsay. You're not fighting with me. I got all that from Lindsay. Those 2 videos, that WTF is SEL, which is hard to listen to when it's long, but he makes a case that Neoplatonism reduces to occultism in there. Yes,
wow.
I think that's right. When he made that case, I went,
oh,
I
need to listen
right.
to that. What's the name of that one?
WTF is SEL? Question mark. Well, you'll like it. It's about education. It's about socio-emotional learning.
How am I going to find it? That's always my problem. Like,
just type in WTF is SEL question mark. It'll come right up as a video on YouTube. I guarantee it.
And who is it with again? Vervaeke?
That's James Lindsay.
Oh, James Lindsay just.
And the negation of reality was the recent talk that he did that was excellent. The first 35 minutes is tough, but yeah.
Yeah, I think he's really doing great work, James Lindsay.
He is.
So that's great. That's exciting actually to see it coming together.
No, he is. He's doing great work. I agree. It's really important work.
Mark, how would you, if it's possible, okay, put it aside, is it possible, how would you slowly help someone out of solipsism? That's what I wanted to ask. I know we've been on here for 3 hours, but that's something I have a few friends that have jumped on this Vervaeke train and then now they're in Gnosticism. They've read that immortality key thing and it's just like, okay, how do I help break the veil that you're in?
Yeah, the first thing is to find out how they got there. So if they're in something like the immortality key, you've got to get them to. You have to do everything backwards. Like one of the reasons why I'm good at this is because I'm dyslexic, and so I see things back to front and front to back all the time by accident. So I've had to, but I've cultivated all that, right? I use it to my advantage. I tell people I'm dyslexic and they go, what, how? And I'm like, I make that mistake all the time. I just correct it really fast. That's my trick. And sometimes I slip and then I'm screwed. I'm like, because once I make a mistake on a sequence, I can't get it out of my stupid head, right? But what you need to do is say, well, you think science and history is important, right? Do you think that's because they're propositionally stuck for sure, right? Like, they're propositionally stuck.
Yeah.
So you get them into, that's absolutely, absolutely true, right? And then you can either do a Peterson trick, right, which I go over in a video that I posted earlier in the chat, right? My latest Peterson video, which has almost 1,000 views, amazingly enough, way more popular than I thought it would be. You can lead them through the history and grab the symbolism along the way and use the prophecy and then, get them in through Egypt to the Bible. That's one way you can do it, right? Or you can break apart their worldview. So what you do is you say, oh, history is important and science is important. You realize the book you're reading doesn't have either component in it, right? Because like I said, we did a book. I read The Wisdom of Hypatia and I was really struggling with the end until we did the book club. And then I've got Manuel right now. Now we've got some brain power with us, right? And that's where the cooperative processing comes from, right? Like now the two of us we're butting heads because we argue, less and less, over the past couple of years, but we argued pretty, vociferously in the beginning. It was pretty heated stuff. That's when we were able to see, wait a minute, he's quoting Hypatia. And then we're looking up on the internet all over the place. There are no writings from Hypatia. None. Well, hold on. All the stuff in the Epicurean section, the Stoic section, are valid and verifiable outside of the book, except this whole section of the book, which is 2/3 of the pages. It's the last chapter. It's the last major section. It's the part 3, right? But it's 2/3 of the pages. It's all fiction. Well, wait a minute. No wonder why it doesn't make any sense. It's someone's random story, and he happened to be a software engineer. Now we're in my expertise. I know software engineers really well. I know exactly what they're like, and I know exactly what kind of story they'd make up to justify exactly what kind of religion, because they deal with software. So you already know a bunch about how they think and how they're going to end up and where they're going to start and all that stuff. And that's the problem, is that once you realize it's a fantasy, once you realize it's a deliberate fiction, now you're in a whole other realm. And now you can say, wouldn't you rather read something that has some historical heft to it that's been around for a while, right? Because Taleb talks about this. One way to get people out of this stuff. So if I were going to put people on a reading list, I would say read all of the Freakonomic books. There's like 4 of them. They're fantastic for teaching you that you're stupid and know nothing about the world and understand zero psychology. Okay, they're fantastic at that. And read Nassim Taleb, all of his books, because that gives you this sense. Like he puts in like the Lindy effect. So if a book isn't 200 years old, don't read it, except his, because they're awesome, right? But really, the survivability thing, right? And if you believe in evolution, how are you going to fight that? You're not. You get no tools to fight that. Otherwise, you have to destroy evolution. And I do this to people all the time. I say, well, yeah, you can do that, but now you're denying evolution. And they get all upset, but then they realize I'm right. Even they don't have to admit to it. Unconsciously, they know I'm right. All you have to do is hook them, right? It's it. It set the hook and leave and run away, because the rest of the work has to be revelation. And that was a word, actually, I should have mentioned that to Vanderbilt. It's a word I wanted him to use, right? Because how do people get there, right? Oh, they don't build up. It gets revealed to them from above. It's revelation from above. That's how it happens, right? We all know this. The people who've been through it know it. They're like, oh, we had a revelation from above. It didn't come from below at all. It came from above. It came down on us, and it became undeniable to us from our phenomenological experience. There's your experience. It's not the experience that you emerged. It's the experience that emerged upon you, right? It emanated down upon you. And it's like, wow. And then the world, the emergence of the world changes as the result of the emanation down upon you. But you have to set the stage. And the way you set the stage is get them out of the fantasy. You have to tell them, no, that's a fantasy. Let me show you how that's a fantasy. The tricks that I can use is you can go into physics, because I know all the holes in physics. Maybe not all of them, but enough of them that you don't know them. And once you run into them, you're screwed. And I know almost all the holes in philosophy, because I've had all these without reading any of the philosophers, because I hate them all. Right? I haven't even read Plato yet, although I have to, because Ethan sent me the Republic, so I'll be reading that soon. Right? But I don't need it, because I know where the holes are. I know where the arguments fail. Right? Because you can look at the arguments religion makes and say, well, why was religion making those arguments? Because nobody else did. That's why. And then once they made those arguments, that's the hole in everybody else. Because why are they going to fill that hole? It's already filled. The problem with Gnosticism is that they don't start there anymore. Right? They don't start with the symbolic representations and interpretations, right? Or they get traumatized out of it like John did at age 9 or 10 or 11 or whatever, right in that range. Now they don't have access to Jonathan Peugeot's symbolism. They don't have it, right? And so they have to be led into it slowly. And that's what Peterson does brilliantly, is he says, look at these patterns. Look at this stuff. Look at these connections. Why? The most brilliant thing Peterson does, and I think it's in my second Peterson video, the most brilliant thing he does is he says, look at something like Pinocchio. Why do you understand that movie? And then he goes through all the facts of the movie. First of all, it's a cartoon. Second of all, it's about a wooden boy. Third of all, there's a talking cricket. None of that movie makes any sense when you break it down. None of it. None of it should. How the hell does it make sense? What is the magic, because it is, that makes that movie understandable to you at all? Well, there's a good freaking question. I don't know the answer to that question. Of course you don't, because science can't explain it. That's why you don't know the answer, because science is beholden to narrative. The narrative is the thing that explains it. So that's the trick. That's what you have to do. You have to point out to them, no, there's stuff in the world that you don't have an explanation for that you think you know, right? And I get another brilliant trick that John uses that I agree with, even though I disagree with the wording, is the idea of participatory knowledge. Why does that work? It works because you're not saying knowledge isn't the highest value, although and I try to avoid that. I try to avoid telling people, no, knowledge is worthless. Right? I try to avoid it is, but whatever. I don't even mention that. I just say there's a type of knowledge that you don't know about called participatory knowledge, right? And then I can contrast it with propositional knowledge. That's why I actually like and use those words, even though they're technically inaccurate and I don't use them in the model because the model is accurate and precise, right? But I say, well, what about this participatory knowledge? What are you doing about that? You think knowledge is important. Here's a whole branch of knowledge you haven't paid any attention to. What do you start paying attention to that type of knowledge? Well, where can you get some of that? Oh, I know. You could cooperate with other people. You could join a sports team. You could play a game. You could, right? How do you cooperate? Because those are the skills we're missing, right? It goes back to what Peugeot said in the Q&A that I mentioned earlier. Why not practices? Because practices don't teach you to get up and do something you don't want to do on a particular day with people you don't want to be around. That's what it teaches you. That's what you need. That's the training for participation, because there's always going to be somebody in the group that you don't get along with. There's always going to be something you're doing in the group that you don't want to do. There's always going to be a reason not to go. And that's what church on Sunday teaches you. And I'm still blown away by that. That was like a year ago, at least, that Peugeot said that. I'm still blown away. I'm still angry as hell that he said it. I'm like, I love practices. They're my favorite thing. I'm building community with practices. How dare you say that? But he's right. And that's the key. Those are the key principles, Jesse. So I can't tell you exactly how, right? And I'm trying to do a list of tells so that you can co-locate people.
Because one thing I tried to ask a friend was, through your point of, if you don't subscribe to some version of religion, a religion will be subscribed to you. You will, or if you don't have an ideology or a way of framing the world, you will take on someone else's, whether you know it or not.
Yes.
If you don't,
exactly.
They did not like that point. Then they thought you could just continue to play, you could continue to just figure it out on your own. I'm like, that's not going to happen. You're eventually going to bend your will to some version of a collective of thought that you don't maybe fully understand, and that's going to influence you.
Right. Well, but a better message in that case is, it is something like, do you see these patterns? Like, do you see BLM washing feet and holding court? And like, what do you think those patterns are? Right? Because I would classify those as religious patterns. Okay, well, why is that happening? Well, because it's inevitable. And that's why I focus on the navigating patterns part. Like, I went over this in the live stream today. I'm like, guys, this is why my channel's named Navigating Patterns, because you're seeing these patterns over and over again. And I'm showing them this is what they are and this is how to deal with them, right? Or trying to anyway. Maybe I'm doing a poor job of it, but that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, it's important. It's very important.
Oh, and that's Vervaeke's point. Like, one of Vervaeke's points is cultural cognitive grammar. What's that? Well, we're going to replace the Bible. That's what that is. And fair enough. Like, I get it. But I'm taking cultural cognitive grammar to be the grounding of communication with other people. And that's why when somebody says Neoplatonism, and I try to always say Neoplatonism doesn't exist. And it's a bit of a meme now for those guys. I don't care. It's important that you understand that it doesn't exist, right? And Carthage must be destroyed at the end of every speech. It's the same principle, right? But you have to do it. And I actually think everybody listening and watching and whatever, everybody that sees this, should anytime anybody says to them Neoplatonism, they should say Neoplatonism doesn't exist. I actually believe that is really important, because it helps fight the Gnosticism, which is inevitable in Neoplatonism. It's inevitable in Neoplatonism because it's coming from the solipsism, from the belief that you have some small chance in hell at understanding some significant part of the world, which you don't. I'm a Muppet. You're a Muppet. We can't understand that. The world is bigger than you are. You're not going to be able to make sense of most of it. That's just an unrealistic expectation. It's ridiculous.
So
you didn't build the world.
It's that whole point of we made a couple weeks ago of, where do you start? Not what are you starting with?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Not where you're standing, but where did you start? Yeah, I think that's important. I wish I had said that to Peugeot when I had the chance, but I blew it. I'll get to him eventually. I'll get some time with him, and then I'll remember to say that.
Yeah. No, I got a lot from that. I want to think on that a lot, because I think this is a really it's a really puzzling dimension, because many people are, as Elizabeth has, Tower has pointed on, that we're dealing with this a lot more as the internet speeds things up. as the virus spreads.
Yes.
In another way. And I have a whole theory. COVID has brought that. It's doubled down. We're essentially living in another 1940s, 1950s era where people don't want to deal with the traumas of what they've gone through or are going through. And so,
but there's two dimensions, right? And this is where I don't like the psychological development models. And the reason why I don't like them is because they tend to assume that it's a staircase up and that you never slide back. But what actually happened is we slid back and we've lost the skills of participation with each other in person. We've lost being able to read people's faces. Literally, your face was wiped away, right? We've lost all that. So a lot of people's skills now are poor, and now they don't want to go out. And when they do, they're anxious. And I did a video on this, actually. I talk about why is everybody anxious. It's an older video, right? But it's on my channel, Navigating Patterns, right? It's out there. And
I'll comment.
It talked to, oh yes, comment. No, well, that'd be good because I'll redo that because that's really important to understand why people are like that. They're all wound up. And part of the winding up is that they've lost the skill of navigating participation in person. And now they're preferring navigating participation online. Now that's a blessing and a curse. The blessing is, well, we can get online and build them back up. Maybe. I'm not claiming that we can, but maybe we can. I think we can. That's part of my mission for sure. It's one aspect of it, right? But there's also another aspect, which is, well, they're trapped in some sense in themselves, right? So now the Gnosticism just explodes because they don't have to deal. We're living in this world where you don't have to. And look, to be fair, to give the conspiracy theorists their due, there is $100 billion at least tied up in investment in some form of home delivery industry that is supposed to overturn the current retail industry completely. The grocery stores is one of them. No word of a lie. People have invested hundreds of billions of dollars in this. Okay. If you do the math, and they didn't, honestly, they didn't. If you personally, because you can do the math, it's not a sustainable business model. It costs too much money. Even with automatic driving cars, which are never going to happen, by the way, because they can't take a left-hand turn after 10 years. After 10 years, your AI can't take a left-hand turn. You're not getting a self-driving. It's not going to happen. Okay. It's not realistic. That business model cannot work. Cannot, full stop. They just didn't do the math correctly because they live in cities and they did city math. And they don't understand that most people in the United States, for example, don't live in cities. It may work in parts of Europe where it's really crowded, but it ain't working in the US. And that's the big market because that's who has all the money. Right? We have all the free capital in the world as individuals. We're so wealthy. It's insane. It's insane how wealthy we are. I haven't worked in 3 years. And that was just, I better get a job soon, by the way. But yeah, I haven't worked in 3 years because we're just so wealthy that if you're just a little careful and like move to a cheap part of the country, you wouldn't believe how cheap it is to live here compared to New England. It's unreal, right? Then you can last a long time, right? 3+ years so far, and running out of runway here, but whatever, right? It can work. That market is half what they think it is. And not all those people are going to adopt. They're going to lose all that money. So COVID for them was an actual opportunity to kill the retail business entirely. Actually, not conspiratorially, actually different people. Some people want to replace cars. Some people want to replace grocery stores. Some people want to replace restaurants. They just want a piece of that business. They're using a very simplistic economic model. They don't understand why people shop at malls. They don't understand why people shop at grocery stores. They don't understand why people want their own cars. They just see it as an economic thing, and they can replace it and make it cheaper, and people will use it. People don't buy on price. They don't understand that, right? So they were actively making sure that people weren't out cooperating and being face-to-face. They were happy about that. Right, that looks like a conspiracy, but they didn't care about the healthcare system because a bunch of people wanted to crash the U.S. healthcare system with COVID overtly because they wanted full socialized medicine, right? And of course, that backfired on them because most of the socialized medicine systems didn't do as well as they were claiming, right? Didn't do as well as they thought. So it kind of exposed some of the, like in Italy in particular, right? It was real clear that, Northern Italy and Southern Italy don't have the same medical system at all. And one's really bad because
one is really weird here. If you investigate the Australian one, it's really weird. We pay stupid amount of taxes for. It's a good system on the surface level, but if you need specialized care, you gotta pay. And for most things these days, you can't talk to a GP about something special because they're just going to be like, "All right, we'll refer you over there." Right. Why did I come here for you to?
Well, it's a two-tiered system, but they don't realize all the countries have a two-tiered system. They don't have socialized medicine. They have a two-tiered system. They have a pay-to-play system. And the big dust up in the UK right now, and I know this was a potential issue in New Zealand and Australia, but it's now in the UK, it's a big deal. The for-play people get access to the same healthcare system first. So it's not the socialized medicine that they're selling, right? Because those people are actually buying access and buying better care by just paying for it. So everyone's got free care and they're like, yeah, but we're just going to shell out money and get better free care and take that free care away from you because we only have one system. So the only way to get privileged access is to pay, but you're buying privileged access to the same resources. And so it's not a great system if you think about it that way. It's an elitist system where the elites get better medical care and the free people get screwed. That's what happens with those systems, right? That's the problem.
Yeah.
And all these people have different reasons for having COVID get worse, right? For having lockdowns. All different reasons, but they all want lockdowns. And so now we don't know how to cooperate anymore. And why are we tribal? Because we can't go to the grocery store and say hi. We can't smile. We can't, right? We've lost that skill set entirely. Some people just don't have it anymore and they get depressed and they get stuck in their houses and then it gets worse. They get solipsistic. They go online. The one kid introduced me. This is on my server, on the Market Wisdom Discord server. He introduced me to this guy talking about this stuff. And he basically, went into all this deep philosophy garbage. I was just like, my ears were bleeding. I was like, oh, stop talking about these people. I hate them all. They're all dumb. And he's Hegelian dialectic and all 9 yards. And he says, really, we can't break out of, us being, within our heads. And I was like, yeah, you can. I'll throw a rock at you. That'll work. Right. And the guy said, well, this is the Jefferson fallacy or something. And I'm like, no, that's not a fallacy. It's a rock and it hurts. Okay. Rocks that hurt are not fallacies. Like, right. This goes back to Peterson. What's real? Pain. Right. And I said, it doesn't even matter if you think the rock's okay. The fact that if you lived entirely in your head, you'd have almost full control of everything that happened to you phenomenologically should be enough to tell you that when a rock hits you, your model of the world is wrong and can't help you. Right? The concept you're using will not function. It will not allow you to function in the world because there are rocks that are going to get thrown at you, metaphorically and otherwise. If you're around me, I'll just backhand you. I don't care. I've done it before. I'll do it again, and it works. And it snap people out of really bad situations. To be quite honest with you, it's super effective. And that's the thing. Like, you can't actually get around the world without society. And one of the mistakes Vanderclay.
I had a thought this week about COVID being a push of the social contract, a push of the French Enlightenment and social contract in the world. There's a globalization of the social contract. Okay. So partly right there. Okay.
It is, right, because you're encoding in law how people are going to interact. Yeah. You can interact, but you have to wear a mask or stay 6 feet apart. And this is when I was on Clubhouse, in the beginning, there's this guy, Greg Ellis, who's an actor, who's an excellent guy. He wrote a book called The Respondent that everybody should probably read. It's terrifying, but it's important. And he anytime anybody said social distancing, he would stop them and correct them and say, it's not social distancing, it's physical distancing. And I was just like, that is so brilliant. And I was like, why didn't I see that? Even I got sucked in by the programming. It's not social. You do not socially distance from people. This is why it's an intimacy crisis. You're not socially distancing from people. You're a lunatic. You need people. You can't socially distance from them. You'd have to live in a cave and make your own fire and food, and screw that. I'm not doing that. Forget about that. I'm not social distancing. I like my electricity and my computers.
people did that though. They took on the face level programming, the social distancing,
the social contract. They adopted the social contract and they defended it, right? Oh, you have to get this crazy shot that doesn't work, right? You have to do this. You have to wear a mask. You have to, you have to send your kids to school with a mask. They put mask mandates in Massachusetts in a couple of the school districts. This month or last month, I was like, what the hell is going on up there? I'm so glad I moved out of New England. I'm like, you people are killing your kids. You're destroying their ability to function in the world.
15-minute city thing. We had a 15-minute city thing where you couldn't drive more than 5 kilometers from your home.
Right.
So basically, got that whole conspiracy about the 15-minute city. It was just tried here. It was just like very strange, very strange. So it all does relate to solipsism and Gnosticism in a way, because these are all ways of being in the world that are emerging, essentially, or coming up and being adopted.
Right. Well, then you're using that which is below to determine what emerges.
Yeah.
Right. Not understanding that the law of man comes from the law of God and is informed by the law of nature. There's 3 laws there, 3, and they're different. And that's, it didn't come from the bottom. People didn't agree. This is what Peter Peterson was saying on the live stream of Vanderklay earlier. I was like, dude, that it didn't happen. It didn't come from the bottom and people agreed on it. Law comes down from the top.
I thought that was an interesting observation about the misnomer on social distancing. Like when we were talking about competition versus opposition, I wonder what the genesis of, like in statistics or computer science or whatever you want to call it, I wonder when it got called opponent processing. And then I started thinking, well, like can I come up with any useful use of the concept of opposition? There's you could take the Stoic lens towards life, and that which that which doesn't kill me makes me stronger, or whatever, right? Like if something bad happens to you, what's the benefit of the situation, right? You can find the silver lining in things, but then I noticed and another misnomer is, like in business school, is a competitive advantage. So it's got this idea of a me versus usness, because we want to make money for make a moat around and defenses around our secrets, and like it kind of gets to the idea of where I begin and where I end and others begin, right?
Right.
I was thinking about oh man, the last thought was the kicker, and it man, it just slipped through my fingertips. Oh man, that was a big so an observation I was thinking about that I noticed was, when I think about the concept of opposition internally, or how it feels like what I run on well, I would use words like opposition, like that kind of energy. Like internally, it's like if I'm hard on myself, and that works to drive me in some extent. I don't have a very cooperative lens towards myself, but I tend to, at least I'd like to think that I do towards others. So that was just, I noticed a contradiction. What seems to be a contradiction in terms of how I would describe the world versus how I'd describe my inside world.
Right.
I don't know what to make of that. It's just an observation. But yeah, I was, and then the other part of it was just like, what's the use of the concept of opposition? And then is it, when we hear concepts like competitive or whatever, is that an instant red flag of?
It is. Those are tells. Those are tells. So I'll read it to you, Danny, because somebody made this defense. I forget who it was. I apologize to whoever it was. Somebody made this defense. I think it was Sevilla King, actually. But it might have been somebody else. It might have been Karen Wong or somebody else. The opponent processes a color theory that states the human visual system interprets information about color by processing signals from photoreceptor cells in an antagonistic manner.
Yeah.
Okay?
Just because there's a delta. Why
that's wrong. Okay? The antagonistic manner is wrong. Your body does not fight with itself. That is wrong.
Yeah.
The thing that makes it your body is that it does not fight with itself. That's what makes a body. That does not mean there isn't competition for resources and things like that. But there is a cooperation between the parts that maintains the unity. Obviously. Otherwise, it's not a unity. It's really not that hard. It is axiomatic. And these are tells. So one of the things that really upset me was Van der Clay did a video, I think it was last week or the week before, I forget. And he said, yeah, now I can't hear opponent processing without Mark saying cooperative processing. And then he said, look, Mark, I got to disagree. I like opponent processing better. And I basically posted a comment on there, and I said it's an anti-Christian concept. Sorry, it's an anti-Christian concept, opponent processing. It is not opponent processing. You need to cooperate to go up. You need to cooperate to have that third dimension, to build that triangle, to move upwards. You're not going to move upwards if you're in opposition. Opposition, you're fighting over the same ground when you're in opposition. When you cooperate, you can move up and build that triangle closer to God, basically, if you're a Christian, right? That should be your goal, or so they tell me. I don't understand where the confusion is. I don't understand why people, especially Van der Clay in particular, doesn't like cooperative processing better, because it's more accurate and it's absolutely correct and it's very Neoplatonic, right? Because it's many versus the one. The difference between the many and the one is quite simply rebellion, right? You can't have a one with rebellion. That's it. You can't have a one with opposition. The only thing you can have with opposition is a bunch of parts. And then you go, well, why is it that we can't all just get along? Because we're all solipsistic and in opposition in a postmodern power narrative. Because postmodernism is evil and it's not anything else. And that's the real problem. Like, people get all upset. I'm like, no, it's only parasitic. There is no generative aspect to postmodernism. There's no generative. I have a video on this on postmodernism on my channel, Navigating Patterns. There's nothing generative in postmodernism. I've asked dozens and dozens of people over the years. Nobody can come up with a single good thing about postmodernism. Not that they don't come up with something and say, this is good. It's that I quickly dismantle that and show why that's not good. And it's parasitic. And yeah, look, parasitic things, if you look at them from the right layer, look good. Like, I'm a parasite upon the internet right now because I'm using all my internet bandwidth to do right, which is fine. Like, you can cast that as a good coming from my parasitic behavior. But at the end of the day, there's a parasitic aspect to it. But it's not only parasitic because I'm generating content that people are interested in. So, right? But you can cart out the parts and make it look like something that it's not. That's part of the postmodern. I can deconstruct. I can tell you this thing looks exactly the way I want it to look. Oh, you can do that. A 3-year-old can do that too. Mommy, I can tell you why I should have ice cream for breakfast. And he can. The 3-year-old can do that. That's great. You're a 3-year-old now. Fantastic. Congratulations. I'm very happy for you. Also, you're a 3-year-old. I'm not going to listen to you, you moron. Go away. 3-year-olds get nothing but told to go to bed. That's how that works. Or beatings. Beatings will continue until morale improves.
Daniel, in my toilet break there, I was just thinking about the idea of opposition and Gnosticism, and how Gnosticism is almost a opposition with yourself. It's a disharmony with yourself. Possibly.
Yes.
And so that has because also there's the sense with postmodernism, it's a delinear system. You're not continuing on a line. You're going in detours, essentially. You're going off.
Yes.
Off. So
random directions.
Random
based on experience. Oh, yeah. I've got this flow. Oh, I need more flow. No, now I'll learn rock climbing. Oh, I need more flow. Oh, now I'll learn art. Oh, I need more flow. Well, now I'll play a video game. Oh, I need more flow. Well, now I'll do right. And it's endless.
Yeah, well, yeah. Flow is a very interesting concept because you can have, I guess, flow and anti-flow just as much. I think you're pointing at the anti-flow because you can be in group sync. When a group sings together, they're in flow. They're in sync together.
And that's the problem, right? Like with John's stuff, he always talks about this stuff very individualistically. You can get this or you can do that, and singular you, right? And then of course, because of English, I like to use y'all because I think it's great, plural you, right? Because what happens is, and this is why I say he doesn't take this idea of communitas seriously. He says communitas, but then he moves right past it. He's, the Sang is the new Buddha and whatever, right? He says all that. He doesn't talk about how to make that work. And it's all equality. And that doesn't make it work because whenever you get a group together, you need a structure. Someone's got to lead things. Someone's got to start things on time. Someone's got to tell people to shut the hell up, right? Someone's got to set the rules. Someone's got to formally close the activity. maintain the container, right? Like all this work has to get done.
The highest telos is harmony in some sense.
Yeah, I agree. Right.
So I guess when I hear like disharmony and opposition, that to me, well, it's sort of some like synonyms in terms of like if I'm like, I guess it's just lack of friction. Like if I'm doing anything and there are internal frictions, that's gonna slow me down, right?
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. So anyway, so the corollary there is that the term opposition is a word I would use to describe a feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's not really the typical connotation that comes up, I think, when people hear the word opposition. They usually think football linebacker, right? Like external barrier, the opposing force, you know?
Yeah, but there's an unconscious factor. I mean, this is why I say signals are important, because most of them are unconscious. And that's the problem. You get the spirit of opposition. Why would a Christian, a pastor like Paul Vanderklay, say, I don't like cooperative processing, I like opponent processing? When opponent, I just read it. The source, the source is from neuroscience. It talks about antagonism. No, your body is not antagonistic towards itself. No, your 3 nerve cells for different colors are not fighting for line signal space. That's not happening. They are cooperating to give you an image. Otherwise, you wouldn't have an image. If it were an antagonist, everything in the body, when you're talking about, say, systems theory with respect to biology, right, which is the integration health people, right? They categorize disease in terms of antagonism, right? Or imbalance, where one part of your body is fighting another part of your body. That's because it's not you. When you do that to yourself, you are technically ill. That's what illness is. That's what dis-ease is. What's ease? Ease is we're all getting along together. What's dis-ease? Some part of us is not getting along with the rest of us. It's not an opponent relationship. That's just wrong, and it's not right. There is zero correct about it, and it is 100% not correct. It's that simple. And anybody who tells you differently is lying to you and probably to themselves. Sorry, that's the reality of the situation. This is why it's important that people understand that. Like, you have to cooperate to have a thing. Cooperation is what makes things things. Things that don't cooperate aren't things, they're parts.
Daniel, are you trying to, I guess, bring in the idea that masculinity is being framed currently as an antagonistic opposition to things? It's kind of been framed that way.
No, that wasn't what I was thinking.
Because the business schools are very much like opportunity maximalism, that they want things to, if someone's in your way to make your opportunities or your business better, you go to war with them. It's business, right. Succession is a whole TV show. Opposition.
Yeah, we use. Yeah. I mean, we use lots of warlike frames, right, in our culture. I'm sure there are many reasons for that. But no, I was more thinking of the etymology of the word, like the idea of how did the concept of opposing opponent processing make its way into the academia in like computer science or whatever, and then in other, like, and then when we use like words like competitive advantage in school, why is it all this us versus that? Why is there so much us versus themness in our frames that are in that are embedded in our institutions? Like, I was just thinking about, I wonder where that came from, and I wonder what kind of hint. I wonder what that point.
Sun Tzu, The Art of War, and then what happened is nobody read it except me, and then they proceeded as if, right? Well, I mean, Steve Jobs and all the guys in the 80s were very big on that book, and then they were like, oh, he carries a copy of it with him all the time, and a lot of people did. Right? But the problem was that they didn't read the damn book. And so they came up with these wackadoodle, oh, well, everything's war. No, that's not what Steve Jobs thought. And if you read the stupid book, you'd know that most of the strategies in there are cooperative strategies. Don't engage the enemy. let the enemy engage you first, right? Things like that. They're not attack strategies. They're not oppositional strategies. That's not what they are. You need to read the book.
And I thought it was interesting in business, instead of saying, oh, I have a cooperative business advantages, we say synergy, right? So the idea of, even in the Bible, like when you say like iron sharpens iron as one man sharpens another, that sounds like opposition, but it's not, there's no reason to think that, right?
Right.
It's, but like, my mind goes straight to friction, right? Iron sharpening iron, friction, oppose, hard, difficulty.
Right. Well, then they coined the term cooperation, and everybody's like, oh yeah, cooperation, but it's really just having a rival makes you better. That's not opposition. Having a rival makes you better. Yeah, because at one point he's your ideal, and then maybe you're his ideal, and because whoever's on top needs to be overtaken, but at least provides an ideal while they're on top. And the fact that you have to keep going because there's somebody right on your heels, even if you never make it on top, you're still better for chasing the guy up at the top. I mean, it just, everybody wins. It's not bad. I'm not on top, therefore it's bad. Oh, there's a Gnostic thought for you. That's what Gnosticism is. That's what Gnosticism is. I'm not on the top, therefore it's bad. Like that's the whole ethos of the bad God. Right? No, the God that created all this stuff is the bad God. The God that has the world the way I want it in my head. That's the good God. And he should go after the bad God so that we can be freed of this, right? And it's just rebellion. It's like ridiculous.
It's funny that Gnosticism and materialism are probably just the same thing, even though like we look at Gnosticism as being like anti-material. It's actually pro-material.
Right.
It's pure having mode. I have the most.
They're certainly linked. They're certainly linked. Yeah, materialism, and maybe that's the real link, right? Is the having mode is the materialistic mode, right? Because material is something you can have, and that causes the emergence. That's where you get confused.
In the Gnostic mode, it's always a quest for knowledge. So when you have more knowledge, all the incantations, they're about gaining more knowledge, more levels in the Masonic system. They're all acquisitions of things for greater acquisition, for greater power, for greater resources.
I remember one time Mark was talking to somebody, and they were really confused because I don't know if you were accusing them, but you were accusing the axiom of knowledge is good as materialism, because and they didn't understand it because or I think it was words or something like that. It's like the reason it's material, he couldn't understand it because words are not material. They're not things that you can touch. But what it is it's the whole triangle thing. Words are at the bottom of the triangle. And when you take things at the bottom of the triangle and take them to be, they get their being from above. And when you think that they get their being in themselves, that's what materialism is. That's what Gnosticism is. That's how they're the same thing.
Yeah, or if you're just looking eyes down. And so words in particular, but the idea of knowledge is another attempt. And this is a pattern to look for, Jesse, that you'll probably see it once I say it. It's another attempt to jump the Izot gap and turn the ethereal into material, right? Because you can go, well, I can have knowledge. Oh, really? How do you have knowledge? Because look, I can have this pen. That's easy. I have it. How can I have knowledge? This is it's another good Vervaeke point, although he makes it incorrectly. He just technically screws it up, which is odd for John, but he makes the point. He says, well, I'm not a reductionist physicalist. Oh, fair enough, John, you're not, but you're still a materialist because you think material is primary. He says, the reason why I'm not a physicalist reductionist is because I realize that E equals MC squared is real, but where is it? Can you hand it to me? Can I hand it to you? Can I turn it around? Can I flip it this way? Can I grab it? No, I can't, but I think it's real, and therefore I'm not a reductionist physicalist. Okay, but you're still a materialist because you're still privileging the material and you're treating E equals MC squared as though it is material, as though it is some hard limit on material, right? It's a description of a material limit. Is it now? First of all, we're not even sure that that's actually correct and accurate because we haven't been able to test E equals mc squared. By the by, for those of you who think you know physics, no, they haven't tested that. It could be true, but it also might not be true.
They tested a version of that theory. It's called the nuclear warhead. Like you don't get to those theories without.
You don't need E equals mc squared. They didn't use E equals mc. A lot of people think like, oh yeah, we wouldn't have the transistor without. No, that's not true. They came up with the theory after they found the thing.
But there is no objectivity to a nuclear warhead because a nuclear warhead in the middle of a city is not the same thing as a nuclear warhead out in the middle of the desert. They're not the same thing.
Right.
And they weren't done. The person that detonated that bomb did not have the same goal in mind.
Exactly. And the telos determines it, right? It's all telos. Exactly. And that's what you have to pay attention to. So you can infer people's teloses, unconscious teloses, because you have an unconscious telos, right, by their actions. This is what Peterson says, I believe what you act out. That's your belief. I don't believe what you tell me. I believe what you act out. Yeah. Well, then I can tell a lot about a person by how they conduct themselves in the world and what arguments they make, which arguments they start with, right? And because their starting points are usually in the middle. That's the middle out thinking. I have a video on middle out thinking, on navigating patterns, right? That's the middle out thinking. It's like, oh, like Vervaeke starts in the middle. What's an example of middle out thinking? John Vervaeke talking about Steal the Culture, right? So he says, oh, well, what happened is, you see, you've got Augustine, okay? And you've got Rome, and there's all these people, you know, in their home churches doing their home church thing. And you know, they burst out with Augustine's help from his rhetoric and steal the culture. Okay, so what do we know about John's thinking on this? That rhetoric is important, right? And that's the moving force, and that everybody alone in their houses is practicing a religion, okay? But that's the hell we're living in now. Trolls are rhetoric, right? All these conversations, I'm going to convince you with we need to have better conversations. Why would we need to have better conversations? Because if you talk to me and you understood my idea, you'd agree with me. That's what all that boils down to when people say that. They're never saying anything else. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you anybody who appeals to conversation is saying, the minute you actually understand my ideas, you muppet, you'll agree with me because I'm right. That's what they're saying. And it is not to say they won't modify their ideas slightly. Maybe they will. But they're really thinking that they're closer to the truth than you are. That's why they think conversation will work. I know you can just do the quick math. The more I know about you, the more things I'm going to find to disagree with you about. Period. End of statement. That means more conversation is going to cause more tribalism. For sure. It's a mathematical certainty. It's a actual mathematical certainty. Right? And then what's the other trick? Well, and what's the other trick? Vervaeke's not talking about what these guys in their churches are worshiping. They're not worshiping their own solipsistic conception of what their religion is. Their conception is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. So whether or not they agree on how that happened or what that was, that concept is the same for all of them. That's their eyes up. They may not see each other. They may not know each other. And they're not worshiping together. But actually they are worshiping together because their eyes are all on the same thing. And when you remove that context, as John does when he talks about steal the culture, he's talked about it at least 2 times that I'm aware of. When you remove that, you don't understand the story anymore. How did Christianity take over Rome? Well, it's because it was a coherent thing. They weren't in opposition of each other. And therefore, they were a coherent whole. They were a body.
Don't understand about the how Christianity is so different. It's the universe, I guess you could call it the universality of Christianity. It goes everywhere, and it doesn't eliminate the current. It doesn't eliminate the culture. It embeds itself in the culture.
Render unto Caesar.
Brings harmony.
Well, and that's the important part. Render unto Caesar. Why? Well, you have to get along with these people, whether they're Christian or not. And if you can do that, unlike Islam, right, where you have convert or die, well, you're going to be big. And which is not to say that Islam can't be big. It can. It was huge, right? It took over large parts of Christianity through its intolerance. But there are limits to that, and the limits are severe. And one is close superior to the other. And I think, look, Sam Harris's good work is when he talks about Islam and says, here's why Islam's objectively bad. He's just not being objective. He just doesn't realize that.
One could say that Islam would not have been as potent as it was and is if it weren't for Christianity that came before it. And at the risk of being scandalous, which I don't care, Paul said today, I can't remember his exact wording, but I loved what he said. He said that the bad, I think he said the evil gets all of its being from good. It does not create anything new. And
right.
This is stuff that we say over and over again. He said it really well, though. But
there's a lot of thought to that. Islam might be just a Gnostic sect of Christianity, or a combination of the Abrahamic faiths and Christian sects, and that kind of the idea is kind of mishmash of different tribes over time, and there's a cohesion of we all kind of agree.
Yeah, Sam
doubles down, and then it splits again, and it doubles down. It splits. It comes.
Sam Adams mentioned that today in the live stream, actually, with Vanderclown. Yeah, he mentioned it actually. He said that briefly, but yeah, I think he's made that case on his channel. I don't watch his channel because theology is a waste of my time. But as philosophy, it's the same thing.
More people should have that outlook, Mark.
Yeah, whatever. I'll talk to anybody usually, but whatever. I don't.
The dust guy last week. I was like, you're getting caught up in last time we chatted. You're getting caught up in the how does this work mode. It's like right. It works. Don't worry how it works. It works.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. If you can submit to doing things without knowing whether or not they're going to work, then you can cooperate with people and build beautiful things, no matter how smart you are. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing that people miss. Like, and that actually Paul made a good, made that point today too, right? The thing about Christianity is that, and that was in the bishop talk there, the Orthodox bishop talk too, Ethan, that you pointed me at. He said that, look, Christianity allows stupid people to play too. And they're just as effective, if not more effective, than the smart people. Yeah, that's what you want. Otherwise, you don't have a religion. You have an elitist cult. It's like that's the Sam Harris moment, right? Where Peterson makes the point. I think it's in the fourth debate there of the original 4 debates, where Peterson says, well, Sam, that's all well and good for you, but what about the people who don't have an IQ of 130? And if you listen closely, you will hear a bunch of people in the audience laugh. Okay, let me be clear about this. Those are evil people. Okay, and they're not evil, because that's an evil thing to do. Just say, ah ha ha, screw those people who don't have an IQ of mine. Now, I guarantee you, none of them is an IQ 130 either, by the way. So they're all fooling themselves in their Gnostic solipsism. And I don't think Sam Harris is an IQ 130. And if he does, the IQ test is broken, because he's really not that bright. Sorry, Sam, you're not that bright.
Bad metric, dude. IQ is such a bad metric of terrible. The world. Yeah,
terrible.
Yeah, Taleb points this out. That's one of the things that Taleb says. Taleb says, look, IQ is a great measure of stupidity, but then so are a lot of things. But what it's not a good measure of is past the average, how smart you are. And there's a reason for that. And that's because as you go down the funnel of intelligence, you lose dimensionality. And so stupid people tend to be stupid in the same sorts of ways. Maybe there's 5 or 6 ways, I don't know, that people are dumb. And that's just is what it is. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's exactly what it is, right? But as you go up the scale, the ways you can be smart are much larger. There's lots of different people with lots of different talents, right? And, many of which I can't match at all, right? Like I've got a friend, we were walking down the street in Hyannis, which is on Cape Cod, very, very ritzy place, lots of money. Walking down the street, and of course, I'm not paying any attention to what's going on around me other than moving objects, stationary objects, my whole life, moving objects, stationary, that's all I have to worry about. So I'm talking to him, and we pass these 2 girls. And he goes like this. He goes, one of those girls is chewing out the other one and just, said said something really horrible to her, or told her something really horrible about herself. And I stopped him and I said, how the hell do you know that? Because first of all, I registered females moving. Like that's about the registration power of my brain in that moment, just how I pay attention, or rather don't pay attention, right? And he goes, because one of them was crying and the other one had this look on her face. And, you know, he described it all to me, how he does it. And I can't do that, by the way. I just don't have that skill. He also can remember. He doesn't have an eidetic memory for words, but he has an eidetic memory for numbers. So one day we were driving around. He tows cars for a living. That's what he does. He owns a tow company. We were driving around and he goes, that car right there used to be, or that plate right there used to be on a blue, I think it was like 2007 Toyota. And I went, how the hell do you know that? And he said, because we towed it 2 years ago. And I was like, what is wrong with, he tows hundreds of cars, if not thousands. He's got to tow 1,000 cars easy by himself every year, even though he's not towing full time. I'm sure he's probably still towing a couple hundred cars a year anyway. How would they, 2 years? How the hell do you know that? That's nuts. I can't do that. I can't do anything like that. Now, I can remember a bunch of core concepts. I can't remember quotes. I cannot remember quotes. It's very hard for me to remember quotes. It takes a lot of work for me to memorize things. Sometimes they stick, but, you know, I can't recite poetry. You know, I can't do any of that stuff. So it's all different, right? And that's the problem, is that when you get up high in IQ, there's a different set. There's all kinds of different skills and ways in which people are smart. And it's not limited like it is when you get down to the stupid end of the spectrum. And again, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, the thing is with this whole IQ thing and this, what's his name? Andrew, the new guy, the older gentleman that was on earlier. He was talking about this, the 5 personality traits and how they're limited. And Jordan Peterson is now like coming to realize this. Like he mentioned it in the Joe Rogan. He's like, yeah, we have all these 5 personality traits, like, which the thing is the big 5, like Jordan Peterson is integral to that theory, by the way. You wouldn't know that from listening to him, but if you go on Wikipedia, everything is, you can trace it all back to, not all, but a lot of it goes back to Jordan Peterson. He has one student that's done a lot of work on it. I can't remember who it was. Anyways,
it comes from his Harvard college days, literally.
Yeah, probably right. He says, but it doesn't account for this. It can't measure virtue. I can't remember exactly what he said. He didn't put it that way, but he's absolutely right. And this is the problem this is the problem with the big 5, is it can't measure an ethic. It can't measure if people are doing good or if they're doing bad, because that, as we all know, that is not something that can be measured. And what science does is it measures things. And so, and then
that's all science can do. Yeah, it's measure things.
And it was interesting. He's like, but there's this new research coming out that's the dark triad or something like that, which is interesting, which is kind of like getting closer, but still, at best, you're just measuring what is bad and what is not good. And that doesn't tell you anything. By looking at the bad, by looking at the not good, that does not inform the good. So anyways, with this this IQ, it's very, very dangerous. Like it's useful when it's useful and it's good when it's good, but it's very dangerous because it's very close to that. It's like it's very close to being in conflict with this axiom of being is good, because it's now all of a sudden, well, being above this point is good, and being above below this point
gives you it gives you a having mode way of relating to goodness. And there's no having mode way of relating to goodness, because people, and this is all throughout all the religious traditions, all of them, actually all of them, right? Having things is not going to get you into whatever the next thing is.
Yeah.
Whatever the physical world is not the end, and whatever, you can't take it with you. It's basically 2 themes in every single religious tradition ever written about, right? So it's this having mode stuckness that people are in, that it's like, no, having mode is bad. It's not going to lead you it's not going to give you what you want, right? And we use these tricks like knowledge. I have the knowledge. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is not power. Okay, I have a video on that on Navigating Patch. Just saying, knowledge is not power. Like
it is
that's
power.
nonsense. It's easy to disprove, right? It's not to say it's not useful. It's not to say don't pursue knowledge. Maybe you should, but don't only pursue knowledge because it's not going to give you what you want.
This is the thing, Mark. Knowledge is power. I mean,
no, it's not.
If Manuel was here, he'd be like, "No, it's not." He would force me to say knowledge can be power. But what it is knowledge. But the thing is in a modern world, a postmodern world, whatever you want to call it, we think that we confuse good and power to be the same thing. We don't understand that power can be used for evil.
Well, in postmodernism, it is the same thing.
Exactly.
Postmodernism takes good and evil off the table and just says power, right? And this is one of the tricks they use. Like they don't tell you, like Marx doesn't explain to you.
Marx the Gnostic, by the way.
Oh, we got to
put there. Yeah. They don't. I know. I saw that. It cracked me up. That's why I would get stopped in the middle. I read that. They don't tell you. They're not giving you an alternative. They're just telling you should have the power instead of them. It's a trick. It's a trick. They're not giving you a better alternative. They're saying the world is just made up of power, and therefore you should get the power and not them. That's their whole entire message.
They can't see ethic. They can't see goodness anymore. They're cut off from it. All they can see is what has effect. What has
the
effect.
The people afterwards can. Foucault and Derrida could see goodness, and they didn't want to be constrained by goodness, and that's why they got rid of goodness. And they said, aha, we can use the social contract to manipulate the law from this layer, right? You know, your guy that looks, you need a guy that looks across and down. That's what you need, right? The guy's looking across, and he's going, all right, how do we change the social contract so that we have a construct that allows us to interface with the world in such a way that I can go to the graveyard and have my way with little boys, right? That's Foucault's whole goal. That's his whole goal. It's literally his whole goal. He doesn't have any other goal. It's the whole reason why he's doing what he's doing. He's evil, and he's not evil because he's evil, and that's it. He doesn't look up because he doesn't want to be judged by what's above him. And like, fair enough. Like, nobody wants to be judged by what's above them. But you know what? That's too bad. Now, there's going to be an experiment, I think, in the summer. And if that experiment is successful, it is going to be huge. You're going to hear about it. It's going to be brilliant. We'll see if it works. Got a lot of confidence. We'll see if this new tactic, it's going to be awesome. If it works, it's going to be awesome. It's going to take too long because I want to try it now, but I can't. So it's fine. And I'm not even doing it. I'm not doing it. It's not my thing. Just somebody asked me to fix a problem. I tried to fix the problem. I think it'll work. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, it is about judgment. People don't want to be judged. And that's why they go with postmodernism, because it's all looking across, never looking up and looking down. And that's where you get the power narrative from, because everything's beneath you. It's all Gnostic. Body wellness. Yeah. Well, look, you've got to buy into participatory knowledge, which, you know, is right on tack with Piaget. Right? Knowledge of the body.
Body wellness is just a symptom of much greater problems.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're really in touch with yourself, right? With the knowledge of you, three frames, you with yourself, you with others, and you with nature, right? If you're really in touch with that, then the rest is going to follow.
Sounds a lot like this. Sorry.
What does specifically?
What did you just say?
You with yourself, you with others, and you with nature?
Oh, okay.
Those are the three frames. I have a video on that too. Just saying, 3 frames.
Well,
good video.
Well, the
Christian says you with God, but you know, it's 4.
Maybe there's 4 frames for Christians. I don't know. I don't care. I like my 3 frames because it's easy for people to. and it's more important than the two frames. I mean, that's why I did my slide deck, right? The 4-part. Well, I've got 5 parts to it, but that's really important.
By body wellness, does he mean like fitness or body positivity? Or does he just mean cohesion within a body? Because one word that a term I heard somebody say, I think it was you, Mark, was fake community. I don't know what the context was in, but that word stuck with me. But yeah, like the idea of having like a cancer cell, or you have a body and you have a disunion among one part of it. People prefer body wellness and knowledge. Yeah, I don't know. I just was curious what he meant by that. People preferring body wellness over knowledge.
Physical wellness.
So like fitness, actual like health. Okay.
Physical. But still reductionist.
Yeah, it's very reductionist.
Well, well-being. What do you mean?
So anyway, I was connecting that concept of well-being with the concept of fake community, which is kind of sounds like an intimacy crisis thing, right? Like if I'm not integral, then my body's going to have disharmony. Same thing with relationships, right?
Well, sport is the last civic religion. It's the last agreed upon set of values that most people won't fight against. If you follow my thread.
Oh yeah, no, you're right about that.
Community.
Yeah,
Sportsmanship and sport is a community, right? And in that value set or that preference set is based on physical well-being.
Yes,
we need to have all these other groups and sets of preferences and ways of gathering together that people valued, and slowly all those have become devalued, and sport is the last civic religion of the West that most people still pay attention to, still pay value or highest praise to. So that, of course, nowadays people prefer body wellness to knowledge because that's the only thing they're worshipping.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing as it's still Gnosticism because it's still having the thing I don't like about physical well-being is it's making a distinction. It's like you're separating it from you're separate. There's a separation there. You're closing it up.
Material, but with all material, you're separating things because you have to identify the material, right? And then you can go, but I can identify the parts. This is where the deconstruction comes from, and then I can put them together any way I want. It's like, yeah, but you can't put them together any way you want, and that's why they keep getting smaller and smaller. When we get down to the quantum layer, now we don't have the limits of chemistry anymore. Now we can put the parts together any way we want. Like, no, you can't. Still not going to work.
All right, we got a new guy.
Welcome, Mike. Talk to us.
I'm embarrassed to say I don't really have much to say yet. I was just listening.
Who's behind you? Who's that behind you?
Marcus Aurelius.
Right.
That's Phased. That's an album cover for Akira the Don's Meditations Volume 1.
Well, according to Mark, the Meditations are, if not the best, one of the best books that one could possess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I was pulling some. I almost have it memorized thanks to that album by Akira. Now he hasn't turned the whole thing into music, but I find myself Marcus just comes to my mind at various times thanks to that. But what was it recently? John said something. Why dialogues? I was thinking about this. Marcus in Meditations thanks someone for encouraging him to write dialogues as a student. I don't know. That's not particularly relevant, but
no, it is. I mean, I think, but this is the focus on conversation. But again, I think for Vervaeke, for example, and Peterson, probably right? Their whole shtick is, I have science. I have like an extra dose of science. I get 2 sciences. Everybody else has like a half a science. I got 2 sciences. And so I understand objective material reality better than most people.
Better.
Therefore, if we can communicate correctly and I can train you in a little science, you'll agree with me. I mean, that's their whole shtick. That's why they want talking. That's what
someone comes along and has 3 sciences. And then someone else will come along and say, I have meta science.
Mm.
Well, that's Sam Harris, right? Well, if they just knew this, or if they just had that, or whatever, and then it's like, well, whatever, Sam, but you don't know any of your science. So, I mean, Sam's terrible. Like, he's just wrong about almost everything he says in science. It's kind of hysterical.
Everyone's just trying to out-have each other.
Right. Well, and the trick is he's an articulate idiot, right? And a lot of people are, right? And so they sound good. They string words together real nice. And I actually heard this. So this is amazing. So I get sent, Claire Kaw, Jacob's favorite person in the world, sent me this video where she was talking to this guy, and he was like severely autistic, and he put together this sentence that didn't make any sense whatsoever. And she said, that doesn't make any sense. What do you mean by this? And he was going, no, you have to listen, because this one got a 100% score from Grammarly, which is used by most academic. I mean, he made that defense like half a dozen times in a row. Actually, he said, you have to understand this because the grammar of my sentence is correct. I mean, he clearly didn't understand that the grammar of your sentence being correct has nothing to do with whether or not it's understandable or can be made any sense of or anything. Like, he just didn't understand the concept, which, I feel bad. Like, that's terrible, right? But like, people don't get it. They've got, they think words have meaning, and like, there's no meaning in a word. Meaning comes out from the content and the context, and without the context, you can change the meaning pretty easily, right? And people they're not paying attention to that stuff because it's hard. It's hard. You have to train yourself to know all these things. It's not free.
Words are not meaning. They're tools of meaning.
They're tools of conveyance of meaning. Yeah, exactly. And it's easy to get fooled, right? And a lot of people go to Stoicism and say Stoicism is sufficient. Stoicism is awesome. Big fan of Stoicism. I'm a Stoic for sure, right? But Stoicism doesn't have a why. It can give you a how, but it can't give you a why. So now you got a problem. Like, oh, we need a why. What are we going to do? Right? And that's the issue.
So since we're on it, I've only read half of the Meditations, but what was Marcus Aurelius? Was he? So what was he embedded in? Was he embedded in just the paganism? But he's definitely referring to a one God, right?
Thanks to the gods. I think he uses plural.
Okay. And maybe it's just the translation that I had there. I remember seeing.
I often wonder that when it's translated. I think I was just reading Plato, and I think he used singular God. I don't know.
The thing is, it could be ambiguous too, because he could just be referring to divinity as such, and that could translate as God or
right.
How else would you translate that as? I'm not sure if he was writing in Greek or Latin. Probably Greek, I would assume. But.
Right, but it doesn't matter in some sense, right? Because the modern conception of religion is from like the 1500s, and before that, nobody had a conception of religion, right? And I asked Lantern Jack about this because he's awesome. He and I agree
what is he
about
up to?
everything. Well, I don't know. Other than planning trips to Greece. I don't know. I don't see it. He's gonna have another talk with Vervaeke. That'll be excellent. But what he said was, because I asked him, I said, are there any philosophical texts from the ancient Greeks that don't refer to religion? And he said, actually, no, I don't think there are. And he would know off the top of his head because he is that smart. And he said, but it's a small part. And then he, because he's not down with the whole religion. The religious, ideas underpin the philosophy. But I mean, the ancient Greeks didn't make that mistake. Like, they did not. I know they did not. They did not make the Kantian mistake. They understood full well that philosophy, which I think is the bucket, the best way to think about it is the bucket of small o ontology, categorization, right? So all ontologies exist as individual philosophies. That's what a philosophy is to the ancient Greeks. Philosophy is the big bucket that holds all the ontologies. Natural science is one of them, right? They get a bunch, whatever, it doesn't matter. Everything else is religion. But what it does is it adds reason to the ineffable, right? It says, how do we know when we're veering off? We'll say in our implementation of our religious belief, whatever that religious belief is. Then this is where people get confused. Philosophy can't replace religion because it was designed to work with any religion, technically, because it was designed in pagan times. So it was designed for a pagan world, which means it wasn't specific to any set of beliefs. It was obfuscated or abstracted out to enable people with different beliefs to use the philosophy. So you can't use it to replace, say, Christianity, because that won't work. It doesn't provide that functionality. It wasn't designed to provide that functionality. It's not going to provide that functionality. Immanuel Kant was wrong about almost everything. And before, because people make this dipshit argument, and it is a dipshit argument, just in case you're curious, okay? I understand that Kant or Hegel or Heidegger or whatever might have said one or two right things in their life. Okay, I totally get that, because a broken clock is right twice a day. But you know what? I still throw the broken clock out. Even though it's right twice a day, I throw it out. Why? Because it's wrong most of the time. And that's what I care about. I don't care about getting all the things that are right. I care about getting enough things right so that I'm not wrong most of the time. I'm okay with that. That's a good trade-off right there. So yeah, you throw the broken clock out and get a working clock. That's why you throw out Immanuel Kant and Hegel and Heidegger and all these guys. You don't need any of them. Don't throw out Plato, because he's not a broken clock. He's right about everything, pretty much. One or two things, whatever. But I don't think you can prove him wrong on them. So fair enough. But that's actually important to know. Like, it's important to know it's okay to be right most of the time. That's close enough. You don't need to resurrect or keep somebody sacrosanct who is only right about a couple of important points. You actually don't need to do that. It won't serve you well.
So I actually coincidentally listened to the meditations yesterday again. Maybe across 2 days. I finished it yesterday. And the way that I would map the term when he says gods, I loosely map that onto school spirit, or as Ethan said, divinity as such, roughly speaking. But the other thing too about like the idea of like the body versus knowledge or Gnosticism, like there were lines in there, like one that I remember is like, but the idea is that like you may not have leisure to read many books, but you have leisure to like control your emotions, control how you feel, stuff like that. The emphasis tends to be more the way that it feels as though that the emphasis in terms of like I don't know what language to use, but it seems as though the body was viewed as a vehicle to kind of start like a starting point to I don't know. But like you definitely don't really see that the idea of propositions being elevated for sure, at all, really.
Right. Well, if you're grounded in your body, if that's your starting point, then you're not going to privilege propositions. What is the proposition of riding a bike? How do you proposition somebody into riding a bike? Do you tell them to balance? Is that what you do? Like, I'm not saying not to tell them to balance. Of course you tell them to balance. But if you can stand up, you can balance. So what are you telling them to do when you're telling them to balance when they're riding a bike? What are you doing? You're calling their attention to a skill that they already have. And you're saying, pay attention to this. But you're not propositionally explaining to them how to ride a bike. That didn't happen. There's no way to do that, right? The embodied knowledge of balancing while you're pedaling and steering and doing all these other things is totally different and cannot be expressed through propositions at all, not even a little bit. You can explain the procedures after the fact, and this is where procedures are always after the fact. They're always post facto, every time. What you can't do is explain how they're doing it in the moment or how they're going to do it before they do it. You can't do that. The language won't allow for it. Reality won't allow for it because it hasn't unfolded yet, right? You can talk about, and this is why in physics, there's the collapse of a waveform. Why? Because they can't predict the location of a particle in advance, guys. They can't do it. You think physics does that. Physicists will tell you they can't do it. That's why it's a statistical cloud of probability before you measure it. The measurement is the thing that pins it to a particular place in time. And that's really important. Physics actually says we don't know about the future very well. We know something about the future. We don't know nothing about the future. But we don't know enough about the future to say this is going to be here at this time. We don't know that. We do not. If you don't know it at that level, how can you know it at the higher levels? You can't. That's the answer. You can't know that. And that may seem frightening because, knowledge is power and all-encompassing and it's not. It's not important. You can live without this. Like everybody lived without science before science. It was fine. It was fine. All our ancestors survived without any science whatsoever. You can do it too. I promise you. It's still available to that. Nothing got removed from the world such that you now need science to survive in it. Zero things. You'll be fine.
But what about, so earlier you were saying, you just want someone to be right most of the time. You don't want someone to be mostly wrong.
Me. I don't care about other people. Me.
Right. So then, aren't we only ever just trying to get sufficiently robust models for whatever's going on? I mean,
no. People aren't. They're trying to be perfect. That's what this is all about. Well, you can't say that. You're racist. Okay, look, if I say something racist, I don't care. I'll own it and I'll just move on with my life. It'll be fine. Because I can get forgiveness. I mean, this is what I actually did this to Paul Vanderklay today. I said, I'm going to agree with Jacob here. I'm going to boost his point, and I'm going to agree with this. With I forget who else it was, right? I'm going to agree with him, and I'm going to agree with him, and I'm going to disagree with you, Paul. Why? And I told him this. It's right in the live stream. You can watch it, right? Like because you have to forgive me, and he yeah, you're right. I do. You're a Christian. I can go after you all I want, right? I'm just joking. Obviously, I know Paul. Paul and I are friends, right? I've met him. He's a wonderful human. I couldn't even hit him with a paintball, even though I tried. Right. And that was the thing. It was like, okay, I'm going to go after him. Why? Because if I'm wrong, it's Paul. I know Paul. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. He'll correct me and we'll still be friends. Right. So it's okay. Right. In some sense. But most people are like, you can't say, people defend Paul all the time against me. They're like, you can't talk to Paul like that. I'm like, Paul's my buddy. Paul doesn't care how I talk to him. He thinks
this is another
funny.
intimacy problem. This is another intimacy problem.
Right. They don't understand intimacy. When I talk to Andrea with the Bangs about intimacy on her channel, Andrea with the Bangs channel, I'll find the link and post it. When I talk to her about it, she asked a very interesting question. It was a great interview. She's a really good interviewer. And she asked a really interesting question. She said, what do you make of all these people saying that Sam and Frodo in Lord of the Rings were gay? And I was like, well, that's easy. This is the intimacy crisis because they can't understand a relationship without making it material or physical. They can only understand the relationship in terms of a physical action. And so if that's true and Sam and Frodo are together, they must be sleeping with each other. There's no other option. Why else would they be together? There's no material reason for them to be together. It doesn't benefit Sam to hang out with Frodo. He's going to frickin' Mordor, man. That's a volcano, and it's full of orcs. Like, this doesn't sound like a good plan. Like, why is he doing this? Well, it's got to be a physical thing. There's no other possible reason, right? Because there's no quality of relationship. And in a land with no quality of relationship, what are you measuring? You're measuring the physical act. You measure the physical act. That's what you measure. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, they must be gay. There's no other alternative because I don't have a way to understand a deep friendship because that's a quality and I can't measure deepness in terms of friendship. How would I do that? I don't know. I can tell you certain things. Like I can tell you, look, I think that, I think Jesse and I are friends to some extent, but not the extent that Ethan and I picked Ethan up at the freaking airport, and drove him to Thunder Bay. Like, and we hung out quite a bit. And he taught me a bunch of stuff on the trip up because it was a 6.5-hour ride, right? Like, or Manuel. I spent a lot of time with Manuel. We argue and we fight. And, I think that Jesse could take my, because I will degrade into F you and go to hell. And, I get that nasty in fights sometimes because, look, sometimes I'm wrong and I don't like to be wrong. And so you attack people. But I think Jesse and I would be fine after that. I think we'd just have lunch or whatever, or just like take a week off and then we'd be fine, right? Like, I don't know that, but I suspect that. But that's a quality of relationship that I can't measure. I can intuit it. I can guess at it. But if you don't have that sense of quality, that's the intimacy crisis. You're trying to measure everything. You can't have intimacy of different types with people. Basically, all you can do is sleep around. It's like you're either physically connected to the person or you're not, right? And I'm not saying they act that way because most of them don't. But again, this goes back to the fake news virus scam. Yeah, COVID made that worse for sure, right? Because the news hyped up what was going on, right? So that's where you get the fake news from, right? They're pretending like this is the biggest deal since the bubonic plague or maybe the Spanish flu, right? And it's nothing like that. It's more like 1997 when we had a bad flu year. That's what it's closer to numbers wise. But they're pretending like it's this big deal and there's billions of people dying every day and the earth has been depopulated and all this nonsense, right? And that's why we need to wear masks and we need to stay socially distant. And now we lose the skills of being intimate. We don't understand quality connections. We just understand we need to be socially distant. So we're not making friends anymore. We're getting away from our friends. We're losing all these skills. They're degrading over time. And we're sliding back. And now we don't have the skill of being in person anymore and saying, hey, man, good to see you. Give me a hug, right? Or whatever, right? We don't have those skills. We don't understand. Wait a minute. You know a woman and you're not sleeping with her, but you talk to her? What's going on with that? Like, I mean, I've had people say this stuff. It's not fantasy. Look, you can say, look, Mark, those are the hardcore cases. Yeah, fair enough. I'm hanging out with the hardcores. That's for sure. Right. But they're the ones in the most trouble. Those are the ones, I think need the most work and the most urgent work. So, but it's out there. Like, and it's out there in force. It may be a tiny percentage of total population, but it's much bigger than it should be.
Or are they noisier? I mean, we've just done a race to the bottom of the brainstem on social media. People are used to using these more narrow mental models. It's easier. It's a shortcut. It's, there's like this thing being fashionable behind it.
Those are effects from something else. I mean, everybody's pointing at that and saying that's
you're saying that they're like no longer equipped to wield this like intellectual, emotional nuance.
It's not intellectual, but it is a skill. I mean, look, when they say emotional intelligence, they have a kind of a point, right? But it's a skill set. It's the poetic way of informing the world, right? And you're losing access to the poetic. And one thing that was 100% on the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis server, people would say, oh, I don't read poetry. Okay. And then they'd be hanging out with Mark and Manuel, who are the most terrible people on the planet if you talk to certain people. Right. And then the next thing you know, in 3 months, they're reading poetry and appreciating it and enjoying it. Okay. So look, you can yell about how mean Mark and Manuel are all day long, but we got a bunch of people reading poetry, if nothing else. And I think that's important. And I think there's a direct connection between that and being able to interact with the world better. And we have some wonderful stories, you know, and you know, I'm not going to sit here and toot my own horn and tell, you know, success stories all night from Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. I don't think, you know, whatever, you take my word for it or not, I don't care. You know, I'm happy to tell those stories, you know, at some other time, maybe if there are requests in, you know, later. But
just quickly getting back to Daniel's thought about opposition, which relates here, and the dialectics of what the internet have kind of brought out. What Mike was just kind of tried to point to. There's this sense that, like, and then also the point about intimacy with the people can only see essentially unison or opposition. This whole idea of the binary, that the fact that another part was two is the connection of things together. So people see ones and zeros.
Well, that's the reduction.
Yeah.
Right. We have to reduce the world to understand it. Even the material world has to be reduced to understand it. That's why Neoplatonism is so attractive, because it says there's really only two states, right? It says there's the many and the one. That's it. Okay, that's wrong, by the way. Just so we're freaking clear, that's wrong. There's obviously the space where the many and the one can exist. Okay, so there's at least a space there, right? But yeah, there's at least three ways to think about this. But more importantly,
you know, the guy who invented the mall was trying to do that. He was trying to invent the third spaces for America that Europe has. He was trying to do that in the 1960s.
Oh yeah, I did know that. Yeah,
look at the photos of the original malls in America,
right?
And they're all beautiful. They've got artworks, flowers, towers. It's a beautiful space to be in. And then that kind of just got reduced down to the bare basic concept.
Well, they were trying to science it, right? Yeah. And that's they were materialists. They were saying we can go over there, understand what happened, and reproduce it. No, you can't, because you're looking at it across the horizontal, and that's the problem. We reduce things, and we think we know how we think, which we can't know. That's dumb. You can't know that. You might know aspects of how you think. That's possible. You can't know how you think. That's dumb. You'd have to be a creature bigger than yourself, right? You're not a creature bigger than yourself because you're a creature of exactly the size of yourself. It's not that hard, really. And people are confused about this, right? We think we know how we think, and so we think that we think in binaries. But no, every choice that you make is a decision not to do more than one thing. We pick our top two priorities and we make them compete, and then we pick one and we go, ha, I made a decision between A and B. No, you didn't. You didn't. You filtered down to A and B, and then you made a decision between A and B. But you're missing the whole first part. Where did it start? It started with infinite possibility or near infinite possibility. What can I do? I can get out of bed or not get out of bed. No, I could stay in bed and read. I could stay in bed and grab one of my computers that I have by my bed because I'm not good at that. No discipline, right? I could stay in bed and look at my phone. I could stay in bed and go back to sleep, right? Okay. So it's not stay in bed and not stay in bed, right? If I don't stay in bed, then what? Do I get up and get dressed? Do I take a shower? Do I eat? Do I just stay in my jammies all day and bum around the house? Do I get on Discord? Of course I do, because Manuel's there. Do I ignore Discord? Like there's, sometimes I do, right? Do I just watch videos all day? Do I watch a movie? Like, look, I took a Sunday once and watched all the extended edition Lord of the Rings. It's like 12 and a half hours. I spent 12 and a half hours in front of the TV. For real. I did that once. Like sometimes I do that, right? But I do that at the exclusion of a bunch of other things. Yeah. So it seems to me like I'm making a binary choice. So we tend to reduce everything down to binary because we think that's how we think. But that's not how we think at all, right? It's part of it. It's the last part. That's that middle out thinking. We're not paying attention to what's actually happening.
What about that mechanism where it's suggested that you sort of are using your emotional brain to make a choice and your choice was already made, and then you what you think you're doing in your conscious mind is making the choice, but what you're actually doing is just manufacturing a story to justify the thing that had already taken place, the choice that was going to be sort of inevitable for you?
Well, you're narrativizing your past all the time, right? And that's the thing, is that what I think all rationalization, which John Vervaeke loves, is actually post hoc. I don't think it exists outside of hindsight. I don't think it, and a lot of things are like that. Like I suspect, I don't know this, but I'm pretty sure propaganda doesn't exist except for hindsight. In other words, you can't tell propaganda in the moment. You can only judge it once it's passed and you have a different frame. And I think that's really the issue, is that people aren't appreciating that fact. They think things like rationalization are forward-looking things when in fact they're only backwards-looking things.
How do you know someone's lying? You don't.
How do you what?
How do you know someone's lying? You can have a sense that they're lying, and then you have to verify if someone's lying or not. So that would be a grounding of your propaganda argument. Because you're like, I don't know if you're lying. You could be telling the truth, and so you have to go and verify, and then that verifies always.
And then you know, right? And in order to look for the lie, you have to recognize the possibility. You have to be aware of the possibility.
Yeah.
Right. So awareness is part of this, and that bleeds into the relevance realization argument that Vervaeke made.
Okay.
So I guess that kind of made me think of like subliminal messaging in media, for example, and like a power, influence versus control.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's like it's possible that there is people who are, I mean, I don't know. That's one of those topics that's it's hard to even make sense of, right? Because you could come up with all kinds of explanations. Like maybe there are people for whom that stuff is ineffective. If that is false,
we know that actually. Yeah, we know that. What's the question?
The question is the idea of like power versus control. I mean, you just turn that in on yourself. I mean, and this just gets back to I do the things I hate. So I'm trying to land this.
You're doing the Roman 7 thing, but yeah, people pursue their best interests.
No.
Yeah,
there's lots of signals going on, right? Okay. You only pursue your best interest when you think about that up front. But most of the time, you're not thinking about things up front. You're reacting to emotional responses, and you're reacting to the arena in which you're perceiving yourself in, right? And that's the problem. The question is, what is driving my behavior? Okay? Well, lots of things. The first thing that drives your behavior is your field of awareness, or your salience landscape, is what John talks about. That's the field of awareness. There's probably some confusion in there, right? The number of things that you could possibly be salient of and the number of things you are salient of are different. That's why I'm going to use field of awareness and not salience landscape. Then there's your attention. And this is where influence comes in. Influence attempts to move your attention into that sphere. Now, the problem is, if you try to do advertising to me, it doesn't work, because my brain goes, oh, this is advertising, and it just shuts off all the salience landscape stuff, and then it doesn't work anymore. Now, that has disadvantages, because there's lots of products I was like, I didn't know that was a product. And they're like, you dummy, you saw an ad for it last week. You just didn't even notice it, right? Because marketing isn't a bad thing. It's also a good thing. I actually tweeted that to Catherine Brodsky today, because she was having that dilemma. Oh, I've got to advertise so people know to look for my stuff. Yeah, otherwise people don't know what you're doing, right? And so what happens is, if the influence is within your field of awareness, it'll push your attention in a direction. And if you don't take control of that, you will end up doing things you don't want to do. But that's not the only factor, because some things influence you, like your emotions, right? And so, for example, one of the things is I get very hungry sometimes, although more lately, so it means I'm feeling better actually, so yay me. If I don't control what I eat, like I have to actually, I shop with portion control built in, because if I don't, I'm screwed. Because I'm the kind of person that will go like, okay, here's a box of spaghetti. That's a pound of spaghetti. We'll boil half of that and eat it. Okay. And I used to be able to get away with this sort of garbage, but I can't eat that much food when sitting anymore. I'll pop. So It doesn't work. It used to work. I used to do that all the time. It didn't bother me. I can't do that anymore. So I build portion control into everything now, because I know that when I get hungry, when I go on one of these like, hungry, right? I will eat an entire box of Jordan almonds.
Oh my God.
Just like that, because these are delicious and everybody should eat an entire box. But I didn't eat the entire box today. Good for me. A few months ago, I sure as hell did. It's portion control. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. We're just not in control of ourselves. The thing you have the most control over is you. This is why Stoicism works, because it does tell you that. Like, focus on the thing you have the most control over. The thing you have the most control over is you, and you can refine that control. But it's still not perfect, and it's never going to be. You're just going to have to deal with that. It sucks.
I'm glad that we came around to that point in Stoicism, because that crossed my mind earlier, and I've thought about this a lot, right? So it's essentially take responsibility for that which you have control over and absolve yourself of responsibility for that which is outside your control. But there's a lot of things that I can have influence over, right? Like, it's not
right.
This dichotomy is not that great, right? So, and and then there's like and then have the wisdom to have the discerning judgment to be able to tell the difference. Okay, I can work on that. But what about, I can't control other people? That's not true. Right. I can influence people. I can show them. I can.
That's not control. That's why you gotta draw the line. I mean, I have a video on that. I did paste it in chat. Right. That's why you got to draw the line. You have influence over.
Well, look, you can control other people in other circumstances.
You can't control other people. You can influence them. You may have a lot of influence over them, and it may look like control. I totally get that.
Casting a spell. That's what I was trying to point towards.
Right. People don't have control over themselves, so it's foolish for you, right? And that's the thing. I mean, this is what Danny's complaining about. I don't have control over myself. Yeah, that's true. You don't. Sometimes you have more, sometimes you have less. But what that means is that, and this is the tricky part, you are influencing things without your understanding. Just by being on the earth and having been born, there's a bunch of influences that happen as a result of that. Like you fill out the census form, and that has a bunch of influence in the world. Now, it's tiny, maybe, but it's there. It's not zero, because zero is a funny number, to quote Peterson. And so it's there. So what does that mean? And this sort of segues, because I do want to address this question, into this question from Benjamin Franklin, right? Is an actor a liar? What if he leaves the stage and continues to play the same character until he dies? Look, lying requires two people. One person cannot lie to you. That doesn't work, right? It requires a mismatch in assumptions. When you are watching an actor, they're not lying because they're acting, right? Now, if they're acting and you don't know it, now we're into some gray territory for sure. And that's the difference, right? And that's the problem. Freaking Sally. That's the problem. You can't hide forever, even from the census form. The census is feds. Don't let them fund your schools. That's a good idea, Sally. You're gonna have less money for your schools.
I'm on Sally's side.
Benjamin Franklin, watch The Prestige. There's a great line in The Prestige where there's a point where the real act is the offstage, not the onstage.
Yes. Right. Yeah, that's a great movie, by the way.
About that. To be weak on stage.
Right.
And then, but when he finally gets off, he can't do anything. And then when he's pretending all the way, but really he's physically strong. That's why he's able to pull off these magic acts. So that's
right. Well, and a lot of it too is it's all about agreement, right? And a lot of agreement is implicit. So, for example, when I go to the grocery store, there's all these rules that nobody's written down ever, right? About if someone's coming out of the grocery store, you let them out before you go in, right? Oh, stay to the right with your cart, and then they're not followed perfectly, right? And then people think, if we codify them and then we post them, no, they won't. You'll piss people off, but you'll get better attendance because you'll pay, because attendance to the rules, because the rules will be published, But there are disadvantages to that because people like Mike and Sally Joe are going to go, no, that's Fed stuff, man. I ain't doing it your way, because they're just rebels, really. Sorry, Sally. I'm outing Sally as a rebel. She's a Protestant. What can she do? That's the problem, is that we don't understand influence. There's influence, right? You can put a mask mandate in place federally, but the people in South Carolina are not going to do that. People in Florida are not going to do that. People in Texas are not going to do that. They're just going to ignore you. Right. And you can be the governor of Virginia, I think it was, right? And you can say, all right, no more than so many people at the House. And by the way, masks for everybody. And then the sheriff, who's also elected, can go, up yours. We don't care. Do what you want, people, publicly. And there's no repercussions. And then the state splits, right? Some people go, oh, you're going to follow the rules because the governor wrote it into law. And then some people go, no, he did it by executive fiat, and that's illegal, and I'm a constitutionalist. And by the way, we're not going to get arrested anyway because the sheriff said he's not going to arrest anybody. Right. And that's, so it's by agreement, and there's lots of agreements. And that's why we feel betrayed sometimes, because people break agreements that are implicit, and people don't like this. They want to have their stupid propositions. And so they're like, no, we have to write all this down and make sure people follow it. And then we'll need people to follow it. And then they're like, oh, but we need less cops. And I'm like, well, if you want more rules, you need more cops. Now what? Oh, more cops means more bad cops. Yes, more cops always mean more bad cops. That's true. Now what? Because you're just creating a problem that wasn't there, because you want to have the world a certain way. You want control. And if you let go of the control and just let the world happen, it just happens a lot easier. Peterson goes into this. This is why the tyrannical.
So now you're on my and Sally's side all of a sudden.
Yeah, but that's why the tyrannical chimp doesn't rule. Right? It doesn't last long. He doesn't last long because two chimps can rip him apart. That's always going to be true. And his reign sucks because he's got to be tyrannical, which costs time, energy, and attention. And so he can't be a good ruler because it costs time to set up all these rules and enforce them. And it's a lot easier to have a nice intimate connection and forgive people when they break the rules by accident or even on purpose. And that's the Christian ethos. Yeah, the difference between, I like this. What's the difference between the US and Canada? Well, first, the big difference is Canada sucks. That's the big difference. And then, Canada adopted continental philosophy wholesale. They didn't even adopt the British ethos of that halfway point, right? The Magna Carta between continental philosophy and the U.S. Constitution. The Magna Carta is right in the middle of those two things. So we didn't do that, right? What we did was we said this system is built to work explicitly under God. That's it. It's in the founding documents. You can read founding papers. It's all over them, in fact. And that's the thing. Without that, it doesn't work. That's actually why we're at a crisis or seeming crisis in the U.S. is because without that common aim to cooperate towards, you don't have a common historical grounding, and you don't have a common aim to cooperate with, and so you can't cooperate, and now you devolve to tribalism. That's where tribalism comes from. You want to get rid of tribalism? You better bring back religion, or at least a similar enough concept of single God that people agree to it. Otherwise, it's tribalism all the way down. You have no choice.
Single telos.
Right. That's what telos is for. It allows us to cooperate. Otherwise, it's not worth you and me making the sacrifice because we're not aimed at the same thing. Now we are trapped in the postmodern power narrative where we're fighting for power. Because you want something different from me. Yeah, we're trapped in the postmodern power narrative. But the minute we go, you know what? Without Steve Jobs, none of the workers have jobs. And iPhones never get created. Because that's actually true. Well, maybe Steve Jobs is worth all that money.
Yeah.
I'm worried about our culture fracturing worse into these super pluralistic, like it decays to the point where we have no common cultural
Yeah, that's the Gnosticism. Yeah, I have a video on that too. What is the culture war? I think the culture war is not the way people are framing it. I think the culture war is a fight to have a culture or to have no culture, because Gnosticism is no culture.
Yes,
it's no culture.
Thank you.
It's just everybody doing their own damn thing. That's not a culture.
Have you heard The Network State by Balaji? It's kind of like a political manifesto.
No.
Well, I would suggest looking into it. He's actually suggesting that we basically find like single issue digital tribes, build up a critical mass to the point where you have essentially collective bargaining power or something like that, re-centralized in a physical location to take advantage of this like fractured.
That's not going to work.
Pluralistic society.
I mean, that's what's happening now, and it's not working.
Opt out and
No, it's not. It's never going to work, right? And that's what's happening now. That's literally what the hell we're living through.
Well, it's not organized, right? Like people aren't being deliberate and intentional about it. Like, let's say,
look, organized things don't work.
Antifa is not organized. Antifa is organized.
There's a Facebook page called.
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
Sorry. Go ahead. There's a Facebook page called Checkpoint Alpha, which is like an implementation of like a Plan B thing, where they have these types of like physical, digital communities and like physical preppers, and they have stations and hierarchies and organization. But I'm aware of a couple of these movements.
They're all over the place. There's thousands of them. They've been there for years, since the 90s. This is what people don't do. They don't do their frickin' research. This isn't a new idea. It's literally older than the internet. And ever since the internet, I know personally people who have tried this. It's like the Free State movement. That's one of them, right? It doesn't work. It doesn't work because it's trying to emerge stuff from down below and control it. And that will never work. That's Gnosticism.
If people want an easy shorthand for this, just think of the hippies. Think of the 1960s communes. Where do they go? If they're all free love and meant to work.
That's what communes are, right? That's exactly what communes are, and that's exactly why they don't work. And
what's
they don't work.
We have to actually come together. You have to have a widely pervasive cultural norm.
You can't. You can't do that. A cultural norm comes from on top. It comes from outside and above you. That's the whole point. Like everybody thinks that it comes from either their level or below them and that they can control it. But everyone's been trying that forever and it's never worked. That's a good hint that it's not ever going to work because it can't work. And that's the problem. I can show you mathematically it can't work. You can model it on a computer and it doesn't work there either.
There's nothing to be done. It actually
doesn't work anywhere.
So there's nothing to be done about the problem.
No. There is something to be done. It's called suck it up. You're not the center of the world and nobody gives a crap about your retarded ideas. Now go find somebody to cooperate with and stop talking about it and do things in the world. That's it. That's it. It comes down from above. Things that work are easy to find. They're easy to find. You try the things, and if they work, they work. And if you don't understand that you need to agree on something, like, as I said, the founding of the United States, it's explicit. We all have to agree on God or else this experiment doesn't work. That's what they say in the document. It couldn't be more clear. If you don't have a common sense of a single God that's roughly the same, you have no container to cooperate within. You have no boundaries and you have no common point to look at to come together over. You rally around a flag. The flag is above you. It's representative symbolically of something, right? When you get to the flag, a leader or leaders, right? A bunch of authorities, right? Organize the resources, because look, you can take certain people, okay? And I'll just use me. I am highly competent at least a dozen things. Easily, at least, right off the bat. There's a bunch of things I can do. The problem is I can't do them all at once. So for example, I've run, am I at 9 businesses? Maybe I'm at 10. I forget. Something like 10 businesses. Okay. Basically, you can try to run a business by yourself on your own, but there ain't enough time. The time doesn't exist. Okay. So that means, what should I focus on? Oh, okay. Well, maybe I should do accounting because I can do it, but I'm not great at it. Right? Somebody else would be better at it. But then I have to pay them and put up with all their quirks and their stupidity. Okay, fair enough. But maybe that's worth it. What about marketing? I'm lazy and I don't like marketing. So I'll pay somebody to do that anyway, even though I can do a half decent job at it. Right? Okay, but now I got to put up with that person, and that person has to put up with the other person. You see the problem? Like, as you add people to increase efficiency, you also create problems. Now, that problems are probably well worth having compared to trying to do it all by yourself, which you can't do anyway. So the problems emerge from the organization.
Are you defending the whole Dunbar's number thing? There's a limitation.
No, it's not Dunbar's number. There's nothing to do with that. Because I don't have to know those people. I can just trust it. I can outsource it. I can say, oh, I'm going to outsource to this company and outsource that to that company. And look, I can code, but I'm never going to again. I mean, I do small projects for me, but no, in fact, I did the architecture work for somebody on the Discord server recently. I said, yeah, I'll write you all the architecture docs. You go write the damn code. Right. And that's for his that's what he wanted to do. I'm like, you want to write some code? I've got a project. You can write this, but it'll be fun. It'll be an open source project. It'll be great.
What are you making the argument for, Mark? Is it localism?
What I'm saying is you need somebody to organize the skill sets. Where are my skills most valuable compared to everybody else? Not where are they most valuable, like I'm the greatest software engineer ever. Let's just assume that we're true, which definitely is not. Right? Okay, but we have the second best software engineer, but your skill at architecture is more important. So we're going to have him do the coding and you do the architecture because he can't do the architecture. But now I'm not doing the thing I'm best at. Yeah, you know what? That's going to happen. Sorry, that's called life. And that's what happens when you cooperate with people. Who's going to organize that? Your leadership. Who's going to inform the leadership? The authorities. Are they going to do a perfect job? No. Why? Because they're people, and there aren't any perfect people, although I'm still working on it. I may get there someday, right? But let's be realistic. That's not the world you live in. There are all these compromises you have to make, and somebody has to lead that and make those decisions. Why? Because, and I went over this earlier, the problem with being a leader is you sacrifice pleasing any single person. Leaders can't please people. They can make groups get close enough so that they can get closer to their goal, but there's always going to be somebody unhappy with the leader. And actually, almost everybody all the time is going to be pissed off about every decision you make. And even if they're okay with this decision, they probably weren't okay with the last one. You're not making people happy, okay? That's not what leadership is. You sacrifice that. You sacrifice that the minute you become any kind of leader in any kind of context, right? But not having a leader is chaos. So it's better to have an imperfect leader, even if he sucks or does whatever or makes mistakes, or even if he does really bad things. It's actually better to have a leader than not. This is the old adage true. If you read books on leadership, they'll tell you this.
So,
right?
Sorry to invoke philosophy, but for Plato, democracy, tyranny, and chaos were all very closely related. Right.
But look, when you're the leader, and you have to sacrifice, making any single person, happy, basically. Now you have to survive through that, right? You have to survive through that, and you have to. The bottom line is your efficiency is so much higher that without leadership, you can't get things done. And organizations are imperfect. And they're always going to be imperfect because they're made up of people who happen to be imperfect. But you're not going to get things done without structure and leadership. It's never going to happen. It won't last if it does, right? And that's the issue. Like, you just have to kind of submit to that imperfection. This is why I think people are just being too perfectionistic, because they're looking at science and they're looking at the lies that science is telling you. Science is telling you a lot of lies about how close it can get to this perfect world, and how and whether or not that's even possible, and what tools to use and what standards to use, right? And that's the problem, is that doesn't work. And now we're all into this. Oh, well, look, with technology, I can have it all by myself. Who's running the technology? Are you running the electricity? Did you build the computer? Do you run the internet? Come on. Like, I mean, it's a two-tiered system. Oh, I'm on the computer and I work from home and I do all this great stuff. You're relying on all these other people. And they're not living the life that you think that everybody should be living, because they're enabling your life, you muppet. And maybe that's okay, but also don't pretend like you're not an elitist at that point, because you are.
I think
now, I'm not necessarily against elitism, but you got to remember what's happening. Like, don't pretend like you're living in this world where we're all equal. That didn't happen, and it's not going to ever happen.
Yeah, equality won't happen, but I think that might have been a zero-sum game framing. No,
it's not. It's the opposite.
Necessarily has to be lower in order to enable a lifestyle.
That's not zero sum. The lower enables the higher. The higher can't exist without the lower. They both need each other. That's not zero sum. That's actually people having better stuff by cooperating, because that's the difference between opponent processing and cooperative processing. Cooperative processing raises two people up or more, or two groups up or more. And opponent processing means that no one's going to go up. People are just fighting over the same ground, right? That's the postmodern power narrative. You're just fighting over the same ground. You're not able to transcend and get better.
Guys, I'm going to head out. Love you all.
Right, yeah.
Thank you for the brotherhood. That's the important.
See ya.
Good night. See ya.
Oh man, I had like a whole bunch of things, but I forgot them all.
Take notes, Ethan. I take notes. You can take notes.
I might have. Oh, okay. Hold on. I did paste it here. It was back when you guys were talking. Well, okay. I'm gonna post something that I took from the general chat on Awakening from the Meaning Crisis Discord server a couple days ago. Oh, I need to. It's too long. Do it in two parts.
I guess one thing that struck me about the last thing you're saying about leadership, Mark, is that like even in a secular frame, for example, you still have a weight of glory. So if you're competent or whatever, life's not fair. You know, if it is the case that some people have heavier or lighter burdens, you still have the paradox of humility, of understanding you're limited, yet at the same time the Petersonian everything you do matters. Right. So I don't know. So some people are going to have deeper knowledge of the agent arena relationship, of how, I'm working with a company right now. We hired these human behavior specialists from MIT. They're really good designers. Like these, a lot of smart people know, designing the Vegas, the Vegas types, right? How to hook people on software. So, I don't know. That's just an observation. It's morally, I suppose, neutral. The knowledge of human behavior, this stuff here, agent arena relationships. I don't know. That's just a set of observations that don't go anywhere. But
no. You're close to connecting it all up. Look.
So, one thing I'm personally afraid of is is like, is it like, I guess when thinking about like in terms of how my efforts have been allocated across my life and to what ends that they're going to lead to, is in my, is being fearful that those contributions will not be weaponized against people, right? And if that is the case, I don't want it to have anything to do with me, right? You see what I'm saying? Just based on on where I'm working, and or you could say the same thing about like, like my parents spent their careers designing weapons, right? And you could frame that all kinds of different ways, so
yeah.
I don't know what to think of that.
Well, look, I mean, that's the problem of not accounting for the highest when you're doing what you're doing, right? Because it depends on why you're developing the weapons. Like if you're developing a defensive missile, I mean that's okay, cool, right? But can you develop a defensive only missile? And I've got a video coming actually on the channel with about the second Iraq War. And there's a problem there, and that problem, roughly speaking, is you have a missile that can be used defensively or offensively. Is that breaking a treaty? Only if it's used offensively, yeah, but it could be used either way. It's hard to know, right? These aren't, and that's everything in life has those ambiguities. And you think it doesn't until you start looking into it, and then you realize, oh, it does. And then you're upset because you thought you had an answer, and in fact your answer was just incomplete or wrong. And that's how this happens, right? Like people don't understand. The world is a lot more detailed with a lot more nuance, and it's a lot less certain than you think. And we reduce the world to understand it because we're limited creatures. We can only know tiny amounts of the world. We reduce everything that we don't need to deal with immediately on purpose. And then we oversimplify everything. And we have to. There's no choice about that. It's not optional. You're just not smart enough to know a significant portion of the world. Tiny, tiny slices. That's it. Look, I mean, we can get into it, Danny, right? We go into computers. I think you already know where that's going to end. I'm just going to be schooling you on a bunch of stuff that I know there's no way you know. I know it already, right? And I don't want to do that. I mean, if there's something you want to know, you need to know it, I'm happy to tell you, but I don't want to sit here and eviscerate you over computers, even though I do that with most anybody. And I do mean actually most anybody. How many? 8 billion people? Bring them all on. I guarantee you, I know there's some computer thing that I know that they don't. I guarantee you that. I mean, that's been my life's work, is understanding computers and software and all that stuff. So you'd be surprised. I can talk for hours and hours and hours.
Oh, when you get into software and computers, I'm going to immediately go into music.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. Like you until somebody schools your ass on something you think you know, you ain't got no idea how dumb you are. Right. And then it's like, oh, I'm kind of an idiot, even at the thing I thought I was good at. Yeah. Well, imagine all the other things you're not good at, and how many things, because the details are endless in the world. Like they just keep going. They just keep going. There's just so much stuff. And that's why you can't focus on knowledge. That's why knowledge isn't good. Too much knowledge will just flood your brain and you won't be able to keep track of it.
That's kind of how I imagine you and Manuel to some degree, is you're kind of like gentle giants. Maybe you could say wise, gentle giants. Like in your meditation rooms, you come in there and you have these interactions with people. And the moment they decide to fight you, it's just like, it's over. Like you'll just come back at them. They decide they want to fight you, and you're you're a giant, and it's just, they have no, it's over, because you'll just completely roll over them, and they get really upset at that. But the thing is like, it's a gentle giant. Like you're not going in there. Your premise isn't to fight or to overwhelm the other person with sheer strength. It's something else. It's something
to inform.
Mm-hmm.
You want to inform people, right? You want to help them, right? And that's always our priority. Like we have the rule. Like if we're working, because we used to work quite a bit on the Discord server. If we're working and someone comes in and needs help, we stop working. and then we work with that person until they're better, right? Or until we get them to a point, and then we go back to working when nobody's around that needs help, right?
Yeah.
And then
to the point where they just want to
disruptive, but it works.
Then it gets to a point where some people, and this is not all people, but there are like plenty of people, they just decide they want to pick a fight, and they lose the fight, and they get bitter, and then they file a complaint somewhere, and
well, they get hurt. Like, people don't like their axioms poked. I think Vanderclay was talking about that, right?
Yeah,
people don't like their worldview challenged. Well, they don't like they don't want their worldview. Like, who wants their worldview challenge? I have a way of predicting the world, and now you're taking it away from me? That's terrible. I agree, but what if your way of understanding the world's hurting you? Now what? Who's going to be the bad guy and do the work? Because there's a conflict there. Like, how are you going to resolve that? Like, you need to know if you're going to slide into nihilism. Because if nobody tells you, now that's not your fault. If somebody tells you, then it's your fault.
We've been busy tolerating everybody, and by tolerating everything, we're fostering nihilism. We're putting people in these pits. Like, nobody's ever told when they're wrong. This thing that's why I posted this. I couldn't believe when I saw this horse shit in the general chat. It's like, okay, this isn't me. I copy and pasted this. And here's the second part of that. It's like, this needs to be underlined. It's not a culture war. It's a culture versus no culture war. That's exactly what this is. The secular neutral space where they're arguing is like, no, we don't like what you're doing. We want this secular. This, anytime you hear secular, neutral, that's not a culture. It's complete chaos.
It's an anti-culture. Yeah, it's actually the opposite of culture. And that's the problem. Like, people just spread out, right? Because once you think that you can just find agreement, this is the danger of the internet. And I tried to explain this to Vanderclay a few times, right? In your hometown, how many people do you know that are going to marry an elephant? 0 is usually the answer, right? Okay. On the internet, I guarantee you that number is not 0 anymore, by the way. Well, and that's a big problem because, look, and this does go back to Jesse's earlier point about Dunning-Kruger. Like, Dunning-Kruger has a point. So let's suppose that the maximum number of people that you can relate to is like 150. Okay. And let's suppose you need to relate to 90 people in order for you to believe that that's the dominant belief in the world. Because how else would you know, right? If you can only track 150 people, if 90 people believe something, then that's the dominant belief in your world, because your world is limited to 150 people at any given point in time. I'm not going to talk about the light over your life, right? So, and that's all that matters, because you're only going to act on your worldview at the time. You're not going to act on the worldview that's averaged out over your lifetime. That's not the way that works, right? Time is real. So if you get into a cult and there's 200 people in the cult and 90 people agree, you don't know everybody in the cult, right? There's 50 people in the cult you don't know, right? Or don't know well enough. You're stuck in the cult. Like, you're screwed. That's how it happens, because the Dunning-Kruger number is real.
But my cult's the best.
Exactly. Well, and that's what you described earlier, right? Like, that's what everybody wants. I'm going to find enough people that agree with me. Okay, you're going to form a cult. Lovely, right? And then that cult is going to bargain with other cults and vie for power. No, they're not. None of that's going to happen. That's not the way it works.
Any other cults to assemble and reach success. I just want my people to come together, and manifest what.
Right. That's the Gnosticism. That's the solipsism. My group is going to win this battle. Whenever that's why people say,
we're going to opt out. We're going to.
No, you're not opting out. Like, this is the Rousseauian mistake. Okay, you can't talk about you in relation to society as though they're separate things, because they're not separate. Okay. The minute they became not separate was before you were born. Sorry, They were already not separate. Your parents were part of a society. Their parents were part of a society. Their parents were part of a society. Okay? You were born into a society. Period. It already happened. It's not negotiable. It can't be changed. It can't be made different. It already happened. It's an occurrence. It's the past. Everything you have, actually everything, including your life, actually is the result of your past society. Period. End of statement. You cannot disentangle yourself from your society. That is not possible. Now, you can change which society you're operating in at any given time, right? And there's usually a barrier to doing that. Aside from merely moving, there's culture shock, right? Because culture is going to be different, right? There's usually a language difference, right? There can be, in the US, there isn't. You can just go wherever you want. Although y'all is something that Southerners say that the Northerners don't like because they're morons and don't understand the improvement to the language, right? But that's the thing. Like, sure, but you didn't get around society. You can swap out society to some extent, and there's a cost to that, right? And that's the problem. The internet makes it seem like you can be in your own society with people who agree mostly with most of your positions, but you can't actually do that. The Free State Project proves this, right? And there's other projects like that. The Free State Project is like the 17,000th in a long line of this idiocy that doesn't work. And I like the Free State Project, actually. I think it's kind of cool. It's just not going to work. Like, I get it. It's worth doing. I don't even disagree, like, oh, they shouldn't be doing that. No, it's worth doing. It's going to have some effect. It's just not going to have the effect they want. Because it's hard to get people to move. Well, first of all, who the hell wants to live in New Hampshire? I mean, I love New Hampshire.
Well, it's a natural filtering process. See, the unintended result of who's going to actually move for political reasons besides people who don't have anything better going on in their life.
That's right.
Keeps them anchored there. So you're filtering for those individuals.
Right. It's all filters. That's what people don't understand. Everything is a filter first. Platforms are a filter. YouTube is a filter, right? YouTube's competitors are filters. Nobody wants to give up YouTube to go on Rumble, right? They might do both, but they're not going to give up YouTube to go on Rumble. Now, if they're thrown off of YouTube or the people they follow are thrown off of YouTube, again, they might do both. There are a few people who would never go on YouTube just because they're protesting Google. Like, fair enough. I'm not saying any of this is good or bad. I'm just saying this is how people are, right? And so we have to deal with that. Like, there's no choice. We just have to deal with the differences. And that's where the intimacy comes in. You need to have an intimate connection with people, you know. And again, I think the ability to accept conflict is partly what love is. And that's why love runs the world. That's why the Christians are like, love runs the world. Yes, it kind of does.
Can I get into what my mental model for the specific phenomena of perhaps a deficit of like what would we call it, like platonic love between friends and stuff like that? And because I'd never conceived of it your way, so if I talk about mine and then we can kind of come back around.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're talking about, so the example was Sam and Frodo, are they gay? So I kind of came up with this idea that, you know, I've read a few things that seem to indicate that there was like more of a willingness in like American culture, let's say, in the past for men to express love for each other. I just read a few months ago Cicero's How to Be a Friend, and the whole thing he talks about this deep emotional connection, this like empathetic love for a true friend. And I've kind of wondered if this wasn't an unanticipated kind of backlash to the acceptance of like homosexuality in the culture, and like how pervasive and how much bandwidth of the zeitgeist that has taken up. And because let's say the traditional masculine identity has kind of said like, oh, whoa, we're not going to go over there. So there's been a hesitancy for friends to form that deep, loving, fraternal bond with each other, because it's like there's men in their relationships have kind of created a distance to separate themselves from.
That's intimacy. That's all intimacy crisis.
Right. So now is like an explanatory narrative. If that's true, and maybe it like proposes an antidote where we can just be deliberate about having.
No, that doesn't propose an antidote. Like, this is the mistake people make. They think if we know how it started, we know how to fix it. No, you can fix things without knowing how they started. First of all, that happens all the time. I do it all the time as a consultant. Sorry. I can show you that happens all the time. I do it all the time, literally. Walk into a place, I figure out what's going on, and I fix it. And I often never know how it got to be that way, but I don't care. I just need to fix it, right? And also, the conditions from where it started to where you are now are almost certainly different. And knowing where it started is probably a detriment, because those conditions don't exist. And so you can't pretend as though that's where you live, and therefore you could apply some solution in that frame. And that's the problem. Like, the best way to think of this, in my opinion, is the intimacy crisis. If you can't understand that there are different qualities of relationships that aren't physical because you're a materialist, then you're screwed. You're going to end up with everybody gay by default, right? Because people have to have relationships with the same sex. It's not optional for men to not talk to other men. Like, that's it's not optional for women not to talk to other women, because we outsource our sanity and our perspective matters. Men's groups with men only in men's spaces talk differently when there's a woman there. Sorry. There's a woman around, they're going to talk differently. When it's just the guys, we're going to talk differently. Right. It's going to happen. It should happen. We have similar enough perspectives that are different enough from women that's how it's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, that seems so obvious and natural to me that, like, I don't know, what do I do about this?
What are you trying to fix?
For it?
What are you trying to fix? Are you trying to fix a problem that you have? Or are you trying to fix a problem that somebody else has?
I want to So I guess be part of the solution that course corrects for the broader culture. Specifically, I don't know.
How do you think you do that?
Well, see, okay, so we can articulate, I think you can articulate compelling arguments. Like, that's part of why I wanted to kind of
you can. No, you can.
Mechanistic narrative, right?
You can. You absolutely can. It's not going to work, though. People are not persuaded by arguments. This is all. The funny part is, that's all over the research. Like, every single paper about this is very, very clear. People are not rational. It's just not true. Look at the papers on rational. Go read them. I've read them. Go read them. People are almost never rational about anything ever.
Right.
Almost never. It's a huge exception.
Except me, but yeah, most the average person.
Exactly. Right. Well, and look, they've measured it in an fMRI. You can argue about fMRIs are inaccurate, whatever. But, okay. The total amount of energy that you use while we're fairly sure you're being rational is so huge that you just can't be rational for very long during the day. I think it's like 20 minutes total.
Yeah.
In 24 hours.
Is that the full story, though? Because we only
No, it is. We don't rationalize things in the moment.
We come up with a handful of duplicatable tools.
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. You didn't do any of that. No. You watched your parents when you were born, and that gave you a bunch of information that you never rationalized. You just took it for granted. Oh, this is the way we do things. You're still doing that. Most of the things that you, quote, know by doing, we'll say most of the things that you're actually doing are mimicry from your parents and from the people you grew up around. That's what most of them are. And when you start inspecting yourself and actually being honest with yourself about, hey, why did I do that? Hey, why did I do that? You'll realize that. That's why right now, and I've seen these commercials recently, so I know they're still on TV and radio and such not. They talk about, oh, you don't want to become your parents. Why would you become your parents? Because the age that you're growing up at, you're looking at your parents at a certain age. So if they're in like their 30s, when you hit your 30s, the model that you have for how to be in your 30s is your parents. So one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to say, oh, on average, they did lots of bad things and rebel and not do any of the things they did or try not to, right? Or you're just going to naturally fall into that pattern. That's why those commercials work. Is it 100%? No, but it's like 80%. Yeah. That happens to people. They don't know it. They don't realize how much information comes through mimicry and not through standard education.
So then this is where like an ecology of practices come in. There's something, maybe there's too much of an emphasis, and this has to do perhaps with the knowledge and the science and stuff like that. Maybe I'm saying something obvious. It's more about like training, like creating.
No, it's not. It's not training. It's not training. I have a video on this. I posted in the chat earlier, right? It's education versus training. What you want is education. What people are giving you is training. Training is done to a standard. If you are trained, you are a cog in a machine. That is true. And most education is now training.
Well, I don't mean extrinsically imposed training, like I'm signing up.
No, it's not. It's not extrinsic. It doesn't matter. Like this is what people do with meditation. They go, oh, I got to go deeper in my meditation. That doesn't mean anything. You can't go deeper in your meditation. You can explore the field of meditation further inside your head, but you can also explore that forever. There is no deeper. That's nonsense. It's crazy talk. It doesn't exist.
To me, deeper would mean being a little bit more deliberate about quieting my mind.
Mike, I understand that. I use the term deep to describe meditation. I'm just telling you, it's not deeper. That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. It's just not. There isn't an up and down in meditation.
So what I think it's just a definition of terms problem then, because
it's not. It's a limitation of language problem. People say definition of terms. They usually mean, no, the language can't express this correctly. That's right. This is why the propositional knowledge idea is important. Propositional knowledge only gets you so far in the world.
All right, so
huge limitations.
Can I meditate? I can meditate, and one meditation be better than the other.
Better for you.
Better at doing the thing that meditation is striving to do. For me, yeah.
No, meditation doesn't strive to do anything. And it's for you. This is where people get confused. What meditation is best? No, there isn't a best meditation. There might be better and worse meditations for you and your circumstances, but the only person who knows that is you. And obviously you don't know that, right? You have to find it. And this is where exploration is. That's why education is important, because it teaches you good versus bad exploration.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, to me, I'm meditating for the purpose of strengthen my neural pathways to.
It doesn't do that.
Become more capable of present moment awareness.
Meditation won't do any of that. Those are all first order effects. Meditation is only good for second order effects.
I don't understand what that means.
So in some meditations, you can train like your focus a little bit better, right? And that's definitely a thing. But actually what you care about is, and John talks about this in the course, and you won't notice it. Usually you won't even notice it. What'll happen is somebody say, oh, you seem calmer all of a sudden. You know, did you do something? And it's like, well, yeah, I've been meditating for like 6 months. And then suddenly you're calmer around everybody. It's magical. It's not the intended effect. There's no way I can tell you, oh, you do this and this and this, and then you'll be, there's no way.
I disagree. I think that when I have...
Look, Mike, everybody disagrees. I get that, okay? The data's out there. Or you could just watch people meditate and notice that they don't all get the same effect.
It's almost like you're telling me the sky's red. Like, it's so observably true to me.
No, I'm telling you two things. One, you're not the one observing it. That's the first thing, right? And the other thing I'm telling you is that the fact that something works for you doesn't actually mean anything. Most people who meditate get nothing out of it. Most people can't meditate because they start and then they're like, and they freak out. And that might be okay, because I don't think meditation is like the big thing. Like, I don't think it's this flow state that John talks about. I don't even think it's good. On the one hand, he goes, well, probably video games put you in a flow state reliably, and video game addiction is a problem. But really, what we need are flow states that aren't video games. I don't know, dude. Addiction is addiction, kid.
No, that makes perfect sense to me, right? Because the reason you can enter a flow state in video games is because the stimuli is very high, right? But what you want to do is have a lower stimuli.
No, it's not. That's not what's going on. That's not how people work. This is all materialistic. It's not. The stimulus is not very high. That's not what happens in a video game. It's a two-dimensional thing. It's not very high. It's very low, right? It's very low. It's very low concordance.
Oh my God, right? We're not playing the same video games.
Well, no, but that's the thing. You can be addicted to Pac-Man. People are. Like, okay, that's a low concordance game. Why are people addicted to it? Because it's not high. What's high is the ratio of reward to difficulty. Because everything's about contrast and ratios. You can't talk about solid levels. This is higher than that. No, that doesn't even matter. That makes no difference at all. What matters is the contrast of the frame to the event. That matters. And that's different. That's why Pac-Man works, right? It's a simple frame, right? You can focus in on it pretty easily because screen size and all these factors, right? And then the rules are very simple. So it's mostly muscle memory, right? And you can develop muscle memory to play the game, right? And so the reward is very high relative to the cost of understanding the world. So it doesn't have a high reward. It's got a low concordance, right? It doesn't have a higher reward than being out in the world and playing basketball. Like, there's no freaking way, right? But the contrast is very high because it's a simple world. So when you make the arena simple, you can make the goal much, much less concordant, but it's bigger, it's louder. And that's the problem. But it doesn't matter. Like, I don't think the flow state's good. Like, I think it's terrible, actually. I don't, it's handy. You need it. It's good for some things, but most of the time you don't want to be in flow. That's insane. What I want to do most of the time for me is control anxiety. So the way I do that is Zen sweeping, I call it, right? Or doing the dishes or anything where there's a lot of muscle memory. Why? Sure. Because what happens, and this bore out in the research long after I figured this out, when your body's moving at a regular pace using muscle memory, it can be doing the dishes. It doesn't have to be fully autonomous or unconscious or whatever. It doesn't have to be fully unconscious. It's just to be mostly unconscious. Your body is going, we're calm, we're calm, we're calm. And it turns out, I don't know if anybody noticed, your body and your brain are connected, right? Way more than we think, but like they're physically connected, right? We know neck, nerves, right? If your brain is off being anxious, your body is not, your brain will retune to your body's calm signal and calm itself down. And I've been using that for decades to control anxiety in myself, and I tell other people about it, and it works. And that's the problem. Like, people don't get that. That's more important than flow state. And you can argue, oh, well, you're in a flow state. I don't think you are. I don't think that's what's going on at all. It's a totally different state.
Yeah.
He's back.
So either.
What's up? I'm back. What I missed.
Welcome.
So when I'm doing my meditation practice, in the moment throughout my day, I can notice and I sort of observe, like, oh, I feel stress coming on. I'm not going to choose it. I'm gonna return to, breath or something.
That can happen.
Have that presence there. So to me, it's like exercising, where I'm conditioning my mind, I'm strengthening the mechanism that does that. So,
okay. Mike,
yeah.
So that's great. If I go to the gym, am I going to get bigger muscles? If I go on the machines that you go on?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
What?
No, because my body doesn't work. There are lots of people like this. Their bodies, they won't bulk up at all. I won't bulk up beyond this, ever. I've tried it. It does not work. And it doesn't work because there's a metabolism thing. And this is actually in the research.
So then you change your diet at the same time.
No. It's not diet. It has nothing to do with that. Certain people can't bulk up. They can't. It doesn't matter what they do. They have lean natural muscle and it can't bulk. Like physically. They know they've measured this. And this is the problem. Right? This is the whole problem, is that things don't work for everybody. And most people can't meditate.
You can always find an exception, but doesn't the exception prove the rule? Like that the exomorph thing is fairly rare. And then you can change your metabolism by a dietary intervention.
Yeah, but you can't change your muscle structure. You can change your metabolism, but that doesn't change your muscle structure. And that's the problem. Like, not everybody can bulk up. Now that doesn't. Now the interesting thing is that the skinnier people like me can be very, very, very strong. Like, in fact, their strength is not in relation to the size of their muscles at all, and they can be much stronger than have more heavily muscled people.
But all they don't even know how that works. That can be described, and you like just because the control panel is complex doesn't mean that if you twist the right knobs you won't get the right result, right? Like you can do a combination of things.
No. This is imagination. This is imagination. Okay, in the real world, we know this. Okay, we know this. We know it doesn't work that way. You're trying to make an equality argument. We're not equal. I'm not going to be equal to you ever. It's never going to happen. And I don't want to be equal.
There's a sufficient amount of overlap.
No, there isn't. No. And there doesn't have to be. Like, why is this important? It's not important. There doesn't have to be any overlap. We can still cooperate.
There's universalities of the human experience on which we can rely to relate to one another.
No, there aren't. Everybody says that, and when I challenge them to prove it, they can't, because it's not provable. That's actually false. Am I human if I have no arms and legs? Like, where's the universality? What if I have two hearts?
Sure.
Where is the universality? It doesn't exist.
Someone had two hearts before?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Whoa.
Oh yeah.
I bet it's up in that Mutter Museum.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. You have no idea, man. Until you look into that sort of thing, you have no idea. And then you're like, what the freaking hell is going on? And that's the problem. It's just, you're just assuming that these things are there because it's a good shortcut. And like you should, like, look, don't be crazy like me and go research all the human
dragons. I think there's different classes of humans, and I think most people are cool with that. You know, some people are a little thief. People are like a wizard.
It's not important. Look, it's not important. People get wrapped up with this universality. We don't need it. We can cooperate with cats and dogs and cows and horses and oxen and all kinds of things without any universality. It's just not required in the world to do anything. It's not important. It's not interesting. It's not. It doesn't mean anything. It's just not. Who cares? It just means nothing.
Like, look at Richard Feynman. He wasn't running marathons or bench pressing 300 pounds or whatever, but he could explain a lot of shit about nuclear physics. Right. Take that example to apply to anything.
But that's the whole point. The point is, if we're universal and equal, we're actually weaker as a race. We're weaker as a country. We're weaker as a group.
I said there are universalities of the human experience. I wasn't saying it's
no, there aren't. That's what I'm telling you. You can't point it though. Anything you point at has so many exceptions that it's not.
I would argue humor. That's a good one for us. Humor. We all have different things that make us laugh, but we do laugh. That's
even if there were universal experiences, we would have no way of determining if they were universal because it's not something that you can objectively measure. Is that what you're saying?
Right. And it's not important. Who cares? It's not important. We can cooperate with things that have no universals to us, like cats and dogs and oxen and horses and all kinds of things.
I think that they do. They're less similar to us. So those things, you know, there are less of them, but there are things about who we are that you know can apply to animals, right? So like, I feel like you're trying. I'm maybe it was my failure in how to express it, but I think you're putting it in a more absolutist framework than I intended to suggest.
Yeah, like animals, for example, they all like to cuddle. Like that's a universal thing. I would say
they don't all like that.
Live next to you, and you like it too. So that's why we keep.
I had a dog that didn't want to be anywhere near me. It looked
always
dog would obey,
there are anomalies.
But didn't want to physically be near me.
The fact that anomalies exist doesn't mean that things aren't trending towards.
Then it's not a universal, dude. Like that's the whole point. And it's not important. Like, why are you defending this ridiculous idea?
Well, because I think that it would be nihilism to completely reject the similarity.
No, it wouldn't. Nihilism only happens when you disconnect from everything else. What I'm telling you is universals aren't important to make connection because there's intimacy. There's qualities of connections. The quality of connection I have with my dogs is greater than the quality of connection I have with any humans ever, right? But it's of a different quality, right? Because, yeah, dogs are great, by the way, and you all suck. Just so we're clear about how that hierarchy works.
What would you call it?
Dogs. Dogs are way better than people.
What do you call that? How do we relate to animals, and why do we want to keep them around?
Look, there are quality connections of a different quality, and all I'm saying is the loyalty that a dog shows me is much greater than the loyalty that any person has ever shown me. Right? It's just for my dogs. I train them well. Thank you very much. And that's hard to do. It takes a lot of time. But when that happens, well, I also have an affinity for animals. So random animals will obey me anyway, for whatever reason. But when I train them, they're very well behaved. And I'm not going to get that from another human. It's not going to happen. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not a bad thing. And the fact that other people don't have that, there's nothing wrong with that either. That's not a bad thing. All I'm saying is there's different qualities to relationships. That's intimacy. This is why the intimacy crisis is important to understand, because it exists and it has certain implications. And when you don't understand those connections, you start relying on materiality, which strays into Gnosticism. You start relying on certain other things like universality or equality. Those are going to be the same thing eventually anyway, right? And you don't need those things. And when you're relying on those things, you're probably not understanding intimacy correctly.
What do you rely on?
You rely on your intuitive understanding of the connections, the relationships that you have in the world. That's the thing to rely on.
What do you call that?
Intimacy.
Intimacy. Okay.
You have to say that again.
I think that's where we're we're calling it different things. I think we're saying the same thing.
I know, but my words are better. No. Universality is dangerous. It's a dangerous concept. It's a Gnostic concept. It's dangerous.
Okay.
Equality is a dangerous Gnostic concept. Once you go down there,
I intended by it at all. I'm not sure. Can you?
No. I'm not talking about intent. Like this is the problem.
He's just real hard for words. But I think I see your point though that you're making, Mark. I also see Mike's point. It's the words. It's all about the words. What are you talking about? We got to make a dictionary here, man. We got to be specific about our words. I get it.
Oh no, we do. We have to be able to communicate important ideas. I mean, that's the goal of the Navigating Patterns channel, right?
Yeah.
Is to fix the cultural cognitive grammar and to understand things at the right layer of analysis. And intimacy is the quality of your relationship.
So
whatever kind of relationship it is.
Are McDonald's universal, Mark?
Okay, let's go back, Mike. What were you trying to get to before we got caught up on the semantics of?
Yeah, that's the word, semantics. I was losing that word.
Universality.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe it's an incorrect
so similarity
to have, but I don't think it was the core thing that you were aiming at.
Right. Where were we? That's a good question. So I was trying to.
Why don't you have dogs? Because
the similarity,
like that,
the similarities, like you can rely on having. Okay, so like let's take this example of like this left notion that because I have a particular identity that I can't understand what someone else has experienced, but I believe that I have empathy, and I can put myself in other people's positions and relate to them, and you do an imaginative practice of, I know what it would feel like to be like them, to be a woman, or any of these identity type of things. And they're trying to suggest that I'm not capable of doing that by virtue of being who
You're not capable of doing that. That's actually correct. You're not capable of doing that.
Yeah, but like putting yourself in someone else's shoes, you can run that simulation so far. But, we had this saying like, I'm not you though, or, there's another one like, I don't know. We had these sayings that is not coming to mind on the spot, but
it's a weird thing that's happening that like, it's almost like, okay, we're going to throw like intent and consciousness out the window. But they're taking your commitment to empathy and weaponizing it against you. So it's almost like there's a fracture in, like, it breaks down, like the fact that you actually cannot empathize with somebody, you actually cannot put yourself in someone's shoes. They're taking your commitment to, or they're taking the fact that you think that you can do that and weaponizing the fact that it's not true. They're weaponizing that against you, and somehow it's working, and they don't know that they're doing it. It's
right. Well, and it's dangerous. Like, why would you need to do that? Like, I can just accept that I will never understand what it's like to be a weird hick in West Virginia, like Niram does, and I'm okay with it. We're still buddies. I'll drive to West Virginia next time.
You're weird. You're weird in your own way. You're weird in your own way. You know what it's like to be weird. You have a mental.
No, I don't. First of all, no. The rest of you might be weird. I'm not weird. I'm definitely the competent standard of the universe.
Your understanding of weirdness to that particular.
No, I don't. And you're casting all this on me, Mike. None of that is true.
I can do it. Sorry, I'll talk about myself.
I don't think you can. I think you can, but I think that it's a lie. Why do you like what I'm saying?
Steelman my argument instead of being adversarial and immediately.
I can't steelman your argument. It's wrong. Like, I can't steelman something that's obviously.
So how close can I get? 0% of the way there.
No,
I can't get to 100%.
No. All I'm saying is it's irrelevant. You don't need to do that. That's what I'm saying. It's not important. It's not interesting. It's a distraction. It's a distraction, right?
What exactly? What is the distraction exactly?
The idea that you need to be able to empathize with somebody is something like full 100% empathy with full 100% intimacy with their position, right?
Well, okay, as we said earlier, some people do. Some people don't. Not everybody needs to, but some people.
No, I don't think they can. So if they do, they're dead because it's not going to happen.
What do you think that is that we're doing then when we say we're empathizing with somebody?
Look, I don't think empathy exists. I think it's a bizarre, strange concept. right? I think the Nagel, what is it to be a bat paper, proves this. Like, you can abstract that out to just what is it to be another person. Like, there's no way, even after sitting in a car for 6.5 hours listening to music with Ethan, that I can say like, oh, I think I understand how Ethan understands music. I certainly do not, and I certainly never will.
Not
because
perfectly.
I will never be putting in the time, energy, and effort. But this is the problem, Mike. The time it takes to do something like that has to be replicated at a bare minimum to even come close to the experience. And I'm not going to do that. And even that is insufficient because you don't have the framing from that person. You weren't born them. You didn't grow up them. You don't know how they see the world.
But it doesn't need to be
with the similarities, right?
Yeah.
You have your own experience. They're sufficient. They're sufficient. Sufficiently substitutes for his experiences to an extent to get some of the way there.
You don't need to get any of the way there. There's no reason to do that. You just don't need it.
I think that's a lot of utility.
Trying to resurrect this idea that's unnecessary.
I got a story here that I can tell that might help bridge some gap here. Okay, so I was having a conversation with somebody and blah blah blah. He's going through a really bad breakup, and then I just said something to him, just something that I thought would be helpful and encouraging. I just said, you don't need that shit, man. Just move on. You're a really good person. You're the best form of revenge is success. Just walk on and do you, man. There's going to be a woman out there that's going to find you and support you and want to help you. And if there's not, that doesn't appreciate you, then forget about it, man. Keep doing yourself. Keep doing you. I think you're a wonderful man. You got a good heart in you. You don't deserve this. And this dude, he started to cry. And then it made me feel something inside, this empathy, or we want to call it. I'm like, I realized in that moment, that man probably never had anybody say that to him. Yeah. And it made me feel a certain, like, what the hell is that? What am I feel? What's, right. Even though I don't fully understand what that meant to him, me just saying that offhand.
But that's just resonance. But that's resonance after the fact. Okay. That's not like I'm trying to understand your way of, you didn't have to do any of that. All you had to do was be strong and express to him while being strong that this was the case, that he was that requires zero empathy. But then what happens is,
why do we
because you're with the person.
Okay.
Well, but look, you're with the person. Now you get in resonance with them. Okay. Still no empathy. You don't need it. You can throw out that whole concept. It's just not required.
Mark, you do often, you will make a distinction between sympathy and empathy, right?
Right. Well, look, you should. Look, in that story, you don't even need sympathy, right? You can just tell people the truth. Problem solved, right? Oh, this is what this person needs to hear, or this is the truth, and maybe they need to hear it. Maybe they don't know it. I'm going to give it a shot. That doesn't even require sympathy. Yeah, the thing to replace empathy with is sympathy, right? Like, if you're always stuck in your head and your perspective, like you're solipsistic, then what you need to do to get out of that is to be sympathetic. But sympathy is not empathy. You're not pretending as though you can understand something from somebody else's perspective. And you don't want that. If I'm depressed, then I'm in a hole. If you come along and you empathize with me, you jump in the hole. Mm-hmm. Now we're both in the hole. That's not better.
Yeah, right.
What I want is sympathy.
But I've been depressed before, and I climb my way out of that hole. So I'm the person who's strong enough to climb out, and I say, man,
maybe not
before. I've been in low, dark.
You're not climbing out of my depression.
Let's climb out of this together.
I'm tell you right now, the depths of my depression are not climb outable. But look, I might want what Niram did. I might want somebody standing at the top of the hole going, I've been in a hole like that before. Here, buddy. And because that's what you did. You reached down and gave him something to pull himself up with. Okay. That's sympathy. That's what you want. You don't want empathy. There's no use for it.
All right. Okay. So that was a good bridge. Okay. So I'm glad that was helpful because there's just these definitions that that you have that.
But people are being fooled. I don't know. You see, people are being fooled in believing they can do a magic trick that they can't do. I think that's what Ethan was getting at earlier, right? They're being fooled into believing that they can do something that is not possible, that we know is not possible.
Okay.
It's just not possible. But it's also not required. Like there's lots of things out there that people are telling you, you can do this, you can do that. No, you can't, but you don't need to. Like what the hell? Like why you do? And look, entertainment's a thing. Sometimes you do things you don't need to do. Absolutely. I do that all the time. Right. But also you got to be careful. You got to make sure the things you need to get done. And the skill sets you need to have, you have. And so you can't get lost in all this ridiculousness about, oh, well, what am I going to do? I have to empathize with people. I have to learn how to do this with people. I have to learn. No, you don't. You don't need any of that. You know what you can do? You can tell people the truth. That's why stupid people still survive, because stupid people that follow the truth are still super useful, and they're way more useful than the smarter people. Way more useful than the smarter people, right? We admire children for their innocence, and some of their innocence comes from their stupidity because they see the world more clearly because their mind isn't cluttered with 1,000 stupid facts. There's nothing wrong with that. That's better. We see it as a virtue.
It's funny. My example for empathy was also going to be a breakup. So that's kind of funny.
It's happening in a lot of places. There's
I don't
on.
want somebody to empathize with me when I'm wrong. I don't want that because they're going to think I'm right. If you believe,
I see what you're saying.
If you believe that the other person's feelings are right, because that your feelings are right. Your feelings are never wrong. They're happening to you. They're phenomenological. And you empathize with them. All you can do is support them in their bad idea. That's not good. I'd rather sympathize with them and say, oh, yeah, I understand that this happened to you. But you know what? Buck up, buttercup, because sometimes that's the right answer. It's not the right answer all the time. Sometimes the right answer is the answer that you gave, Niram. Like, I don't know. But you can't be objective when you're empathizing with somebody.
You have convinced me that empathy doesn't exist for you. I'm not convinced it doesn't exist for me.
Vanderklay laid it out pretty good today when he talked about like when the alcoholic in AA is in a hole, what he does is he hops in the other hole with the guy. Because I've been in here before. I know some tools of getting out. So if you want, I can show you. But like there's also an empathy, like our friend Lance, when his wife passed away, you know, he's been able to empathize with other men who have had wives that passed away and just sit with them. That's the best he can do, you know. So I think there's some utility with empathy if you know how to use it.
Right.
And you're not trying to manipulate, you're just trying to be with somebody. Because maybe that's what they want. Maybe they don't. Because I hate this too. Sometimes people try to empathize and they try to do spiritual surgery on you or some shit. And it just doesn't work. But sometimes the best empathy is just to sit with somebody and say, yeah. Or maybe you got shitty ideas right now. And is like
no, I wouldn't call that empathy, Chad. I'd call it being supportive. Like I don't understand the obsession of misusing the word empathy. Like you can be supportive of people. No matter what situation they're in and what situation you're in.
There is a phenomenological identification that happens and when you encounter somebody who's been where you are. So I think there's some utility to that. It shouldn't be a high on the hierarchy of.
I would call that sympathy though. I wouldn't call it empathy. It just doesn't match the description of empathy because empathy is feeling what the other person feels, but your feelings are always right. And I would rather be able to help people out of their feelings, especially when their feelings are wrong or overwhelming.
Yeah.
You're saying that you need empathy rest on the assumption that feelings are always right?
No, I'm saying feelings are definitely always right.
Okay.
And empathy rests on the assumption that you can feel what somebody else feels. And then if what they're feeling is wrong, right, then, you're not helping them. You're not able to help them. You won't help them.
Yeah, you kind of let them do things. I just keep thinking of tacit complicity for some reason, because I had this friend that was in a deep, dark hole, and I tried to be understanding, but anytime I would, try to say, "Hey, man, let's get out of the hole. You need to quit being so negative," he would fight me.
Yeah.
And then I would just like not say anything. And then when I ended up hanging out with the guy, I started to feel shitty. And it's not even my life, So I started to tacitly be complicit to his vibe until eventually I was just like, I can't fucking hang out with this guy. This guy sucks. Yeah. He's not ever going to change. I've known him for years, but I need to get the fuck away from this negative motherfucker, because I'm going to be in a bad mood all the time because he's not willing to change. So that just come to mind, that story. Maybe is that empathy? What was I fucking feel? I don't know. What is that vibe that I was letting get onto me?
You were empathizing, but then when you're around people, there's resonance, and that's different. And there's nothing wrong with resonance. I mean, it can be good or bad, right? It's not, but that's the problem, is that if you empathize with somebody, you're going to want to resonate with them too. That makes total sense. But then you're both in a hole again. I'm not a fan. Like, I don't think it's better, but I do think it's worse. Like, it's both, right? It's not better, but it's definitely worse.
Yeah, I quit empathizing with that dude, and I started to hate him. Started to resent him. I didn't want to fucking be around him. I was like, "You're bringing everything down, dude.
You can't fix everyone, No, that's the other problem.
Dude's still a fucking piece of shit. Fucking salad.
Yeah, that's too bad.
It is too bad.
Hey guys, I gotta roll out. I just wanted to drop it smoke before I went to bed.
Cool. See you, Chad. It's good seeing you, man.
I finally finished Better Call Saul, and it was.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty good. It's a good ending.
You liked it? Great.
Yeah, it's a good ending.
Where did you finish it on?
What's that?
Where did you finish it on?
We bought the last season.
Where did you buy it?
Amazon.
Oh, cool.
Okay, because we can find the last season.
Yep.
Huh. Okay, Amazon. All right.
It's like fun.
It's good. That last season is great.
It
See
is.
you, Chad.
All right.
Good night.
All right. So this is kind of reminding me of the whole the other party's framing, and of course we always have to remember we're not going to slip into absolutes. So it's not always this and it's not always that. Sometimes you have to adopt the other person's. You have to accept the other person's framing.
You have to acknowledge that they have a different perspective, and acknowledge that your view of their perspective is probably
are you talking
not
about
their
assuming
perspective.
their framing? Like, you build a mental model of understanding the way that they're understanding.
I hope not.
So that way you can work within the way that they think and perceive what's going on.
Well, I think so, because sometimes people will come in here, especially if they're strangers, and they'll start talking to you, and they don't use language the same way that you do. But you can tell that they're you obviously are continually making a judgment on whether they're in good faith or they're in bad faith. And if you can tell that they're in good faith, but just there's a language barrier, you'll grant them mercy and use their framing or use their language, even though it may not be as precise or articulate. You do this with me, I think, sometimes. So I use a word a certain way, and you will. I'm not saying you submit, but you will grant me clemency or mercy, and you will use the word in the way that I'm using the word, so that we can
facilitate communication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a line though. Like once I come in there, come into a conversation, and I'm being antagonistic, and I'm trying to manipulate you. Once you identify that I'm not in good faith and I'm antagonistic, it's like there's a hard line drawn, and you do not use my framing at all, because any submission or any mercy granted to me
is giving into my manipulation, and you're not going to do that.
Right.
So there's there has to be some sort of I don't know what you would call it, but
come to terms or whatever.
Yeah, I would call it mercy, honestly.
There's a ton. There's a whole bunch of really important tools like that, right? Like asking clarifying questions, like all kinds of ways that you can integrate or reconcile. Like,
yeah, I don't want to reconcile. No, I don't want to do that. I don't see why two people should come closer to each other. If I've got the truth, I shouldn't move closer to you ever. Sorry.
So we're gonna have to construct neutral zones and build our star bases.
No, we don't have to do any of that. Look, you just watch what Manuel and I do. We just sit there and make our statements, and you can either go to hell and leave, or you can come closer. And that doesn't mean we don't move, because we do occasionally move, right? But we're not going to move by default. That's silly. We've thought about this, and the people that come into the room or whatever have it. It's that simple. And so we have the upper hand. I mean, Ethan was talking about this earlier. We're giants. We have the upper hand, period. End of statement. You don't, so there was an incident on the Discord server, I think it was a month and a half ago or something, where somebody said, you sound condescending. And I said, kid, you came in here, okay, and said, I want to know something from you, okay? So you think, this is your formula. You think that I know something that you don't, okay? The odds that I can communicate that to you without coming down to your level are zero. Of course I'm condescending. Of course I am. To communicate with you.
There are all kinds of ways you can communicate with someone when you have a better, more robust mental model than them, when you have a better understanding of something that isn't condescending, where you can do Socratic dialogue. You can ask them questions so that you can bring them along to your understanding.
Yeah, I can't. You know what, Mike? I can. I think all that's bad. I watch people do it all the time, and it turns places into a Gnostic cesspool. And it's been turning the internet into a Gnostic cesspool since the beginning of the internet, since IRC. It doesn't work. And there's no reason to do it.
So
none.
Right. So I have an ENTP personality type, and it's called the debater because I'm very comfortable with adversarial interactions with people. And that has damaged me and my relationships with people because I'm talking about something and I'm having a great time. And I'm like, oh, this is so cool. We're getting somewhere. We're arguing like that. We're figuring stuff out. And they're like, gonna kick me out of their house and never talk to me again, blah, 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 because I'm in the argument. I'm attacking ideas, blah, blah, blah. And they're emotionally invested in the ideas. Now, I could judge that and say that they're violating some good faith assumptions about communication, and I can rationalize and everything like that. But people are emotional beings, and they do invest.
They are.
So you can talk to people. You can come from a place of authority, and you don't have to necessarily be condescending. You can have.
You have to condescend to communicate. You literally have to condescend to communicate.
Authority is like, you can't speak from a position of authority. Okay, here's the thing is, we're so attuned and accustomed to living in a flat world and seeing the world as flat. You can't have authority and also not be condescending at the same time. Just because condescending in and of itself is not bad. It just means that somebody is at a higher position than you. And
what about Richard Feynman? I keep thinking about Richard
sacrificing their language. They're sacrificing their privilege to meet you with your language where you're at. It's a sacrifice.
Yes.
So you can feel bad about that fact if you want, because it exemplifies that you're not at their level. You can feel bad about that if you want. There's nothing I can do about it. It's not my fault. In order to communicate with people, you have to condescend sometimes.
It's the difference between being a leader and a teacher. Like, I keep thinking about Richard Feynman in this discussion. I don't think Richard Feynman was condescending at all, but he was able to communicate down on that level with people.
He did
and bring them all the way to the top.
Well, but he did condescend. It's just that people didn't see it as a bad thing. The reason why people see condescension as a bad thing nowadays is because they want equality, and you're showing them that they're not equal, and they get all upset because their worldview's upset. Well, that's too freaking bad. It still is what it is.
The common use of the term is basically a substitute for being for saying that the person's being an asshole, right? They're not. I don't think the common usage is condescending.
That's fine, Mike. That's fine. That's fine. I understand the common use. It's wrong, and we can't fix the world if we do that. If you assume bad faith on the other person, no set of language is ever going to fix that. The problem with that formula that you just outlined, which I agree with, is that those people are being skeptical and cynical. And you can replace the word condescend with any other word, and they're going to find a way, because they're skeptical and cynical, to have the same freaking problem. It's not a wording problem. It's not a language problem per se. It's an attitude problem, and you fix it by fixing the language and saying, of course, people are condescending to you, you idiot, because you're an idiot. And if they don't condescend to you, you can't learn. Sorry. It just is what it is. I'm sorry the world is that way. I didn't make the world. Go whine to God. He's the one that did it.
Tactically make it more palatable?
It's hard to make things palatable for people that are accustomed to a flat world.
Right.
Yeah.
Flat world.
I did.
Hard, but you can bridge the gap a little bit.
But Mike, I did. In the story I told you a month and a half ago on Discord, I did. I told him, I said, you came here. You treated me as an authority, and now you're upset that I brought my language down to the point where you could understand
the way you're saying. What about just tone of voice?
Let's not cloud the issue with the fact that I did exactly what you're talking about, and it worked. I said, yeah, I'm condescending to you. So what? That's what you came here for. You came here to learn something. I had to condescend to teach you something. Why is that a problem? And he eventually said, oh, yeah, you're right. I'm not mad about that. And I'm like, good. That's great.
Yeah, that works. Yeah,
we're not at odds with what Mike is saying. Like really, the thing that we struggle with is tricking people into this non-flat Earth way of thinking. It's very, very difficult to do. And this is the whole thing between Oz and Pajot. It's like Oz is like, no, boom, like this is how it is, and Pajot's like, well, yes, that is how it is, but we're talking to people that are like this. And Jordan Peterson has a very he probably doesn't even know it, but like the way, however Jordan Peterson is, he just has a way of talking to people that view the world like this, and kind of he's re-enchanting it, as you say. Like he has a gift of re-enchanting the world to flat earthers. And that's the unique thing about that's the magic of Jordan Peterson that Pajot recognizes, and he's like, wait, hold on a second, let's not get ahead of the gun here. Not saying that you're wrong, Oz, you're definitely not wrong, but let's see what's going on, because Jordan Peterson is the one, selling millions and millions and millions of books, not you, so that has to say something,
right?
So that, there is something there, there's a conduit, a bridge,
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like you look around the world or at the world around you, right? And you see things that aren't you, that are different, which is fine. This is why universality and equality are dangerous. It's not what you see in the world, right?
I think you're using a higher precision of speech about the phrase universality. I meant similarity, really. Like
right, but it's not. There's so much difference. Like similarity is not important. It's not even good. You want lots of people to be really different from you. No, you want them to be different. You want them to have different skills. You want as much difference as you can get that you can cooperate with. So it's not infinite difference, right? But you want as much diversity as you can stand in order to cooperate towards a larger goal. And that's very hard to do.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not saying it's easy.
Sure. At all times,
you don't want universality.
Most of the time, like transacting, conducting, like throughout all of my life, I'm talking about for one particular thing where you like, here's an example from my life. My current girlfriend, when we were friends before we started dating, she broke up with someone she'd been together for a long time. years ago, I went through a very devastating breakup, and I like kind of reopened those wounds, and there were sufficient similarities between her breakup and what I went through, where I was like, I get it. I understand. You experienced this, your situation was this way, mine was like this. There are similarities here. And so to me, that's empathy, because my experience was sufficiently similar enough for me to already understand some portion of her experience that I could help her, right? Like that's the point. Because I suffered and I figured a lot of stuff out, and I did a whole bunch of internal work, and I healed from that experience, and I learned a ton of things that I could help her through her experience.
Yeah, you might not have needed any of that though, Mike.
What, the emotionality of it?
Yeah, you might have never been able to help her any number of ways, and maybe that wasn't necessary, even if that's what happened.
Yeah.
And maybe that's not what she thinks happened. So one of the things that's interesting, right? And Vanderklay has said this before, rather recently, right? He said, "Oh yeah, well, here's my strategy and how I met my wife," right? And then his wife does not think that's what happened. I'm just saying, like, you may think that that's what happened, but maybe that isn't what happened. Like, from
there's
her
always
perspective.
two stories.
There's always two stories, right?
Wait, no. What does that Dan Borland say? He said, reality is like a three-edged sword, your side, my side, and the truth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And that's the problem, is that, you know, we do narrativize, and we need to. It's narrative good, not narrative bad. But also we narrativize, and sometimes it's not accurate. And that happens. There's nothing wrong with it. That happens. But it's important to understand that and not get caught up in this absolutist framing. Right? This is part of materialism. Oh, material is X. Like, I know what a brick is, right? It's like, yeah, but the brick may not be there tomorrow. So maybe you'd rather understand something else about the world that isn't stable, so that you know how to deal with the instability of the world, right? This goes back to, well, why do I want to go to church? Because you can go somewhere that maybe you don't want to go on that particular day, to do something that maybe you don't want to do on that particular day, because maybe there's something special going on at church on that Sunday, with people you maybe don't want to be around. Maybe all of them. Maybe you're just in a bad mood. Like, I don't want to be around any people today. Just go to church anyway. Why? Because it's that highest thing. Then you learn how to do that, right? You learn something like the proper relationship with conflict with others, right? And conflict with the world, and conflict with having to do a task, and right? And then you learn a level of cooperation that you're not capable of any other way. Like, you're just not, right? When it's one of these practices where, we all show up on a Monday, and whoever shows up shows up. Oh, okay. Well, it's a very low bar, and what you're not learning is when you have to show up even though you don't want to. You're not learning that, right? And that's the skill that people need. They need the skill to get along and work together even when they can't get along politically, for example, or economically, or whatever. I don't care what lower frame you use. And you need that higher frame. And my argument is that higher frame is always a religious frame. Now, it can be a bad religious frame, and I have a video on that, the 3 great religions, the religious patterns it's called, but it's 3 great modern religions. It's tongue-in-cheek, obviously, but it's also true, right? We have 3 different religions. We have the race religion, the safety religion, and the climate religion. They're religions. They're not very good religions. They're probably closer to cults. That was our talk yesterday with Nick on navigating patterns, right? With cults and Gnosticism, and yeah, I outlined that again. It's like a religion that can't hold all your participation. That's what a cult is, and that's a problem. How do we get out of that? We get out of that by having the same damn religion, or at least the same conception of God, right? That highest frame. That's what gets us out of that trap. And now we can engage with the world and cooperate and build things that we can't build otherwise, right? Because look, if I go fishing with you, I don't care about your freaking political position. It doesn't matter. You could be a Trump supporter or a Biden guy or a Clinton zealot. It makes no difference. We're there to catch fish. And if we're not cooperating in the world in physical spaces, we lose the opportunity to get along despite our disagreements. If we're trapped in a world where our only intimacy is talking and typing to each other, we have limited our world to such a degree that we can't be intimate. The quality of the connection is too low. Now, obviously, I'm a big fan of being online. I'm online all the time, right? And I'm a big fan of that because you can drag people out of that. But you have to be there to do it, and you have to push them to get rid of them, right? It's not sufficient to have a bridge, in my opinion. That's Joey will yell at me someday about that. But you've got to push them, and that means you have to stay in the cesspit of online to do it. It just is what it is. And look, I'm a big fan of that. That's what I do, right?
Here's
so the only thing I do, a big part of what I do.
Doing the good work.
Right. Well, thank you. It's important. But that's why we're having an intimacy problem. Everyone's online. No one understands how to just quietly fish together and talk about the fish or the reels or the lures or whatever. Like, we don't know how to do that anymore because we're not doing it. Right. And this goes back to the fake news virus scam, the COVID thing. Like, yeah, we over-exaggerated this goofy thing, and now we got a big problem because people lost that skill of being together in doing things together in person. And they did it on purpose. Not all in a cabal with cigars in a dark room. They all had different reasons and different, outcomes that they were looking for. And none of them got what they wanted. Yay, victory for us. They caused a lot of damage on the way. No question about it. We should probably hang them all. Yes, probably true. But we, in the meantime, we got to get along because we have to get along because we have to build stuff in the real world. It can't all be virtual space, right? Because somebody's got to run the internet and the electricity and build the computers. And, maybe they're going to jump off the building in China to do it. But I'm not a fan. I'd rather be cooperating with people in the real world and building houses with them and stuff than building fake houses in the virtual world. It's just more intimate somehow. And we have less to talk about and therefore less to disagree about. And the thing we are talking about is the thing we're doing rather than something that doesn't matter, like who the hell the president is. It really doesn't affect my day-to-day life enough for me to worry about. I'm not saying don't ever worry about who gets elected or don't vote or anything like that. I'm saying that in the overall scheme of things, who's president right now really doesn't affect me that much.
I'll be right back.
Right on.
Yeah, and that's the key. We need more intimacy. We need to be able to get along with each other better. And we need to go get those skills.
I don't see how right off the bat this is it. This is what people are going to do. I see people try like at conventions and then it's over, or during the summer at festivals, music festivals.
It's hard.
It's there for like the weekend. Then it's gone.
Hard to start and maintain relationships with others, and the best of times. And it's only worse now. I like this though. They don't want to fish because they over empathize with the fish who can't see the aquarium. I think Benjamin Franklin has it completely dead on here. He totally understands the conversation.
Figured it out.
That's a next level joke. I like that one. That's an excellent next level joke. That he really dug into the conversation. You can tell, guys.
We have a break. Need to ask Flebs. I just bought a miter saw today. Should I be ashamed of myself?
No.
I've heard that some people say that you don't need to buy a miter saw.
Miter saws are awesome. What are you talking about?
They are awesome, but I'm not like a professional or anything. I'm just a homeowner.
You'll learn how to.
It's a requirement. You got to have a miter saw.
I know.
Yeah, if you own a home, you really got to have one. You need a workshop. You need a miter saw. Very handy. See, there we go. It's very handy.
Yeah. I mean, be proud of your tools, man.
Very handy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just got a drill press. I'm psyched about that.
Satori guy.
Here I'm bitching about a miter's son. He just got a drill press.
I got a fucking drill press. I got straight holes. None of this sideways bullshit. It's going straight fucking in. My bolts are gonna be like flush. Everything is great. I'm psyched. It's great.
Just get one of those. You can buy the ones where you just put your hand drill into, and it's a little drill.
Fuck it. I need the power, baby. I'm drilling through metal.
You want the power. You want that power.
Gotta have it. But no, I love it. I've been putting it off, and I'm finally getting into like blacksmithing and shit, and metal work and all that. I'm getting my garage all set up.
Are you familiar with that guy, Essential Craftsman on YouTube?
I'm sure I got him on there that I'll watch him. Give me an example of something that he's done.
He's so like his kid, which is probably good. I don't know, maybe okay. His kid realized that his dad was super badass and just basically started a YouTube channel filming him and like documenting all of his wisdom,
Yeah.
And he started out as a logger. Then he became a carpenter.
Yeah.
And now he's like retired and he's picked up blacksmithing. And the guy, the crazy thing is this guy is just like a freaking wizard. Like he just like he has his son like just knows like, oh, there's valuable information here. So he's just like, Dad, tell me about. There's literally like a video of him talking about pencils. He's like, Dad, you don't hear him talking, but it's just a video about pencils, And so like you can tell that someone told him to just start talking about like whatever the hell it is that he knows about pencils, There's it's like a 7 to 10 minute long video about pencils, carpenter pencils. You can actually use them to get wood chips out of your eye if you do this. It's like yeah, it's pretty cool. Like I'll just watch that channel. Like it's like just comforting to watch. He's just got like everything, and
wisdom.
Since he's retired, he picked up blacksmithing, and he's just
he's got it figured out. He's a master, and people want to hear his wisdom.
Mm-hmm. Some people are hyper competent, and they're just
he's one of those guys. He's hyper competent. It's just cool to see someone like that in a trade, because you don't really you don't see that often. Like you only see it if you see it in real life. You don't see it virtually. Right. Most of the super hyper competent people that you see virtually.
Well, because you can't. That's the problem. Most information is conveyed through mimicry, not through propositions.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah,
and that's the problem. Like, look. When I was at high school taking programming, right? So they gave us all our assignments up front. I did them all in like a week, and then I spent the rest of the school semester helping everybody else with their projects, right? And the trick was, I saw how they did it, which was never how I did it because I just did it differently, and then I had to figure out how to fix their bugs without. Because I don't want them to do it my way. That's no good. They're going to find their own way. But in doing that, I saw their systems and their thought patterns played out on the computer. It's like, oh, I see. There's lots of different ways to do it. Sometimes they had better ways than I did it. And that's the problem.
Mm.
It's different perspectives. And that's hard to convey in propositions.
Yeah, and I would say most of the access that the general population had to super competent people has been through the means of books and like music, like actual blue collar. What would you call it? Just craftsmanship.
Well, you wouldn't know.
You can't write that down in a book, and you can't hear it. So now that we have with the advent of YouTube and vlogs and stuff like that, you can actually film somebody doing what they're doing and talking about it. Because
you can watch somebody use a tool and like a technique in a certain way, but you can't write it down. Like what you're talking about, you can look at a video of someone showing you how to ride a bike. Like, you know, hey, I can do this in this situation. You know, I can show you, but I can't write it down in a book.
Yeah. Well, what you guys are talking about is illustrated perfectly in the Little House on the Prairie books and the TV show. That was the transition from the mimicry thing to the book thing. And that's where everything went to shit. You know, people traded in their trades and their skills that they had for a job in the city, and they sold their farms, and they sold their ability to live off the land in favor of city life, in favor of civilization, in favor of science, innovation, progression, schools for their kids.
Industrial Revolution, baby.
Yeah, so that I really got into that show in the past couple years because it illustrates a whole lot of exactly what went wrong right at the turn of the 20th century. It was all fucked. We all became housebroken.
Not all of us. Some people did.
Not all of us, but for the most part.
Yeah, he's not quite a wizard, right? He's just from a different era. There are many such old men around, but we don't make them any more substantial quantity.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, those types of dudes, they don't want to. They don't want any attention on them. They're very humble. You know, that's
no, they shouldn't.
Ever hear about. Yeah.
Well, we need to bring back the trades as a. I like Mike Rowe, and when he talks about, you know, oh, teach your kids that any job is a good job. Yeah. Or actually carpentry.
He did wonders with that TV show.
Guys, I don't know what
be a plumber, be a good one.
Yeah, plumbers make more than programmers. Like these people in their programming, like you're not making that much money, kid. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, doo-doo logic is more important than digital logic because it'll smell real bad if you don't get it just right.
Well, plus the digital logic relies on people who aren't doing digital things to operate. This is what people get.
We're getting back into the scatological symbology. Where's Manuel? We had that going on yesterday in the stream.
Oh, did you?
Manuel.
Yeah.
Manuel did that to us.
No, it was actually some very insightful symbology with toilet flushing and excrement and defecation and, you know.
Oh, okay.
Let's not go over it again, okay? Let's blame Manuel and move on.
Well, you know, to his credit, you know, one of the most musical geniuses that we know, Mozart, was very scatological in his humor. So
I believe it.
Body humor.
All right, guys, I'm running out of steam. It's time for my bed.
Okay. Right on. Well, it's been great.
You get any parting shots before I head off to Betty Bye?
I did mark this for you, Mark. I came across this in this book that I'm reading for the Orthodox class that I'm taking.
Cool.
I thought you might appreciate this. It's the foundational use of philosophy requires theological claims to have non-theological justification. This view makes theology dependent on philosophy and regards human reason as the ultimate universal arbiter. Just the first part, I'll read again. The foundational use of philosophy requires theological claims to have non-theological justification.
Yes.
So you're just basically pulling a rabbit out of a hat is what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, I liked what the Orthodox bishop said to Vervaeke there about that. He said, "Oh yeah, the scholastic tradition in the West and the and philosophy are bad because they're too propositional." And I was like, "Yeah, that sounds right. It's all too overly propositional." But Calvinism is still evil. But good luck with that.
Don't fall down the stairs,
Mark. We've got it. We're what are we at? We're 22 minutes away from the record, the longest stream.
There's no freaking way. I'm tired. I'm like ready to. It wouldn't be the longest stream. Jacob had like an 8-hour stream.
Yeah, but half of that was just looking at a stupid dog mat or something. It wasn't like straight.
Yeah. I took a week off because Father Eric was here, and then Jacob's like, "Hey, you okay?" Like, "Oh, you're looking for content, huh, buddy? I'm your big content provider, eh?" We made up for it. We did a couple streams.
We've had a solid, probably average 10 viewers for 6+ hours straight. So
we did fine. We did fine.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for Jacob too. I haven't been paying attention much lately what his streams are looking like, but that's pretty good.
Danny, what you got? You got any parting shots before I go to bed here?
I was just thinking about when Mike and you were talking, if we were to say, well, many models of in fact, most, if not all models of the world are normative or arbitrary, some might say, and therefore that limits them severely. I think a lot of people might buy into that idea. I think that might, I think so. But the concept of normativity, I don't know. I'd be interested to explore that. I know that's just kind of a philosophical term. I'm sure there's a technical.
There's the 3 N's, right? That Vervaeke talks about. There's normative order, nomological order, and narrative order. And I think they're in a hierarchy. But yeah, I mean, we can address that sometime. That's a good topic actually, and maybe maybe I can rope Manuel into talking about the 3 types of order.
Yeah, or like I guess fitness. So we talked like in terms of types of order, in terms of types of fitness. So there's probably some different levels or scopes to fittedness.
Right. Oh yeah, because it's all based on your layer of analysis.
Yeah. So
that's what people don't appreciate. So yeah, I mean, someday we can do that, or maybe the next Friday or something, or maybe we'll do a live stream in between or whatever. Dude, there's no limitation on live streams. So
excellent.
What you got, Niram? You got any parting shots?
This has been awesome. I'm glad you started doing this, man. It's really cool to see everybody again. I ain't seen you guys in a while.
No, it's good to have you. I'm glad.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, CW. Also, Mike, what you got? You got any parting shots?
No, thanks for having me.
No, it's good. It's nice meeting you, and I'm glad that you joined the conversation. And I hope we give you stuff to think about there. And look, we're fighting a battle against materialism and this flat thinking and all this crazy universalism and equality. And that's so we and we also like to show how the sausage is made, like, because you've got to lift people out of these ideas very carefully so that they can open up to a wider world where they can cooperate better with everybody around them and get these nice, juicy, quality, intimate relationship connections, right? Where the relationships have a good quality to them. And that I think just doing that and then people seeing it, that will help change the world, hopefully, for the better. That's the magic. So yeah, all right, everybody. Thanks for watching. And I'm gonna kill the broadcast. But we'll try us next week. Maybe there'll be another live navigating. Leave comments. Let me know what you liked, what you didn't like, and take care.
Remember one thing: being is good.
Being is good.
I like being around.